Thank you for coming. This is the second international conference organized by the Turpanjan Institute of Social Sciences. Last year, the focus was more on the South Caucasus. This time it's Eurasia broadly, but in view of the ongoing projects, the South Caucasus has become a kind of tail of that huge landmass, and the vast projects that are taking place. So first, I would like to invite AUA President, Dr. Bruce Borosyan, for some opening comments. Then I will give a short talk, relatively short, essentially for the audience, to put things in context, and then we'll attack the first session. President Borosyan.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Astorian. So I want to welcome everybody to this two-day international conference called The Return of the Great Game, Geopolitical and Geoeconomic Developments in the Heartland. I'm Bruce Borosyan. I'm the president of the American University of Armenia. On behalf of the university, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of the distinguished participants in this conference. This is the second two-day international conference that has been organized by AUA's Turpanjan Institute for the Social Sciences and by Professor Astorian. We're happy that this newly formed Turpanjan Institute is continuing to ramp up its activity and creating synergy, for example, with our new master's degrees at AUA, including the Master of International Relations and Diplomacy, as well as the Master of Public Affairs. One of AUA's goals, and one of the goals of the Turpanjan Institute, is to eventually house a major center for international relations in this region and produce a new generation of international relations specialists. So in this regard, the conference is also really a great opportunity for our graduate students to be exposed to serious and diverse analyses of the main problems that face the South Caucasus in general, Armenia in particular, really the world in general, then the South Caucasus, and then Armenia in particular. Really, the thematic focus of this conference really could not have been more timely. Just a few days ago, as you're all well aware, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Armenia's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ararat Mirzoyan, signed, among other things, a charter on comprehensive strategic partnership between the Republic of Armenia and the United States. It sort of ramps up the relationship description to include the word comprehensive, which is significant. This charter and the related project, called the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity, or TRIPP, are part of very large geoeconomic projects that are intended to link Eurasia with the South Caucasus. And this, in a way, breaks down the long-standing distinction between these two regions, at least in part. These changes are also part of a complex geopolitical competition, of course, aimed at shaping and ideally controlling various forms of connectivity stretching from Central Asia all the way to Europe. In turn, that makes connectivity choke points more important, and that has been obvious in recent months with the Strait of Hormuz, but it also applies to the Armenian region of Syunik. These have become very central parts of this geopolitical competition among various major powers, including, for example, China, India, Russia, and the United States, and that's not to mention significant regional powers such as Iran and Turkey. So this is all very interesting, and I'm confident that this conference will generate a productive conversation about these kinds of crucial developments that will shape both the future of our region and of the world order. Speaking personally, I regret that my schedule is not going to allow me to attend much of this conference. If I could do it, I would stay for the whole thing. Commencement is coming next week, and things are busy these days, but I will do my best to follow the discussions as best I can. I do hope that people who have traveled here internationally will enjoy their stay in Armenia, and I wish this conference much success. Thank you very much for your attendance here today and tomorrow, and I wish you a very interesting and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Borossian. Dear speakers, dear guests, dear AUA colleagues and students. Welcome to the conference of the Turpanjan Institute of Social Sciences on the return of the Great Game, Geopolitical and Geoeconomic Developments in the Heartland. I would like in particular to extend a particularly warm welcome to our foreign participants, some of whom spent much time in airplanes and airport lounges, and some of whom also encountered some technical problems at the very last moment over the past 2 days, but all of these were solved. There are times when what one could call the pace of history accelerates, as Thomas Gomard, the director of the French Institute of International Relations, put it in a quite recent book. More significant changes seem to occur within 5 or 6 years than in the previous decades. Of course, those changes have deep roots. You know, they don't emerge suddenly. They have a genealogy. But when they erupt right and left, there is usually some trouble. The 1930s, especially the second half, was such a period, witnessing, among other things, the Spanish Civil War and the nationalist victory, the Second Italo-Abyssinian War, the German Anschluss, the rise of ultranationalist military-led autocracy in Japan, and the later aggression against nationalist China, resulting in the so-called rape of Nanking. It witnessed also the irrelevance of the League of Nations and Nazi Germany's annexation of the Sudetenland, followed by the rest of Czechoslovakia, and of course its war of aggression against Poland, among many other things. Unlike the 1930s, however, the current transformations are multifaceted and multidimensional. Among other things, one could refer to climate change and its consequences. I have read, I don't know how many articles over the past few days in French sources about la canicule in France, you know, which seems to be posing many problems. Climate change, drone warfare with its related technologies, inaugurated actually during the 2020 Karabakh War. AI's fast-paced progress, US-Chinese tensions, the war in Ukraine, the Israeli-US attack against Iran, the Trump tariffs, the new US national security doctrine, which seems to distance the United States from its longtime ally within NATO, the Europeans, and many other things. In this context, the contemporary reconfiguration of global power dynamics has placed the Eurasian so-called heartland, which for the general audience is a reference to one of the founders of geopolitics, Sir Halford John Mackinder. The heartland, that vast expanse stretching from the Caspian Sea to Central Asia and beyond, is at the center of renewed great power competition. The region's abundant energy resources, its position at the nexus of several civilizational spheres, and its rich critical mineral resources have attracted intensifying attention from established and rising powers alike. China's Belt and Road Initiative, Russia's effort to maintain its influence in Central Asia, Western attempts to promote alternative connectivity, and hopefully governance frameworks, Turkey's ambitious vision of a Turkic world, consolidated in the Organization of Turkic States, have converged to create a complex geopolitical landscape that recalls yet fundamentally differs from the imperial rivalry of the 19th century, the so-called Great Game, the competition between Britain and imperial Russia. Regarding critical minerals, and I will try to be, it's again for the general audience, you should know that Kazakhstan has been the world's largest uranium producer since 2009, supplying over 40% of global uranium output in 2025. In April 2025, geologists in Kazakhstan announced the discovery of a mineral field in the Karaganda region with an estimated 1 to 20 million metric tons of rare earth elements, including neodymium, cerium, lanthanum, yttrium. These are very attractive names, I like them. Used in magnets, electric cars, wind turbines, smartphones, you name it, you got it. If proven, this would make Kazakhstan the third largest source of critical minerals in the world. Uzbekistan also holds a significant, largely untapped deposits, including tungsten, copper, lithium, vanadium, scandium, yttrium, niobium, tantalum, uranium, rhenium, molybdenum, and so on. You get an idea of the whole collection here. Okay. Meanwhile, Tajikistan ranks second globally in antimony production, accounting for 15% of the world's supply. So one of the driving forces of the competition to control or collaborate with the heartland is the desire to break China's dominance over critical mineral supply chains. China currently controls over 80% of global tungsten production and processing and holds similar choke points across rare earths. Amid growing concerns about China's export controls and Russia's strategic manipulation of mineral supplies, the US, the EU, the UK, Canada, all want to ensure access to these resources. Access to these resources is one thing, connectivity with that vast region is another. Circumventing the Russian Federation and the Islamic Republic of Iran is a driving force when it comes to Western connectivity projects with that heartland. In that regard, today it is a bit difficult to conceptualize Eurasia without also linking the latter with the Caspian Sea and the South Caucasus, and such projects as the Middle Corridor or the Trump route for international peace and prosperity. This conference brings together scholars and regional experts to examine these intersecting dynamics and to explore pathways towards sustainable development, regional stability, and hopefully equitable engagement in an era of heightened great power rivalry and of a likely transition to a multipolar world, perhaps defined by a greater degree of regionalization. By analyzing contemporary projects, emerging trends, and competing visions, we aim to contribute to a more nuanced understanding of the forces shaping the heartland and the South Caucasus, and of the choices confronting their peoples and governments in navigating an increasingly contested geopolitical environment. In my mind, at least, Armenia is the weakest link in that environment. I hope you will find the discussion of these and many other issues, as well as the diverse, if not divergent, views of some of our speakers, interesting. This conference would not have taken place without two generous donations, that of the Turpanjian family, who have done so much for AUA, and in this case, Miss Lori Muncherian specifically, and that of the late Edward Messerlian and of his spouse, Virginie. I am deeply grateful to them. Finally, I certainly wouldn't have a good heart if I failed to recognize the remarkable contribution of Miss Ani Khandamirian, who was standing downstairs behind the desk in organizing this event and handling quite a few unexpected developments and complications over the past few days. I am very much obliged to her, and I am obliged also to the few students of mine who have agreed to help with this conference. Sur ce, as they say in French, I will kindly ask the speakers of the first session and its moderator, Dr. Nerses Kopalian, to join me and take their seats here so that the festivities can begin. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here. I'd like to invite the speakers of the panel to come and be seated. I will make a few short comments, give structure, hopefully, to the panel discussion, and then we'll get going. Our panel is going to be probably one of the more interesting and possibly one of the more controversial panels because I happen to be on it and have a tendency of basically poking holes in generally reasonable arguments. So we're going to have some fun and engage in sort of, extensive discourse on the reigning issues shaping the South Caucasus and specifically Armenia. But we'd like to sort of fuse humor and some anecdotal discourse in the collective complexity that defines our region. And today's Armenia finds itself in a region that is completely different than what it has seen. Today's South Caucasus is not the South Caucasus of 3 years ago, 5 years ago, or 30 years ago. We have seen a categorical systemic change. And the systemic change in the South Caucasus has also altered the behavior of the actors in the region. And so what was an accepted modality of behavior by certain actors in the past, this kind of behavior is now restrained by virtue of systemic changes. And the primary systemic change we have seen is the South Caucasus has gone from being a Russian-dominated hegemonic structure to one defined more by geopolitical pluralism and competition with various actors, including the United States, European Union, Russians, France, Turkey, Iran, so on and so forth. But the United States has stepped up as the most dominant influential actor, and that has changed the structure of the region. So Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia have started behaving differently by virtue of this systemic change. And this has altered the basic contours of our region. And one of the most prominent or visible changes has been, as Dr. Bruce Bogosian mentioned, the TRIPP project and the enhancement of U.S.-Armenia relations. And so these structural and systemic changes are basically producing consequences for the region that are going to have subcontinental effects, as Dr. Stepan Asturian noted. Armenia is no longer marginalized as a Russian vassal or satellite, but it is being integrated not only in projects of the South Caucasus, but also the broader Eurasian discourse. So various of our panelists are going to be engaging in some of the topics that pertain to this subject matter. And we'll begin with the conversations in the orders that we had in the agenda. So David Hagopian would go first, followed by Valerian Yeramian, Tigran Gregorian, and then Hovhannes Nigorosyan. I'm going to ask the panelists to limit their presentation to 20 minutes, so then we could have some time to engage in discourse, answer some questions, and take it from there. Again, thank you for being here. Appreciate the work done by Dr. Stepan Osteri in organizing this. So let's get started.
Good morning, and thank you very much for organizing this, Professor Asturian. It's really a pleasure to be back at the UA, my alma mater, and eventually it's like to have these intellectual discussions always is a special pleasure to do it at AUA. Before I start, I need to make one disclaimer. I am appearing with the title as advisor to the President of Armenia, and I am, but my agreement with the President is that whenever I come to this type of academic discussions or publicly I come with my opinions, I come as a person, as David Akopian, with my own background, mostly time I spent with United Nations in many places in the world. And that's why, I mean, clearly this is what I'm going to speak about, is not the government of Armenia or the president's perspective, but it's my own recommendation and my own ideas. So the topic I want to elaborate is in a new great game, Armenia's and eventually South Caucasus' best bet is neutrality. And we'll try to explain what do I mean by neutrality. And neutrality is about it is a strategic neutrality. It is diversification, what Armenian government is always speaking about, and also connectivity. The neutrality, it should, many people when I mentioned word neutrality, they feel this is about passivity. And there is a country in Central Asia which I visited a couple of times, and even I was thinking to retire after my UN career, which is Costa Rica, which declared neutrality, and the neutrality, they mean that they dismantle the army, and they declare we are not going to fight or to get into the war with any country in the world, so we don't need army. And this is the most celebrated day in that country, and I was once there during those celebration days. But this is not the case for Armenia and for our region, so we have to be much more proactive and enabling doctrine. There is also another aspect, because Armenia also, we speak, government of Armenia speaks the diversification and the crossroad. And crossroad, and I will speak more about this, Armenia needs to position itself as a connecting node, not as an edge of one side of the conflict vis-a-vis the other conflict side, but as an edge which tries to bridge the ends together. So this node, connecting node, bridge, crossroad and linking platform, and we'll elaborate more about the ideas behind them. And Armenia as a safe haven, it is to me a special idea which I want to promote. It is about, I mean, a type of safe haven which Switzerland used to be during the Second World War, also being neutral but attracting finance into Swiss banking and doing many other things, which I will also try to explain more what in current context vis-a-vis many conflicts which are in between, what can we do? Sorry, I did something wrong here. So, new great game, and or returning of the great game, as Stefan also mentioned. I mean, the great game is the game between the Russian Empire and the British Empire, when both were expanding. British was expanding from the south to the north, and the Russian was expanding to Central Asia, and then after from Central Asia to the south. And for me, it's not just a nice theory, because I spent, out of my 27 years of the UN career, I spent 9 years in Greater Central Asia, which includes 5 stans plus Afghanistan. And frankly, the time in Kabul was a bit intense, but evenings were a bit boring. So I used to read a lot about the great game and what was happening in Kabul in 19th century. And one of the most fascinating stories and then I went to the sites trying to understand. In 1837, this story is quite known, those people who read about the Great Game. The Russian envoy, Jan Witkevich, he came from the north, from Central Asia, and you can understand that in 19th century, traveling from St. Petersburg to Kabul was not an easy journey. So he comes to Kabul, and then the British envoy, Alexander, whatever, I forgot his last name, he came from the south, from India. And it happened that the king or Shah of Afghanistan then, Dost Muhammad, he managed to receive both without introducing them to each other. And he was keeping one envoy in one quarter of his palace and the other one in the other quarter of his palace, and then he was negotiating on both sides and trying to understand who offers what, how they can balance, etc. So about 2 weeks it was the parties didn't know about the other side presence in Kabul, and they were talking to each other. Unfortunately, I don't know whether we can call it the Afghan diversification effort in 19th century, but it was a sort of effort in the same direction. At the end, Brits, they decided Afghans are leaning towards the Russian side, and then the Alexander left. He tried to leave, he came back again, and then British contingent came. Alexander was killed 3 years after in Kabul by mob, and the Russian guy was killed in St. Petersburg at his home, and people don't know what happened. What followed after was the most humiliating defeat of British army in 19th century. 16,000 strong contingent was all annihilated in Afghanistan. So the most probably unfortunate for the British Empire page for the 19th century happened there. Now, but this is the 19th century. Fast forward to 21st century. It is not about expanding empires, taking more territories, but it is about competition for resources, for connectivity, for corridors, energy, digital infrastructure, influence, and also soft power. So all these things, including the rare metals competition, pipelines competition, etc., is happening in front of our eyes, and players also are many. So the content is different, but also players. It's not just two empires. China is for a while trying to get its own Belt and Road project, etc. European Union is very active, and European Union has its own connectivity partnership program, its own gateway program, etc. Also trying to find its own way to get around. But also we have United States, and surprise, as Nessus also mentioned, TRIPP and United States became an important and active player, and probably the decision maker or the kingmaker eventually on what is going to happen in this region. And South Caucasus, if before the game was about Central Asia and Afghanistan, South Caucasus became the important addition to this equation, because through South Caucasus, Central Asia is getting connected to Europe, China is eventually getting connected to Europe, and this seems to be the shortest connection, especially if the northern corridor is not functioning, and the southern corridor via Russia, and the southern corridor via Iran is also not functioning. So, yes, that's one set. So this is the map which I was explaining, 3 South Caucasus republics, strategic geography, and we are in between, and this is not just east and west, but it is east and west and north and south also connection, which go through our lands. And this is a wider region where, again, the South Caucasus has a defining location, and Armenian, again, government, let's say, strategy to me has 2 important pillars, which is the diversification or multi-vector foreign policy. And diversification has its own meaning, which I'll try to explain and connect this to my suggestion for neutrality. And also the crossroad of peace. It is a sovereign connectivity architecture where you try to be good with all parties. It cannot be a crossroad if you take one side and don't talk to the other side. So Armenia's strategic position, and again, central point, if you want to have a diversified and good relations with all possible actors, my suggestion is you need to be you need to declare you are neutral. So neutrality could be a backbone of Armenia approach, but neutrality, it could be based on strong deterrence capacity, and this is the Switzerland experience. They were neutral and all the Europe was in flames, but Switzerland stayed intact. They had to compromise on many things and sometimes unfortunate things, the way things evolve. But they managed to maintain the country, the population, the financial system, and eventually they came out with much better economy than all the rest of the Europe. And then diversification also, and this neutrality will help us to properly balance, because, I think the recent pressures also from Russia is one more indication that we have to be mindful how we deal with this, because it's up to some point we put all the bets into one Russian basket. And then we start, this was solution up to some point, and then it stopped working. And then we start diversifying, but this diversification was not just to switch the sides. It was more to expand the spectrum of our partners and to have equal good economic, political, strategic, whatever relations with all parties around. So that's why our, let's say, engaged relations with European Union, United States, India, etc., created some sentiments in Russia, but it is not about that we are, let's say, breaking with them and we are moving to the other side. We are trying to have equal and balanced relations with all parties possible. Again, this is new. When I speak about neutrality, neutrality needs to be a very with strong deterrence capacity, neutrality with a strong army, military capacity, because the parties, the possible parties which try to attack you, they need to understand. For now, we have good relations. There is some economy and some relations. If, let's say, they try to harm you, the pain for them will be also strong enough. So they have to balance the both sides before trying to do anything. And then, so it also, there are a couple of examples about this neutrality for me. This, like Switzerland, I mentioned a couple of times. There are two other interesting examples, which is Austria and Finland in Europe. Because Austria and Finland, both, Switzerland neutrality has a history coming from the Napoleon times, and it just happened that at the time of Second World War they have it. In case of Finland, had to be staying in the shadow of the Soviet Empire for a while after the Second World War. Very careful, very considered, always were trying to, I remember myself when I was a student, when the way the Finnish president were visiting and kissing Brezhnev and trying to show. But at the same time, they managed to build their own, let's say, strong economy, their own capacity, etc. Austria has a different trajectory, but both Finland and Austria became European Union members, but not a NATO members. Finland got into NATO very recently only because of like a different reality which came after. So the crossroad of peace, and this is, let's say, I mentioned already, this is not just about bloc projects. So you cannot be a crossroad if there are two, let's say, opposing parties, and they have strong problems, or they are in war with each other, and you become either on this edge of this side or on the edge on the other side. In both cases, you are going to face the strongest pressure and probably the most difficult and the most harmful casualties. That's why if you want to be the crossroad, you need to be able to deal with all sides. So this crossroad idea to me is very important, and it is something which in fact can go beyond Armenia also. Because if we speak about eventually could be possibly the South Caucasus become the crossroad. And it is de facto. The middle corridor is eventually connecting, and the crossroad. And for me, and I would be happy to extend this suggestion to our Azeri, let's say, parties also, because if they are part of this neutrality idea, they have two stronger supporters. One is the Turkey and the other one is Israel, which are on collision course. And sooner or later, these two strong middle powers, they call it, they are going to collide. Azerbaijan will be under the pressure to make a choice. And this is not going to be an easy choice. If they declare from now on they are neutral, we are building corridors, we are trying to connect, we are trying to facilitate the trade, transit, etc., it becomes much more easier later to explain either Israel or Turkey that, sorry, your war is not our war. We are in a different business now. About safe haven, I want to explain and elaborate a bit more this concept of safe haven. Switzerland somehow was serving as a safe haven in Europe, but for me, the Dubai model is something very interesting because in Dubai, I know until recently there was about $50 billion Iranian investment in Dubai banks, about $200 billion of investment in real estate property. So huge money, and Dubai was trying to play nice with Iran also. And up to some point and up to some moment, it was somehow accepted by United States and the others also. And based on this, UAE designed a model where they had about 3-4 million people, wealthy consumers living in the country. I think about 500,000 of millionaires who moved from different places, starting from Russian oligarchs to the American or British pensioners, etc. They came to enjoy the life there. It's no more the case now, Dubai. And there are 30, article in Economist, recent one, was saying there are 35 countries which are making proposals to the people who are currently residing in Dubai to relocate. The most aggressive one is Turkey, and trying to offer them tax incentives and many other incentives. For me, Armenia could be another option for some of these people. Because, and we know that something similar happened after the Russian war in Ukraine, 2022 war when started. We received eventually almost 100,000 people, mostly educated IT specialists, professionals, including NVIDIA office. All 300 NVIDIA professionals moved from Moscow to Yerevan, and many others. So partly, from what I know, about 5,000 IT professionals still from Russia live and contribute to development of technology sector development in Armenia. And then if comes to Dubai, it could be another opportunity. If some of them, it's not just the people. It is possibly the capital, it is the businesses, because why they are businesses have headquarters in Dubai? Because it is good to be in the region and to connect with all the countries in the region. Armenia geographic location will help also to probably play the role. Plus security in Armenia now, and also quality of life, cheap, relatively cheap labor, which is getting less and less cheap now compared to Europeans, etc. But many advantages, and Armenia, to me, also should try to position. So this neutrality and safe haven together contribute, I mean, the core, and I have written an article about this, but to me, this is a way to look forward as possible solutions for Armenia. One more, to me, point, because it's always when you face, I mean, tectonic shifts around you, and we have two major tectonic shifts. One is the Russia-Ukraine, eventually Russia-Europe, a big war, and it's very hard to be, not to take sides there, but we need to try. And then there's the US-Iran, US-Israel, Iran, and both are still ongoing, and hard to say when they are going to calm down. So it is, and from all sides, we are going to face a pressure. I don't join this or the other side. And to me, the proper solution will be we are neutral. We are happy to deal with you all, but we're not part of, like Pashinyan recently said to Russia, that in your war with Ukraine, we're not on your side. We are allies to defend each other, but when you attack the third party, it's not our role to support you in this attack. Multi-vector connectivity, a few minutes, right? Simultaneous engagement across connectivity systems rather than exclusive alignment. So this is about us trying to be equal with all parties surrounding us, and Armenia as a linkage interface. And it's not about, again, as I said, not about switching sides from one, but simultaneous engagement engagement with all multiple frameworks and integration institutionally. The only limitation, I think, for us is the CSTO. CSTO, we have to be mindful because we are part of CSTO also, although we're frozen, but at some point we need to decide whether if we move with neutrality, we have to depart from CSTO engagement. But for example, the European Partnership, Global Gateway, Connectivity Projects, etc., and China Belt and Road. They have their own logic, their own finance, their own system, but they don't contradict. They complement, and Middle Corridor is going to be an important part of this project. So, and then this expanding our strategic maneuvering and our room to, let's say, to try to be economically also to prosper under these circumstances. The case, it's again happened with Armenia. Eventually, during the last 5 years, Armenia GDP growth was one of the highest in the world, 8% on the average. And one of the factors that we didn't move to, to the sanction part of the economy supplying, but we tried to explore some sort of gray zone within which we were operating and economically benefiting, and these gray zones are totally legal to me engagement, and I don't see any issue there. But then after, we need to explain and we need to put an extra effort, both with Moscow and Tehran. I think Tehran is more attentive for the moment. They have their own bigger problems, but they understand Armenian position and had the opportunity during the Yerevan dialogue also to talk with the Iranian delegation, and they understand and they are very clear that yes, Armenia, you have to move the way you are moving and you have to be as careful as possible. For Russia, this is still the type of, to me, Soviet mentality, the dominant power which want to control the neighborhood, and at some point it was accepted by the West that this is your periphery, this is your underbelly, and you can do whatever. But then with Ukraine revolting, Moldova revolting, Georgia, etc., I think the turn with Armenia is, and it's again, we are not changing the side, but we are trying to balance the sides and deal with the sides in a balanced way. So when we speak about this frontline to the platform, so as up to some point we're seen as a frontline state that we are there to support. Because Russia was also saying this is our forepost, this is our outpost, they have a military base, etc. But then it is in a new configuration of especially the new game, the South Caucasus position as a connecting node. Armenia is building TRIPP, etc., etc. So this is a transit. The important role of transit, and transit is not just the rail cargo, but it could be pipelines, it could be many other things. But then it is very important when we just don't limit our mind with this platform as a transit zone, but it is more about the building ecosystem of different businesses. It could be financial businesses serving this business, the transiting process. It could be insurance, it could be cargo, logistic, communication, whatever. So a lot of things could be done and could be done together. That's why I think this is like one step. So eventually customs need to work in a more synchronized way. Customs need to use one language, one paperwork which enters at one end, because one of the big problems like the Baku-Tbilisi Kars railway is facing, that there are too many changes and too many processes, and there are no systems which control and organize this in a proper way. That's why I think we can do much more on this. And then when it comes to South Caucasus, again, I understand, and we'll talk more about this, we come from a totally different backgrounds, and we departed too far from each other, and even talking between Armenians and Azeris is a major challenge. I had many colleagues, Azeri colleagues in my UN career. We talked and we were friends, but between nations, this is still a major, let's say, trauma healing relations, and then stigmatizing or demonizing both sides, etc. This is still a painful process. But at the same time, we found something which unites us, this transit business. And even Aliv, I think it was in Davos earlier this year, he said, our oil will come to the end at some point in the next 5-10 years, but as a transit country, we're going to build economy around this. So this is also our effort. And with Georgia also, with all the hesitations and discussions which side Georgia is now, I think this longer-term perspective, economically giving opportunities, will give them something also which can unite. And I think it's also important that Armenia and Georgia are not competitors. It's not either Baku, Tbilisi, Kars, or Yerevan, or Baku, Megri, whatever, Nakhichevan, etc. There are many ways, and the cargo is going to increase, and there are pipelines and whatever is going to be built around those lines. They are going to have much more sort of opportunities if they have options. So maybe, again, back peace, but all this could happen if the peace is there and peace is lasting. So the peace is first and critical ingredient. Peace, defense capacity, as I said, defense deterrence capacity is must. Functioning and well-functioning institutions, infrastructure and credibility. These are all critical elements because people will not invest and will not contribute to this if they don't feel this investment will pay off. The economy of Armenia is developing, it's expanding. That's why I think this is very important to be mindful of this. And then the last, just to conclude this, again, two important pillars of what I was trying to say. So first, it is a strategic choice Armenia made, and this is not, we are not a vulnerable periphery of Russian Empire or Russian Federal Republic, but we are a sovereign linking platform, and we are positioning in this like complex moving tectonic plates around us in this, with this linking logic and trying to serve all parties together. And East and West, North and South, many important different movements around happening. And we are properly positioning ourselves, and I think we still a lot need to be done more institutionally to explain what Armenia potentially could offer. And about this safe haven also, I feel that this is already happening, and I think also there should be more proactive effort for Armenia to try to attract talent, businesses, capital, etc. to Armenia, and try to show that this is the way it happens. And if people like see there is a value, and I have a number of very good Russian friends who moved to Armenia, and they are extremely happy that they made this decision like 3-4 years ago to live in Armenia, and they are serving as a good model to invite the others from Dubai or Doha or elsewhere. So with this said, I think I'm done, and thank you.
Good morning, and I'm very pleased to be here. And thank you, Dr. Asturian, finally for organizing a conference which has a title of Great Game here in Armenia, because for the recent 10 years I'm talking about great game here in the region, but nobody is talking about that, and probably many people still think that we are living in a safe haven. So in reality, the great game here in the region was always here, and we don't have a return, but we have just a rediscover of the great game. Distinguished colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, my speech is going to be about corridor wars, the part of the geopolitics of the region, or maybe we can say the critical element of the great game right now happening in our region. There is a phrase that has quietly migrated over the past few years from the margins of Azerbaijani and Turkish political rhetoric to into a vocabulary of international diplomacy, think tank reports, and speeches of political figures. This phrase is the so-called Zangezur corridor. If you just check the Google Trends, you will see that before 2020, there was no conversation about the so-called Zangezur corridor. But accidentally or surprisingly, taking it into brackets, after 2020, November, the term Zangezur corridor became one of the most famous terms used in the context of Eurasian and more precisely of South Caucasian geopolitics. To many outside observers, the term sounds technical. A transport project, a road, perhaps a railway. To those who study South Caucasus and to those who particularly study Turkish and Azerbaijani strategic geopolitical thinking, the term is entirely something else. And that is precisely what I want to examine today, the gap between what the so-called Zangezur corridor is and what it is presented as. So probably this is a question that everybody here in the hall as well and in Armenia talks a lot. Why everyone wants this tiny road. This is a screenshot from an Indian news report, and probably the question which definitely should be first of all answered here. My argument is the following: the so-called Zangezur corridor, even after the TRIPP agreement signed last August 2025, still is there. And it's not just, disappeared with the TRIPP, but still it is in the essence of the logic behind the so-called TRIPP project. My main argument is that Zangezur corridor is not a transport project with a political dimension, but rather it's a political project with a transportation dimension. On one that sits at the intersection of post-Soviet territorial revisionism, great power competition, neo-pan-Turkic ideology, and a fundamentally new security architecture in a broader Middle East and Eurasia. Understanding it properly requires us to see it simultaneously as an old idea and an urgent new reality, not only how we see it, but also how the others see it and how they consider it. Particularly here, my focus as a Turkologist is on Turkey and Azerbaijan. So I will structure my remarks in four main parts. First, I will examine the political nature of the corridor and why the transport framing is a deliberate obfuscation. Second, I will trace its deep roots. It's not a post-2020 reality, but the latest iteration of century-old strategic project. Third, I will map the regional security implications, though actually all of us are going to do that during these 2 days. And fourth, I will address the role of Western powers who have found in the corridor a convenient instrument for their own competitive purposes, not always fully acknowledging Armenia's security challenges. So let's jump into the first part. So let me begin with a very simple but an important fact. In 2021, September, President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, declared the following: the Zangezur corridor, it's not an economic project, quote, it's a political project. In January 2023, Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev admitted in an interview that the term Zangezur corridor doesn't appear anywhere in the trilateral ceasefire statement of November 9 or 10, 2020, but the document, he said that he himself introduced this term into what he called the geopolitical lexicon. This admission and announcement by Erdogan is very remarkable. The most important legal basis for the so-called corridor, as Azerbaijani and Turkish side are referring, it's the Article 9 of the November 2020 statement. It says that there should be unblocking transport links and ensuring unimpeded movement in both directions. This you can easily find checking the announcement from 2020. It doesn't speak of a corridor, it doesn't speak of an extraterritoriality, and it doesn't speak of control by directly controlled by any part other than Armenia. The word corridor is not there as well. But with all its implications of a separate status zone, of a strip of land effectively excised from the jurisdiction of the host country, that was an invention retroactively inserted into the interpretation of the document that contains no such concept. Though which should say that still in the announcement of November 2020, there is a special status for the road, which said that the third party should be the guarantor of the security of the road. And yet, within the days of that same statement in November 9, on November 9, the Turkish state media apparatus, acting with a coordination and speed that clearly reflected prior preparation, was already broadcasting the corridor as a fait accompli. So here are a couple of examples from that days. These are front pages of Turkish mainstream media outlets, Akşam, Milliyet, Sabah, and the others. These are just a couple of examples, which clearly shows that the Turkish side definitely underlines the understanding of the idea of corridor as the major victory of Karabakh War. And as you can see here, those who know Turkish, they can easily translate the main titles. The Turkish world is being united. The Turkish, we are with one corridor now. We are going to be on the shores of Pacific, etc. All these are referring to the thing that is called the so-called Zangezur corridor. On November 11, 2020, the pro-government daily Milliyet announced that the corridor, quote, will for the first time unite Turkey and Azerbaijan by a land route. The state broadcaster, almost the same day, said that the strategic land route connecting Turkey and Azerbaijan was already is a reality. Erdogan himself, in a phone call with Putin on November 10, the day the ink was barely dry, announced that opening of Azerbaijani Nakhichevan corridor is a reality. So this manufactured consensus around the term that didn't legally exist reveals something important about the project's nature. It is driven not by logistics, but by political will and ideological ambition. Moreover, it raises a question still unanswered largely in Armenia and beyond. Maybe the corridor, the idea of corridor, land collection between Turkey and Azerbaijan and wider Central Asia was one of the major drivers of the war. Because just after the end of the war, this was the major, let's say, being underlined as the major achievement of Turkey. Meanwhile, there is, for those who are not aware of the regional logistics, there is already a perfectly functional road connecting Turkey to Nakhichevan and on to Azerbaijan through Iran via the Araks River Valley. Iran has been actively modernizing this route since 2024, explicitly offering it as an alternative. The Turkish-Azerbaijani response has been to say that they might use the Iranian route in addition to, not instead of the Zangezur project. This again reveals another reality. If the goal was connectivity, as it is being largely addressed to us, to Armenian audience, the problem is already solved because there is a connectivity. So the goal is not connectivity, or at least we can doubt that. The goal is political fact of Azerbaijani-controlled land corridor through Armenia's Sunnic province, specifically through territory that in Turkish-Azerbaijani geopolitical imagination is not fully Armenian at all. And here I'm going to the second part. So what is Zangezur corridor and why specifically they use this term to describe a road which should connect Nakhichevan to so-called mainland Azerbaijan? To understand why they specifically want the road through Syunik, because Armenian official government in the first years after the 2020 announcement several times suggested other roads to connect Nakhichevan to mainland Azerbaijan, but all of them, they were being rejected. Azerbaijan and Turkey specifically wants the road through Syunik, especially by the valley of across the valley of Araks. So to understand why this road, why Syunik, carries such, let's say, singular weight in Turkish and Azerbaijani strategic thinking, we need to step back almost a century. The concept of continuous land connection between Turkey and the Turkic-speaking peoples of Caucasus and Central Asia, what, let's say, in the beginning of the century, pan-Turkic ideologists called Turan, predates the Soviet Union period. It was a central objective of the Ottoman military intervention in Caucasus during the First World War. The Islamic army of the Caucasus, led by Enver Pasha and his brother Nuri Pasha, advanced specifically toward Baku in 1918 with the goal of establishing the continental connection. Back then, the connection was called Turan Yolu, the road of Turan, and this is from archival documents that we managed to find. So, the geographical obstacle was always the same back in the beginning of century and now. The Armenian populated territories of South Caucasus, including the regions of Nakhichevan, Syunik, and Artsakh. And probably this explains why Turkish and Azerbaijani sides were so, let's say, harsh during the negotiations on territorial claims in the end of First World War and in the first years of Soviet rule. When the Soviet borders of Caucasus were drawn in the early 1920s, the status of Zangezur was fiercely contested. Mustafa Kemal, future Ataturk himself, was closely engaged with the question of Nakhichevan's boundaries. And Turkish academic and political discourse today regularly credits Ataturk's strategic foresight for securing Nakhichevan's status in a way that preserved the theoretical possibility of future land connection. A Turkish member of parliament, speaking from the floor of Grand National Assembly in November 2020, just after the announcement of November 9, made this lineage explicit. Thanks God, the Turkish Gate, founded in 1921 and maintaining its current appearance, to which Ataturk had paid great attention, was opened 100 years later. So, as you can see, the idea for the connection between Azerbaijan and Turkey is at least it's not a new one. The Zangezur corridor is therefore not simply a road proposal. In Turkish and Azerbaijani political culture, the name itself carries a specific discursive charge. Zangezur, the historical name of the broader region of Syunik, is presented in the tradition as a historical Turkic region that was artificially placed within Armenia, severing the geographic continuity of Turkic world. This could be easily a quote by President Ilham Aliyev and other representatives of the Azerbaijani Republic until the very last day before this conference. So take a look to these maps. These are just a couple of examples from Turkish mainstream media and academic circles, where you can see the map of the so-called Zangezur corridor, but with a very interesting specifics. The specifics is here. If you look closely, you'll see that the Zangezur corridor is not the name of the road. It's the name of the region, of the whole entire Syunik province. The next one shows the same thing. It's not the name of the road. It's not the name of the entire region. So what I'm trying to say is that the corridor in this framing is not the construction of something connected to connection, but rather it has further political implications. This framing has very concrete territorial implications that go well beyond a road. And this is accompanied by harsh rhetoric from Azerbaijan and Turkey on the so-called Gharbi Azerbaijan, Western Azerbaijan, which presents modern-day Armenia and particularly its Syunik region as a historical Turkish land where, in the end, Azerbaijan should be back. Here is a quote which I think encompasses all this understanding by President Ilham Aliyev. Here he says that West Zangezur, which is the current-day Syunik province of Armenia, is currently under Armenian control. But as a result of the construction of Zangezur corridor, of course, we will use this corridor to return our citizens to their ancestral lands. So this is clearly an irredentistic thing which couldn't be neglected, which we can't just, ignore and say, okay, no, this is not part of the conversation, so the corridor is and the connection is all about economy. So this should be taken into account. So the corridor is, of course, has formally been adopted as a goal of organization of Turkic states, which Professor Asturian already mentioned. The organization of the Turkish states in its official document adopted 3 years ago, which is called Turkic World Vision 2014 in Istanbul. It states that the Zangezur corridor should be jointly promoted on different platforms. So OTC Summit communique instructed member states to support, quote, to support the efforts of Republic of Azerbaijan to put the Zangezur corridor into operation in the shortest possible time. So in other words, the corridor has thus been institutionalized as not just an economic goal, but rather a political, geopolitical goal, which can be easily traced back to pan-Turkic ideology. And from Turkey's perspective, it is the concrete geopolitical pivot of its broader aspiration to become an organizing center of Eurasian Turkic zone of influence. Here is another state-produced map, produced by the state radio and television company, TRT, where you can see how they present the so-called Zangezur corridor. It says how Zangezur corridor could connect the entire Turkic world. So again, this is not just about economic connectivity. And now let's jump to the final part. Let's turn to the strategic implications, because the corridor doesn't merely has, let's say, problematic sides for Armenia. It threatens the existing regional security architecture in ways that have set multiple major powers on alert. And here, probably I should mention, first of all, Iran. Iran has been the most vocal and open opponent of the corridor project. Tehran's resistance is rooted in cold national security calculation. The Sunni corridor, if implemented with the extraterritorial status and with a status which creates a precedent for this type of future configuration, demanded by Baku and Ankara, would effectively place Turkish-Azerbaijani controlled strip of land along Iran's northwestern border, cutting Iran off from its only land border with Armenia. And the relationship with Iran has maintained and valued for centuries as a buffer, a trade route, and a counterweight to Turkic pressure. Iran's late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has addressed the corridor multiple times personally, a signal of its priority. And just during the war, with the harsh attacks by Israel and the US on Iran, still we have seen that Iranian government talks and underlies the importance of the not allowing a corridor to happen. Iran's concern is not abstract. It is rooted in their strategic understanding of the creation of Turkic zone of influence here in the region. And that is why they use a term in Persian for the last 5 years to describe the corridor as a Dalane Turane NATO, which can be translated as the NATO's Turanic corridor or NATO's Turan corridor. And this is not an, let's say, coincidence. Russia's position is more complex. Moscow was, paradoxically, one of the original framers of the November 2020 statement, and especially Article 9, which became the corridor's nominal legal basis, specified that control over transport communication would be carried out by Russia's Federal Security Service Border Guard. This was an attempt by Moscow to insert itself as an indispensable intermediary in any future corridor arrangement, maintaining leverage over both Armenia and Azerbaijan. But still, it should be remembered that the drivers behind the idea of connectivity, given the Turkish political thinking, were not Russians or Iranians, but Turkey and Azerbaijan. And now we have seen that Russia's position has evolved, particularly since 2022. The Ukraine war has consumed Russian attention, weakened Russian military credibility in the post-Soviet space, and disrupted the economic logic that had made Russia a plausible transit hub. more importantly, the corridor as Turkey and Azerbaijan envision it, with its also neo-pan-Turkic infrastructure, energy pipelines, high voltage transmission lines, and railways, represents the consolidation of Turkish zone of influence in the region Russia has historically regarded as its own, or in other words, as a region which creates major security challenges for Russia. A fully operational corridor reaching from Ankara to Baku and then to Central Asia, with Turkey as its organizing center, is structurally incompatible with Russian influence in the heartland. The corridor thus sits at the heart of reconfiguring regional balance. A Turkey that is NATO's second largest military, increasingly assertive in Central Asia through the OTS, and now driving a physical infrastructure of connectivity through the South Caucasus that would give it unprecedented reach, precisely at a moment when Russia's ability to contest that reach has been weakened. So this is the reality. And this brings us to the last two major players. It would be a mistake to view Zangezur corridor purely as a bilateral Turkish-Azerbaijani project in the regional context. Since 2022 in particular, the corridor has attracted the quiet support of some Western governments and institutions who see it a useful instrument for two of their primary strategic objectives: weakening Russia and containing Iran, and providing alternative routes bypassing Russia and Iran. The recent conversations here also had been strengthened with the war in Iran, or against Iran, where we have seen that how South Caucasus became one of the major transit routes. So here we come to the idea of the so-called Orta Corridor, which is a Turkish, by the way, term, and then it became an international term known as Middle Corridor. The Trans-Caspian route connecting Central Asia to Europe via Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey has become a significant Western priority since Russia's invasion to Ukraine. The Zangezur corridor in this context is presented by Baku and Ankara as a potential second wing of the Middle Corridor. Here is the map of Middle Corridor, and what Turkey and Azerbaijan try to promote is that Zangezur corridor could become not just the second wing, but actually the better alternative for now, the connection that they have now through Georgia. European and American analysts who support the corridor's development tend to frame it in exactly these terms: as a route that reduces dependence on Russia, diversifies connectivity, and integrate the Caspian region more closely with European markets. And what is important, the Zangezur way is way shorter and more comfortable. In Iranian strategic analysis, and it is worth taking this seriously even for those who don't share Tehran's worldview, the corridor is explicitly labeled as NATO's Turanian Corridor, a Western-sponsored project designed to establish a pro-NATO Turkic axis from Turkey to Central Asia, encircling Iran from the north and squeezing Russia from the south. So the danger in Western embrace, in other realities, probably we would be happy with this idea that we are in the center of geopolitical, let's say, conversations. There is a huge American interest here in Armenia. But the danger in Western embrace of these projects is its apparent unawareness or indifference to what is actually West is supporting. The corridor is not merely a trade route, as I said. It is the geographic expression of a territorial program that includes Azerbaijani military occupation of internationally recognized Armenian territory, which here you can find it easily. Here are the dots in red are those territories of Republic of Armenia, which are internationally recognized, but currently are under Azerbaijani occupation. And there are no signs that Azerbaijan is going to leave these territories. And if you look specifically, zoom in on Syunik, you'll see that maybe this has something to do with the Zangezur corridor and the idea that Zangezur is Turkish land in their understanding. Western governments, in pursuing the narrow strategic advantage of weakening Russia and pressuring Iran, risk becoming, in a way, triggers to territorial revision in the South Caucasus that violates the norms of sovereignty and borders they nominally defend. And that could, if it proceeds, trigger a far more dangerous regional confrontation involving Iran, destabilizing the broader heartland, and ultimately serve Turkish strategic ambitions that are not always aligned with Western interests. So with all this, now my concluding remarks. So here are my 3 observations which I would like to make a point of departure for possible discussion. First, in case of the corridor, it is important to look not only what we want, but what Turkish and Azerbaijani side want. And here even the naming matters. Deliberate choice of the term Zangezur corridor, a name with specific historical resonance in Turkic ideology, a name that signals not a road but a province, a name that was not in any treaty but was manufactured into the discourse, is itself a strategic alert. I'm not even talking about the other elements. So that even the name is important. And it's not just a coincidence when we are talking about the countries like Turkey and Azerbaijan. They are not failed states. Oh, sure. So second, this is what we see here. This is the typical great game, but in just updated form. The South Caucasus has always been a zone where imperial ambitions collide. Now we have the same game, just with other players or with rebranded players. If in the beginning of 20th century it was Ottoman Empire trying to create its zone of influence here in the region and then go beyond to Central Asia, not ideologically driven but pragmatically driven, now instead of that we have Turkish Republic, which clearly has ambitions of creating a zone of influence here in the region and in Central Asia. Iran, which back then was Qajar dynasty, now sees in Mehri what they saw in Mehri in the beginning of 19th century. And here I'm going to quote one of the Iranian documents. Mehri, the key to Tabriz. So in their understanding, Sunnik is not just Sunnik. It's also about internal security. So what we have seen, it's a structural continuity of the old new great game. And the last thing, this is not a new endeavor. Armenia's governments, during different periods, have faced the same challenge. The ambitions towards Sunnik, the ambitions of connecting Azerbaijan and Turkey through the territory of Armenia. And thankfully, they were successful in stopping that endeavor to be realized. But the major thing which I would like to leave you with is that it doesn't mean that for the moment, if we don't see any clear attempt to create a control over Sunnik, it doesn't mean that it will not be in the future, as it happened in the past. And here, I am going to quote the person whom we adapt the term great game, which became one of the major terms used in geopolitics. The person who not coined, but popularized the term was Rudyard Kipling. In his famous novel called Kim, there is a conversation between 2 heroes. And a young person, a student in a way, asks a senior person. He says, I can't understand why people just can't live in a peace. When the great game will be finished? And here's what the oldest Oriental man answers to the main hero. He says, when everyone is dead, the great game is finished, not before. So in other words, what we see in South Caucasus, it's not a new thing, and it's not going to finish with even economic prosperity that brings any project right now being discussed in the region and by the regional powers. What I'm trying to argue is that we should always bear in mind not only what we want, but also what Azerbaijani and Turkish sides, which are the main drivers behind this corridor issue and the main drivers behind TRIPP, they think and they envision. And this at least guarantees us that we are not being surprised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Asturian, for the invitation, and I apologize for not having a presentation. So discussions in Armenia about the TRIPP project are very polarized. You know, one side of the story is that, you know, it's an overly positive, optimistic project for Armenia that doesn't have any challenges, and that, you know, turns Armenia into something bigger than it is. And the other side of the story is that there is this tendency to present the project as something apocalyptic, as something very pessimistic, and basically endangering Armenia's sovereignty, independence, and geopolitical position. I think that there is basis for both of these claims. I mean, if you want to find arguments to support your claim, you will support your claim. But in my opinion, the reality is somewhere in between. What the TRIPP project is an attempt to basically reconcile the Azerbaijani maximalist position on this communication, connectivity, and some of the Armenian red lines. So some of the things we've heard here are part of the story. Azerbaijan's demands against Armenia, the idea of having some sort of extraterritorial connection with its exclave Nakhchivan, and these statements, of course, they have been done by the Azerbaijani leadership and by the Turkish side in recent years. On the other hand, what we have as a document, the Washington Declaration, then the document published several months ago, the implementation framework document, and the most recent one, the framework document on strategic cooperation concerning TRIPP, basically clears a lot of air when it comes to the stipulations. What we have there is actual jurisdiction of the Republic of Armenia over that connectivity project or communication, respect for the country's sovereignty, and a very detailed explanation who does what on this communication. If you read the most latest document, which is probably the most detailed one published up to date, it shows that the Armenian government and the Armenian state institutions have access to all the areas of the TRIPP project area. It also shows that the Armenian government institutions have the ultimate decision-making power when it comes to any process along these communications. Whether it be the border control, the customs control, which is in place, and Azerbaijan has been claiming that there shouldn't be any kind of border control or limited border control, and customs control when we talk about Azerbaijani cargo passengers going from mainland Azerbaijan to the exclave of Nakhchivan. The reality, at least what we see in the documents, is that there will be customs control, there will be border control. The other concern voiced by many commentators has been that, you know, Armenia won't be able to provide security over that communication, and this is stipulated very much in detail, not just in the latest document, but also in the implementation framework document that shows that in a case of emergencies, in any case, Armenian state institutions and security institutions will have access to these areas. What hasn't been met, what expectation hasn't been met, but has been voiced by the Armenian government is, of course, the principle of reciprocity. When we say reciprocity, by that we mean that whatever regulation is in place for Azerbaijani passengers and cargo passing through this communication should be in place for Armenian cargo and passengers passing through the Armenian territory. So for the Azerbaijani cargo and passengers, there is a simplified regime. There's front and back office mechanism, which is basically what I've said in the beginning of my input, that, you know, this is a compromise between the Azerbaijani demands and the Armenian red lines. So the main Azerbaijani demand, or one of the main Azerbaijani demands throughout the years, has been that Azerbaijani passengers going through the Armenian border shouldn't be facing Armenian border guards. For Armenia, the issue of control, decision-making has been the red line, and this front office, back office mechanism basically gives a solution to that. But the problem is you don't have such a solution for Armenian passengers and cargo passing through Azerbaijani territory, which ideally will happen. Instead, we have a term which is a diplomatic term called reciprocal benefits. By that, as I understand, all the parties mean that if Azerbaijan is capable of using the Armenian territory for these transit purposes, then Armenia should also be able to use the Azerbaijani territory, not just Nakhchivan, but also mainland Azerbaijan for transit, and also the Armenia-Turkey border should be open. So a full normalization that will end up in opening up the region, opening all the communications that existed in the Soviet period, and also the Armenia-Turkey border, which is crucial in this situation. So that's the ideal scenario for the Armenian side. If that happens, I think Armenia can live with these projects. However, there are a lot of risks connecting with this, and I will talk about them more. But firstly, I will try to address some of the concerns that have been voiced in Armenia recently regarding the process of the TRIPP implementation itself. So the first document was a very vague document, basically about principles, raised a lot of question marks, and the fact that most of these processes happening within the TRIPP implementation project are not public processes. There is an impression, not just in Armenia, but also in the international community, that, you know, this is just another PR project for the Trump administration, just another war he has stopped, and nothing is happening. In reality, that's not the case. If some of you have a chance to talk to US diplomats or other officials, European diplomats or officials involved in the process, you will see that there are actually a lot of processes going on. The TRIPP implementation has multiple layers, and some of these layers have become public recently. But overall, there is a huge work being done both in the US and in Armenia to basically adjust the legislation to some of these changes. Presently, two separate entities are being created. The TRIPP Enterprise Fund that is supposed to be not just financing the TRIPP implementation itself, but also it's called TRIPP Plus. It also is supposed to support all the other infrastructure projects connected to this communication. From the latest document, we've learned about the TRIPP Development Company that is supposed to be consisting of TRIPP Development Company US and the Armenian government. That's the company where the Armenian government is supposed to have 26% of the share. In the meantime, there are bilateral processes going on. But coming to the challenges part, I think this is the easiest part of the story, because in the Armenia-US relations, of course, there might be any kind of disagreements over the details, but as the process has shown, these differences are being addressed. I think the more difficult part in this conversation will start whenever and when Azerbaijan and Turkey should jump in and become part of the conversation, because of course now there is an understanding about the modalities between Armenia and the US, but I'm not sure Azerbaijan will for sure will agree to all of these details. Mainly the part where Armenia keeps the control over the decision-making process, over the border control and customs control process. The other big question also being what happens next after TRIPP. Because if it's just about these 42 kilometers and then the other borders remain closed and other communications remain closed, then it doesn't really make much sense for Armenia. That's why both the Europeans and the Americans are trying to put some preconditions while working with the Azerbaijani side. Well, you know that the European Union has signed a memorandum of understanding or an agreement with Azerbaijan to help them restore the missing part of the railway in Nakhchivan, and there was a clear and public precondition that if we do that, you should also guarantee that this railway will continue into the Armenian territories through Yerazh, and then potentially through Kars and Gyumri, that could also contribute to the opening of communications between Armenia and Turkey. However, despite the fact that the communications, the connectivity agenda is not directly connected to the peace treaty agenda and to the normalization, full normalization of relations between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Turkey, but there are certain preconditions that might basically obstruct this scenario from happening. And I'm talking about the elephant in the room, the constitution issue. As you know, the Azerbaijani government preconditions the signing, the final signing of the peace treaty by Armenia changing its constitution. I think the Armenian government is on board with this agenda, despite the fact there is an argument that this is a domestic process. You know, we have been trying to change the constitution for many years, but I think there is a tacit consensus that they will move forward with this agenda after the elections. However, it's a very controversial topic in Armenia. A lot of people oppose these changes for legitimate reasons. Now, the main argument the government presents that there are problems with legitimacy of this constitution. Now, imagine having a constitution that in the public perception is being imposed by your rival country, by Azerbaijan. That's why it will be a challenge to change this constitution. There are also very rigid constitutional requirements for that change to happen. At least 600,000 people should vote for this constitution for it to be adopted. And when Prime Minister Pashinyan says, either we have a constitutional majority or there will be a war in September, it's of course a manipulation and fear-mongering, but he's saying that because he needs that constitutional majority to amend these requirements or rules about the constitutional referendum to be able to basically deliver on this agenda. But let's imagine that's not happening. Let's imagine that's a very realistic scenario that, you know, the Armenian government tries to change the constitution, it fails, and then what happens with all these processes? The peace treaty is not signed if there is not huge pressure on Azerbaijan. Then Turkey keeps, you know, having its precondition of fully normalizing relations with Armenia whenever there is a peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And it means that we will still have this reality of neither war nor peace situation when TRIPP most likely will be functioning at some point. I think the processes are moving forward quite quickly. There is a feasibility study going on that will finish in the coming months probably. So I think the technical part of the story is quite clear and the pathway towards implementation is quite clear. But if we have that scenario, we might have a situation when basically you have only that communication and the rest of the region remains closed. In this, I will talk more about the positions of the regional actors, but this is a scenario that is the most pessimistic scenario for Armenia. Now, regarding the nature of this connectivity project, I agree that it is first and foremost a political project. Of course, there are economic calculations behind that, but even when you talk to high-ranking US diplomats, they also have their doubts about the economic side of the story. Because yes, it is supposed to become part of the middle corridor, but even under the current situation, it's not that Baku-Tbilisi Kars railway is being operated in full capacity. It's not even, I think, I need to change the percentage, it's very low. So it's a very ambitious, you know, agenda to turn it into a part of the middle corridor, then for the middle corridor itself to become fully, you know, sustainable. It will at least it will take time. That's the position or so that we are hearing from some of our partners. So yes, of course, it's a political project, and it is political because the communication issue, as it was rightly presented before, is one of the strategic agendas that Azerbaijan has been moving forward since the end of the Second Karabakh War, but actually even before that. After the ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh, I think this topic has become the main potential source for an escalation in the region. And Azerbaijan, these whole statements that we've been listening, Azerbaijan has been making this statement. Azerbaijan has been, or was until TRIPP agreement, basically threatening Armenia to take this communication under control through use of force. Russia was playing a huge role in this. For Russia, once again, after the ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh, the control over this communication became even more important. I think for the Russians it was very important from the 2020 war, but after 2023, it was one of the remaining tools of influence over Armenia and Azerbaijan. And smoothly already turning to the positions of the countries, of the main actors in the region, of course for Russia it's a strategic loss. Not being able to basically have an agreement on communications while working for many years with the sides, while having the biggest presence in the South Caucasus, both economic and military, and then the Trump administration coming and basically wrapping up something you tried to do in 5 years in a very quick period of time. It's a strategic loss. But in the meantime, I wouldn't say that Russia is absolutely opposed to this communication, because for Russia, especially after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, it's extremely important to have some sort of a stable land link with Turkey. That's some of the goals they have been promoting. In the meantime, if you look at the environment and at the processes happening after the Washington summit in August 2025, you will see that the Russians were the first ones to basically trying to instrumentalize this new situation. When we talk about Azerbaijan opening its transit for goods coming to Armenia, which is another story, I don't think they are genuine in their approach. It's more about Azerbaijan-US relations than Armenia. But in the meantime, Russia is the country, is the actor that has been using this opportunity to send, cargo to Armenia, mainly Russia. There were some goods coming from Kazakhstan as well. The other factor for the Russians is, of course, the factor of the Trump administration. I think if this happened under the previous administration, the reaction would have been way more aggressive. Now for the Russians, they try to find some sort of mode of coexistence with this administration. They have some hopes connected with Ukraine. That's why we haven't actually seen a very harsh reaction to these projects. But of course, in the case of Russia, the future of Armenia's railway system is key. Now, if you follow the news, you see that that's the hottest topic now. The Russians basically, are basically signaling that it's a red line for them, that they are not going to abandon the management, the concession rights until the end of the agreement. And Armenia, in that sense, is also in a very dangerous and a very difficult position, because Azerbaijan at some point convinced the European partners that basically if you intend to invest in this infrastructure, firstly in Nakhchivan, but also maybe on the Armenian soil, you're investing into a company that is under European sanctions since the start of the war in Ukraine. So RZD, the company that operates, whose subsidiary operates the Armenian railway system, is under EU sanctions since March 2022. So under these conditions, it's very hard to basically attract any kind of investment. But in the meantime, you have the Russians who are saying, we have an agreement, we're not going to abandon it. You can bring whatever legal or factual explanations that this is not effective. We're not abandoning it. Moreover, if you move forward and try to take that under control, skipping the agreement or canceling the agreement, there will be consequences. And we're already seeing these consequences if you follow the news. Restrictions on agricultural products, threats to basically stop gas exports to Armenia or to increase the gas price. So the well-known Russian toolkit when it comes to its relationship with the post-Soviet countries. So it's a very complicated situation, and a lot of things will depend on this issue after the elections. In my estimation, the ruling party will win the elections, and after re-election, it will have to deal with this issue. And there are no good options or good scenarios in this situation. Now coming to other actors. With Iran, I think it's more complicated than Iran just like absolutely opposing this project. When the Washington summit happened, we basically had a split reaction from Tehran. The clerical part of the elite and the security apparatus, of course, reacted in a very aggressive manner. There were even some threats that the Americans will be buried there, the American soldiers will be buried there if there are soldiers, although we don't have any clues about deploying American soldiers in the TRIPP area. But in the meantime, the diplomatic branch of the government has been very diplomatic. And I think the Armenian government did quite a good job at communicating this project to the Iranians, showing that this is not against your interest. And up until recently, I remember that 2 days before the start of the conflict with Iran, the Iranian ambassador said that it doesn't consider the TRIPP project as a corridor or some sort of extraterritorial connection. I think even other representatives of foreign ministry did so. And even after the start of the war, in closed-door formats, the Iranian ambassador has voiced similar positions. But however, this is still a big question mark because the situation changed there. We don't have who is in charge. We don't know how radicalized these new decision makers might be by this whole situation. So a lot of things might depend also on the ability by the United States and Iran to find a solution to this situation. We know that the negotiations are ongoing. If there is some sort of big solution between the US and Iran, I think we might have more optimistic expectations from the Iranian position on this issue. With Turkey, it's on one side it's clear, of course they want this communication. I agree that there is a geopolitical dimension as well. I don't think that's the predominant dimension at this point, but of course, there is a geopolitical dimension, and the same is true for the West, of course. It hasn't been a secret that one of the goals of this communication is to decrease the Russian influence in the region. It was stated publicly by Jim O'Brien, for example, a Biden administration official, and it is being also communicated by the Trump administration as well. However, when it comes to Turkey, I think Ankara is a hostage of Azerbaijani preferences in this region. We can go into detail why is that the case. I'm not an expert on Turkey, but that's the situation basically. There has been a lot of expectations in Yerevan that something at least partly substantial will happen in the past several months. We had Armenian diplomats saying it, again, in closed-door formats that, we're expecting at least the partial opening of the border. The arrangement reached in July 2022, but even that's not happening. It was very interesting when, during the Yerevan dialogue, Mr. Kilic, who is the chief negotiator, agreed with his Armenian counterpart that they will start renovation works of the Ani Bridge, which is on the border between the two countries. And there was so much euphoria in the international press that this is some sort of a significant step. For me, it was just a sign that there is nothing substantial going on. And the position of Turkey on this issue is still dominated by Azerbaijani influence. And the scenario I described in the beginning of my presentation, the scenario when Azerbaijan and Armenia do not sign the peace treaty and then there is no normalization, is of course a very realistic scenario. The other, of course, concerning development for this connectivity project is the fact, I think we saw that in some of the maps, that Turkey has started the construction of the Kars-Dilicu railway. They have secured funding for this project from international monetary institutions. I think it's worth $3 billion. And there is a huge concern in Armenia that if that railway is operated, then there is no incentive on the Azerbaijani and Turkish side to basically re-enter the Armenian territory, to open Kars-Gümrük, and to basically open the region for all these communications. So summing up, I think TRIPP, if we're to judge what TRIPP is and what it's not, I think it was the most Armenia could have gotten from this situation. the power imbalance between Armenia and Azerbaijan, I'm not even talking about Turkey, is still in place. Despite all the statements about, restoring the military capabilities, Armenia is still not capable of defending itself. And having that pressure from Azerbaijan, continued pressure that was presented by the previous speaker, of course, this is not an ideal arrangement. Under ideal conditions, I don't think Armenia would have, let's say, installed the simplified regime, the the front door, back door office mechanism. But then if we're comparing these two alternatives, the alternatives are even worse. That's why I think this is the prism and the lenses we should be viewing the TRIPP project. And I think TRIPP is also, up until now, the most tangible outcome of this arrangement and the Washington summit is the decreased risk of escalation, at least in the short run. And this is also reflected in the public opinion. So you probably read the IRI polls conducted in Armenia. Before the Washington summit, in all the polls, more than 40% of the population considered security as their main concern. Right after TRIPP, not right after TRIPP, in February 2026, when the first poll after the Washington summit was conducted, this number dropped to 20%. So it dropped by half. And the latest poll shows that it's just 70%. And it kind of reflects the actual situation on the ground, because at least since this arrangement, we haven't been discussing any potential escalations. There haven't been public accusations towards each other. Azerbaijan hasn't been, threatening Armenia that it will, that violates the ceasefire regime. And at this point, I think that's the biggest takeaway from this project. It has given Armenia a very important breathing space that should be used to basically restore its capacity, military capabilities, try to further diversify foreign policy. In economic terms, it's a bit more difficult, as we can see, and work with partners to make this project as positive as possible for Armenia. And I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Asturian, for organizing this intellectual festivity this year. Let me plug in. So the good news is that I'm not competing with post-lunch sleepiness, but the bad news is that I have to compete with the lunch itself. As I was sitting there and enjoying the presentations of fellow panelists, I was kind of thinking that I was blaming myself, in fact, for choosing the career of a political scientist instead of a violinist, because going against popular narratives, including those harbored by governments, is probably less entertaining, less safe and secure than the job of a violinist. But then I realized that maybe I kind of reconfirmed it for myself, that maybe it's the job of, or the public job description or the public mission of members of academic community. But to keep everyone safe, let me make this disclaimer that even though I've been teaching in this university for the past, I think, 11, maybe more years, it still doesn't give me any right to represent anyone in this university except for myself or any of my employers in the present or in the past. So please blame it on me and the irresponsible ideas and arguments I'll be making throughout this presentation. Let me start by suggesting why this case that I'm going to discuss matters beyond Armenia, also keeping in mind that
at the end of the day, this is an international conference, not a conference focused on Armenia. The main question is, what happens when a small state loses not merely a territory, but a territory that has organized its national purpose, sovereignty claims, and political legitimacy for decades? Territorial loss is usually and normally studied as a military, diplomatic, or a legal problem. This paper treats this issue as a role anchor crisis, a well-known concept in the domain of foreign policy analysis. The collapse of a symbolic and political referent around which elites have defined what the state is, whom it protects, and what role it should play internationally. Nagorno-Karabakh, or Artsakh, was not simply a disputed territory. For post-Soviet Armenia, it functioned as a foundational role anchor. Its loss between 2020 and 2023 forced Armenian elites to redefine the meaning of sovereignty itself. My research interest over the past 5 or so years, except for understanding the endurance of populist leaders and populist regimes, has been also how to understand how elites are contesting national roles, how these national roles are being contested, both vertically and horizontally. Those few students of mine I see in the audience understand this pain a lot after this semester especially. So the question is, how have the Armenian political elites discursively reconstructed sovereignty across 2021-2025, and how does this reconstruction reflect the interaction between role anchor loss and the leadership's evolving domestic political position? To make this digestible, I have invented sort of 3 sub-questions that I will be also trying to address in the next 20 minutes. The first one is, which new national role conceptions have emerged after the loss of territorial role anchor in 2023 in particular? The second question is, how did this reposition Armenia towards Russia, the EU, United States, Iran, Turkey, and other players that you may continue down the list? And last but not least, how does Armenia compare with Georgia, for example, after 2008, where the leadership preserved Abkhazia and South Ossetia as active sovereignty reference? This might be boring, but as an irresponsible but somewhat also responsible member of academic community, I have to anchor this research in existing literature and identify some gaps that are there that I'm trying to, in a very humble and modest way, to fill in. There are 3 layers of relevant literature that I'm trying to engage. The first one, as you see, is all this rich body of literature about national role conceptions and role contestation as such. Holsti, for example, gives us the concept of national role conception, this vague term to many, except my students, that I've been referring for the past 2 minutes. That is, policymakers' understandings of the appropriate functions and commitments of their state. Once again, policymakers' understandings of the appropriate functions and commitments to be harbored by their state. Other authors, Kantir and Karbo, for example, improve this by showing that roles are not necessarily consensual, that they do not have to be consensual, well, unless you're talking about North Korea or Turkmenistan. They can be contested horizontally among elites and vertically between elites and the society, the later one being embraced by part of science, which works very closely with public opinion polls, but due to lack of such credible data pertaining to Armenia and my case in particular, I will only mention this in passing towards the end of my presentation. This literature, as rich as it is, usually assumes that role anchors remain available. They are there, notwithstanding any kind of crisis that happens between and within states, countries. It studies role contestation, but not what happens when the symbolic or territorial object anchoring the role disappears. The second layer of this literature is about sovereignty. Sovereignty as such, not as a legal domain, not by its legal definition, but by reference to political vocabulary. It often does not, however, this literature, ask how sovereignty discourse is shaped by domestic political survival after territorial symbolic defeat. And last but not least, the domestic political domain and domestic political dimension. This body of literature helps us explain why incumbents reinterpret failure and delegitimize opponents. It rarely, however, connects regime survival to the reconstruction of sovereignty and national role conceptions as such. So the gap I have identified, and I'm happy to discuss it at the Q&A, is the following. We do not yet have a theory of how governing elites reconstruct sovereignty after role anchor loss, especially when they must also survive domestic political competition. So there are two in particular theoretical concepts, theoretical contributions to the ongoing debate in academia that I am volunteering to make. The first one is about this concept of role anchor in particular. A role anchor as a territorial, symbolic, historical, and institutional referent around which elites organize national role conceptions and sovereignty claims. It gives concrete content to what the state is, whom it protects, where it belongs, and what external role it should perform. In Armenia, Nagorno-Karabakh or Artsakh has anchored multiple roles. Armenia as the protector of Artsakh and its people, Armenia as the custodian of historical justice, Armenia as small state balancer, Armenia as Russian security client, and Armenia as survivor state facing existential threats. All these roles have been ascribed, prescribed, and included, codified, in other words, in many relevant government documents, anywhere between national security strategies, including, by the way, the first one adopted in 2007, and the second one adopted in July 2020. The second one is about sovereignty as a political resource, something that captured my interest a lot, as I said, over the past few years. Sovereignty is treated here not as a fixed attribute that we can reference the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648, for example, but as a discursive resource. Political elites deploy sovereignty claims quite often, if not always, to legitimize foreign policy realignment, manage external dependencies, discipline counter-elite narratives, and last but not least, convert national rupture into a renewed claim to govern. So let me present the causation, the causal mechanism that you see on the slide. I hope it's large enough, that I am trying to portray over here. Whenever this role anchor loss embodied in a territory happens, there are obviously, no question about it, no rocket science, you start observing a legitimacy crisis, where elites, if they survive such legitimacy crisis, for whether in authoritarian regimes with no elections or in hybrid regimes with some sort of elections, there is an effort about sovereignty reconstruction. There is continuous effort, especially throughout this life cycle in populist regimes where the governments, the ruling elites are trying to delegitimize the counter elites. There are disciplined concessions of sovereignty under foreign pressure, And you see incumbents survive at least for a longer period of time than the role anchor loss has taken place. Therefore, the crucial theoretical claim that I'm still struggling to make is the following. When incumbents preside over a role anchor loss, they can survive politically by redefining the loss anchor as the source of past danger. This shifts attention from responsibility for defeat to responsibility for survival. Armenia matters for three reasons in this discussion, not because we're in Armenia, but because, for example, the loss that that I'm trying to build a theory on or contribute to the theory evolution over happened in a very compressed over time and dramatic manner between 2020 military defeat to 2022 attacks on Armenia proper, blockade of Nagorno-Karabakh since December same year, and the forced depopulation of Nagorno-Karabakh in September 2023. Second is that Nagorno-Karabakh obviously was a foundational role anchor for over 3 decades of Armenia's Third Republic. Its loss was therefore not peripheral, unlike, for example, the temporary loss of border areas that my colleague Dr. Geramian was showing on his presentation. This loss was not just not peripheral, it removed the central referent of Armenian sovereignty and state identity in a relatively short period of time. And the third one is that Armenia allows us to observe the interaction between territorial symbolic loss and domestic political survival. The head of the incumbent government survived the 2020 defeat electorally in 2021, then advanced a more radical sovereignty reconstruction after the final loss of Nagorno-Karabakh in beginning fall 2023. This makes Armenia useful not simply as a South Caucasus case, but as a case of post-loss sovereignty reconstruction by an electorally surviving populist incumbent. I am thinking that many of these factual references that I'll be making are known to most, if not everyone in the audience, so I will very quickly jump from one to another. If there are questions, I'm more than happy to address it during the Q&A. I have divided this period of 2020-2025 to 2 periods. The first one, understandably, is before the war in 2020, and the second one starts immediately after, but more precisely after the elections 2021 and later towards the end of 2021, given this difference in rhetorics of the electoral platform of the incumbent government in 2021 and the actions that it had decided to do afterwards. So let me summarize this chronology very briefly. How much time am I left? 5 minutes, maybe 7? Yeah, good, thank you. So let me summarize this chronology very briefly. Before 2020, as I'm sure everyone remembers, the incumbent prime minister did not disconnect Armenian foreign policy from Artsakh. He reinscribed it through a populist democratic vocabulary. I think the most famous example is this declaration in the square in Stepanakert made in August 2019. But even before that, he would quite often declare that Armenia, quote unquote, is the #1 guarantor of Artsakh's security, including on paper in a document adopted in a very strange format, namely the National Security Strategy of July 2020. The point is that before the war, Artsakh role anchor remained central, but it was made unstable. It was simultaneously framed as self-determination, democratic representation, pan-Armenian unity, territorial belonging, all the way till the war and the shifts that have happened. After the war and after the electoral victory in June, I think, 2021, a lot of things start to change. And it is not, I'm not talking deliberately about the foreign policy and regional dynamics of regional geopolitics, because that's not the area of my research, but understandably, all these changes have been taking place as a response in part of external pressures, but much, if not all of this, was also a political choice made by the elites, something that I'm more interested in reviewing rather than responses to foreign pressures. So part two, after the war, after the forced depopulation of Nagorno-Karabakh, you see a completely different dynamics. The loss of Artsakh did not produce a collapse of the government, as we know. Protests occurred, but they did not become a serious political challenge due to earlier delegitimization in 2018 of the entire political spectrum because of many populist narratives. And all this opened some space for a new sovereignty narrative, something that is centrally, in my view, harbored in this political narrative of real Armenia. Let me explain it also carefully, notwithstanding the disclaimer I made, but also with due notice that we are in electoral season in this country. So real Armenia is not a formal doctrine. It's a governing narrative, a discursive architecture through which defeat, demarcation, peace, external diversification, and domestic legitimacy, to put it boldly, if you will, submitting to Azerbaijani demands, are organized into a story of state survival. So there is this contrast between historical Armenia and real Armenia that have been publicized in different formats, including public lectures of questionable nature. But that's not, what I'm most interested in. I'm interested in really understanding how this reinterpretation of sovereignty allows for, shifting foreign affairs, submitting to foreign pressures without significant domestic political challenge. And this opens a great, in my view, paradox of sovereignty. And this is maybe the central important argument I am really trying to make. There are many examples of how this real Armenia narrative allows painful concessions to be recorded as sovereign choice or sovereign discipline, adhering to new national sovereignty concept as defined in numerous public speeches. There are many examples to show this. The enclave-related claims can be framed through Alma-Ata Declaration, etc., and the reproduction of Soviet administrative borders. The constitutional change can be framed as removing ambiguity between historical Armenia and real Armenia, etc. All this are not necessarily an area of study for media experts, for example, trying to understand agenda setting, framing, etc. But given its longitudinal consequences to the study are exactly the domain in foreign policy analysis. And the paradox, without listing all the examples here, emerges here. Externally demanded concessions become internally narratable as sovereign and sovereignty consolidation. Retreat becomes clarification of legal documents. Concession becomes the price of escaping historical illusion. To many, it may sound like 1984, but if I were a literary critic, I would probably embrace this as a research, as a research for another PhD. A few minutes ago, I promised to go back to numbers. A fellow panelist was referring to IRI numbers of February 26. In these numbers, you see, and you'll understand in a minute why I'm citing this, you will see high distrust towards political elite, about 48%. Deep division over whether the country is moving in the right or wrong direction. This division has been stable over the past 5 years. Strong concerns over security, borders, army, foreign policy. Still, no credible opposition vehicle capable of converting discontent into an alternative national role conception. So the main argument is that this is not a consensual role change, neither it has to be. It is a asymmetrical role imposition. The government is vulnerable in terms of trust, but the opposition is weaker in terms of credibility. This enables the incumbent to maintain the official sovereignty narrative despite public doubt and disenfranchisement by extension. Georgia is not a parallel example that I will mention in 20 seconds, but rather an example that allows us to show in a disciplined manner the contrast. Abkhazia and South Ossetia were lost in 1990s. I'm not going to go into recent history too much. But after the defeat in war in 2008, in August, Georgia also experienced this territorial shock, especially after the recognition of these breakaway territories by Russia. But Saakashvili did not deactivate Abkhazia and South Ossetia as sovereignty reference. Instead, it preserved them through occupational discourse, non-recognition, deoccupation, peaceful reintegration narrative, even including the establishment of a new ministry and whatnot. Georgia responded through discursive non-acceptance. Armenia responded through sovereignty narrowing. Georgia kept the lost territories central to sovereignty. Armenia's governing elite moved toward re-anchoring sovereignty away from the lost territory and toward the Republic of Armenia within its recognized borders. So there are four main findings that I want to leave you with. The first one is that role anchor loss is analytically distinct from territorial loss. Not every territorial loss removes a foundational national role anchor. Karabakh did. The second one is that sovereignty becomes a political resource after the role anchor loss at the hands of the government, as well as the counter elite in the opposition. It is used to justify foreign policy realignment, manage concessions, and I'm using the word manage here on purpose, and reconstruct legitimacy. Armenian case shows role anchor closure. The governing elite did not preserve Artsakh as an active sovereignty referent. It re-anchored sovereignty in Armenia proper. And last but not least, the domestic political survival here is central. The real Armenian narrative converts defeat from an indictment of the incumbent into an indictment of the older national role conception. Whether or not this is going to be electorally safe, I'm not going to speculate, but I think the good news is that there are elections forthcoming, and we may discover that ourselves and then maybe update the research in one way or another. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I will, I think, start the questioning inversely. So I'll begin with Hovhannes and then go back to David. So very interesting presentation, Hovhannes. As a neoclassical realist, I was like, have a biased or constructivist research, but important and interesting postulates. So my question is followed. Just maybe even could support some of the core claim concerns that you had in developing your gap mitigation. Armenia's pre-loss political culture narratives were non-sovereignty postulates. As you noted, they were mostly about being a dependency structure. Sovereignty was not a defining factor of state recognition, but rather being connected to a security guarantor, so on and so forth. And then, of course, as you noted, there was role anchor loss. Role anchor loss obviously is a byproduct of what we call critical juncture. And so Nagorno-Karabakh war was a critical juncture. It does not happen in a vacuum. What is interesting, and I have found it very fascinating in your thing, maybe this is kind of what we're going to discuss. So after role anchor loss, after this critical juncture, there's adaptability by the ruling elite. And one of the adaptability techniques you noted was delegitimization of the opposing elites. But what if the existing opposing elite are already deemed illegitimate by the public? And so it's not a question of delegitimization, but rather their illegitimacy is a given. How does that fit, right, into the conversation? If it is so easy for the ruling elite to basically scapegoat, right, previous rulers, that means they already have a legitimacy problem, and therefore delegitimization isn't necessary. How do you think that affects narrative construction, right, and sort of the discursive term that allows the ruling elite to survive and then create new narratives after anchor loss?
Thank you for the question. Let me first start by reacting to the theory reference you made earlier about constructivism, and then I'll go to your adaptability. I've been there. I've been pretty much in favor of all this constructivist literature and authors, and I mean, not to mention Alexander Wendt has been
not a fan,
has been occupying an important position on my office at home in the library. But you see, the title for the conference we have is Great Game, right? I think great games are worst explained, in my view, by a reference to either the power of ideas, constructivism, or the liberal ideas such as norms and international regimes. In my view, I think this old new great game is best described as Thucydides, where those that do not necessarily know, 2,500 years ago he opined, looking at Athens and Sparta, that the strong do what they want and the weak suffer because they must. So in all this great game, if, I think there is no if, given that it is returning, some are playing it and others are being played, I'm afraid. And realism, I think, explains this, probably. Realism has a better explanatory power to guide us, I think, here. The main question I think you asked was about illegitimacy of the country elites. Let me answer this question in three different ways. So it's pretty much established in literature that populist leaders tend to delegitimize the elites as such. Donald Trump is a good example. I think Viktor Orban is a good example, no more around. And there are many good examples. I mean, in the Western Hemisphere, there are a lot more examples, Bolsonaro and others. So no surprise here that 2018 has delegitimized elites as such in their totality. The next juncture that we can make conclusions, we can draw conclusions about the legitimacy of all elites, all the political establishment, I'm afraid is not the elections in 2021. But let me explain in brief. And I'm happy if you disagree or we can discuss. I think given, and I mentioned this in my presentation, given the political platform of the incumbent prime minister in 2021 elections, built around these promises not of just making those rich poorer and taking the property and giving it to those who legitimately need them, etc. But as far as foreign policy is concerned, in a very prominent manner, the political campaign of the incumbent government and the leader of it in 2021 was around the occupation of Nagorno-Karabakh, the occupation of Artsakh. Hence, given that a lot of his popularity was still around, notwithstanding the defeat of 2020, a lot of people just voted for this platform. Because it kind of married the best of the two worlds. A, not a member of the former corrupt elite. Two, promising the national role anchor to return to its rightful owners. I am not going to argue in any way directly or indirectly that the public opinion polls are untrustworthy. In many ways they are. As I mentioned in my presentation, I think the level of distrust towards the political establishment, towards the political elite, as of February 2026, this is before the this electoral campaign has started, is 48%. 48% are either disenfranchised or disengaged from politicizing, quote unquote, this is a word that many higher stances like recently, or for any other reasons. How these people will behave electorally in June 7th, I do not know, and I'm not willing to speculate on this either. I hope this answers your question. No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Tigran, real quick, because we want to give some time for the audience. I want you to, you touched up towards the end of your talk on framing TRIPP part of Armenia's security architecture or security considerations. But TRIPP is not a standalone concept in the sense that it's part of broader deepening U.S.-Armenia relations. And as you noted, the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agenda was signed, which included, unlike the previous strategic partnership, important security developments, including foreign military sales, United States investing potentially in Armenia's military-industrial complex, so on and so forth. So how can you tie the Armenia going into a comprehensive strategic partnership, which makes it one step away from being a non-NATO ally standing, and this whole process enhancing Armenia's, at least at some level, deterrence and security architecture?
Yeah, I think we should consider or view these processes within the broader foreign policy of the Armenian government, the diversification policy. And in this policy, which is not just about the foreign policy, but also other areas like defense partnerships, economic and trade diversifications, I think we've had some successes when it comes to diplomacy. Armenia has signed a lot of strategic partnership documents, not just with the US, but also with European countries, China, so it's not just about the West. As I've said, there are some tangible outcomes when it comes to defense. So in my opinion, that's the only area where we have actual tangible outcomes, and Russia losing its role as Armenia's main defense provider, weaponry provider, is a significant outcome. But it's not. I don't think it's a result of the Armenian government strategy. It's more of a reaction to the changing reality on the ground. because we all know that, even after the defeat in the Second Karabakh War, the Armenian government still viewed its military modernization process and overall the military reform process within the Russian.
Right. Russia just didn't show up, right?
Yeah, I think the key juncture, as you said, is the start of the Russo-Ukrainian War, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, when that created a power vacuum in the region and also allowed Armenia in a way to diversify away from the Russian option. Russians not being able to say anything because they couldn't provide even on the signed contracts. But I think when we talk about all these processes, I think economy, trade, energy is still key. And I touched upon this issue during the presentation. Until Armenia is capable of diversifying away economically and in terms of trade and energy from Russia, these all foreign policy strategies and even approaches in other areas are very limited.
And even in security.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the area where we haven't seen any kind of diversification. If we are to compare the trade turnover numbers between Armenia and Russia before 2022 and after 2022, there is
going up actually, yeah.
Yeah, a significant decrease. When it comes to energy, there are some potential areas of diversification, like the nuclear. For our audience, to let our audience know, the feasibility study for the small modern
SMRs, yeah.
SMRs have been just finished, and then it's been going on since 2023. So this is a potential area of diversification, but it's also a potential area of conflict, like the railway system. I think for Russia, this is another key strategic asset that there will be reluctant.
Leveraging instrument, right?
Yeah. So in all of these processes, I think economic and trade diversification is key, and it is understandable that it will not happen overnight. It will take time, and there should be a more proactive approach on the Armenian government side, because if we just rely on the businesses diversifying away from Russia, or not even diversifying, like not leaving the Russian market, but finding new markets, it's not realistic.
Yeah.
The businesses are not doing that. So there should be a more proactive approach on the Armenian government's part, but also on the part of the European Union if they want this process to happen under the resilience and growth plan.
It can't be ad hoc. It has to start becoming structural.
Yeah, so that's key, I think.
Thank you. Marjan, I had a question on, by the way, a very fascinating presentation. So we all know what the Turkish, Azerbaijani thinking and positioning is. The alternative discourse is that the current project is actually a case of decorridorization. So what the Turkish, Azerbaijani actors wanted, they did not precisely get. That's one discourse. My question is, has the Turco-Azeri sort of this lexical usage of the Zangezur corridor been not completely negated but marginalized, considering the fact that it exists in no legal document, is not in any way part of TRIPP, whether it's extraterritoriality, unimpeded access, all the things that was demanded, and just as importantly, there's a global power who has vested interest in this project, which those vested interests, Armenia aside, can supersede some of that attempted corridorization objectives.
Thank you for the question. I probably should start with the elections of 2023 in Turkey. During the presidential and parliamentary elections campaign, which, as you know, they are happening in the same day. If we look to the main topics and the narratives discussed by the majority of Turkish political parties, out of 5, probably one of the most important one was the so-called Zangezur corridor, the achievement of the possibility of creation of Zangezur corridor. And this was one of the core ideas promoted both by the ruling party, its allies, as well as even opposition parties. And even we had an example when the main opposition party, the CHP, Republican National Party, the candidate from this party once told that we don't really need Zangezur corridor war, and it created so much, let's say, noise in the country that he has to just the same evening has to appear with a public statement, video statement that no, we really need.
So we understand the popularity of it in Turkey.
So it's by no means it marginalized. It still is one of the most important topics in the general agenda in Turkey. And if you look to what's happening in Turkey, like on a daily basis, you'll have at least 3 events devoted to so-called Zangezur corridor as an important Turkish economic, political, and geopolitical achievement. So by no means it's a marginalized thing. Another thing is that yes, definitely they didn't get what they wanted, because initially the conversation, especially in November, December 2020, and the initial first couple of months, the conversation was that no, by no means we're going to get an intermediated corridor. We are going to get really a sovereign corridor, which fortunately didn't happen until now. But the one of the peculiarities of Turkish political thinking, which highly differs from what we have here, is that there is a long-term planning. And the long-term plannings, which we can also label as strategic planning, it says that, okay, we don't have the opportunity to get what we want, but let's create preliminary, let's say, stages which will guarantee us possibility to talk about this topic whenever we have another geopolitical or other environments. So in other words, what I'm trying to argue is that
we shouldn't have any illusions about
absolutely,
right.
And moreover, it should be always part of the calculations that we are making here, that even if for this moment there is a tactical move to say that no, we just need a road, the political strategic thinking always has the corridor as a geopolitical and irredentistic approach.
Yeah, so for Turkey, it's not just a route, it's a grand strategy.
Absolutely, yeah.
Excellent. And David, a quick question, and I want to open it up to the audience. I love the discourse on neutrality. Former Foreign Minister Zora Hakanyan used the concept of equidistance, which is very close to the notion of neutrality. But Armenia for a long time fell into the trap of this concept of balancing. Balancing requires a lot of resource and capacity. Small states almost never successfully balance. How do we maintain neutrality while not falling into the trap of trying to balance developments that are beyond our capabilities?
Good question, thank you, Nerses. And for me also, this is not like given, but this is a direction to go. And this is also improving because diversification by itself requires, I don't know, diplomacy on 200 different fronts. Yes, and this starting from Uruguay, I don't know, to South Korea, we have to build a new quality relations because we used to live in the shadow of like big Russian policy. Now we need to find our way to do. And then we come to economic, let's say, diversification, the same thing. A lot of, let's say, effort on economy, etc., and capacity is limited, naturally. But at the same time, to me, there are ways. So it's not a given game that we are going there and we are going to win this way. But I think by thinking in this direction, we step by step can improve, increase, and expand on our relations, at the same time not projecting a threat to any party, be it Russia, be it Iran, be it Azerbaijan or Turkey.
So we're talking about building neutrality,
yes,
and that's
not
just
not
simply
declaring,
claiming it.
Not declaring
Excellent.
neutrality, but gradually coming to that. But at the same time, to me, this neutrality and safe haven things are very much correlated.
Yeah.
And by inviting, attracting business, people, money, etc., it also helps us to build a different quality.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for the panelists. We'll open it up to the audience. Please direct your question at any of the panelists. Are there microphones? Okay. So apparently you were to get up and speak, or a microphone will be handed. What is the protocol?
Thank you very much for the session. I'm learning a lot. I have a couple of questions for David, Dr. Akapian. The first question is on safe haven. You frame it as a haven for investments, professionals, and so on. When I first saw safe haven, I was thinking about and you mentioned Russian professionals who relocated to Armenia because their political views are actually not in line with what they have in the country. You didn't frame it as a kind of, you didn't mention liberal, and Armenia is sort of a liberal democratic polity. Is it on purpose that you didn't mention it? And the second question is on constraints, on the adoption.
Sorry, the first question I didn't get. Can you repeat?
Yeah. So you framed safe haven like in business security terms, that it's a safe haven for investments and and professionals, right? So who want to kind of avoid conflict zones, right? That are all around. But one important feature of Armenia is that it's a liberal democratic polity, which makes it different from Dubai, maybe similar to Switzerland, right? Is it on purpose that you didn't mention it, like a liberal safe haven, or not? You don't think it's a kind of it's a feature that can be sort of also used in positioning Armenia internationally, globally. And the second question is on constraints of adopting and maintaining neutrality. How difficult would it be to build domestic consensus on that? And the external factor, I come from Kazakhstan, and in reports that Russian experts put together, they usually, your country and my country are mentioned as countries that kind of make unfriendly gestures, right? And sometimes you would hear that, okay, now we're busy in Ukraine, but after the war is over, we'll put these countries in line. Do you think it's just rhetoric, or should we take this seriously? Thank you.
3 minutes, David.
No, thank you for questions. Just trying, let's say, and I know that Armenia, in fact, and Kazakhstan were competing to attract the best from Russia. And to me, also was talking to some people who came first to Kazakhstan, then came to Armenia. Some from Armenia went to Kazakhstan. And each country, did their own part of the work to bring the right people, the good people, the contributors to national development. But overall, and now coming to bringing people from Dubai and many other places, I think Armenia is not just about security. It is, good food, kind people, nature attractive, and many other things. They come together as a very nice package. A couple of years ago, I invited all my former UNDP directors, about 50 plus people, to Armenia. And they said at the end that we have been in 25 different countries exploring many things, and Armenia somehow left the strongest mark on us. And this is a package of things, but security is a must. That's why I focus more on security. That's why, and plus, of course, not all came and stayed, but the fact that NVIDIA at critical moment decided, and it is also a very interesting chain of people, like there's an Armenian working at NVIDIA headquarters as vice president. When NVIDIA was discussing where to move the office from Moscow, the guy was at the point, and he made the offer. Let's make it to Yerevan. And the guys from Moscow who came and started enjoying the life in Armenia and found that there's ecosystem of many different things in Armenia which contribute to their, let's say, grounding and putting roots, etc., etc. And then on top, another Armenian guy came with an idea to have this Firebird, like data factory, huge project, which use NVIDIA chips and many other things. So to me, these are like not a simple, straightforward line of actions, but many things came together. And because Armenian diaspora, Armenian professional sort of base coming from the Soviet Union, Armenian connection and Armenian ability to speak Russian and accept, these are all ingredients. Now I don't know whether Iranians will start moving at some point to Armenia. Who from Iran should be, let's say, accepted here? From Dubai, as I said, there are almost 500,000 of millionaires, not billionaires, living in Dubai, and some of them, even if, let's say, 20,000 of them come to Armenia, these are like a good number of quality consumers here, adding, but plus business headquarters. Being in Armenia is something, proximity in the region, etc. So this is mostly on the first question. The second question, how much, if I understood it right, there is a public sort of acceptance or willingness with this idea, concept, etc., how, let's say, the neutrality and safe haven could be adopted in Armenian context. It's not simple, and I remember when the first flow came from Russia, there was a big pushback also. Who are they? They all need to come and start speaking to us in Armenian and only Armenian, etc. But now when I observe the streets in Yerevan, people are much more open and tolerant. So it is not that, and the role of leaders is not just to listen the crowd and follow what the crowd is saying, but to create. And for me, there are many things which I'm ready to criticize our prime minister, but there's one thing which he's doing well. He has his own ideas, and he's going village after the village, part of his campaign, trying to explain what his ideas are and how people, how it helps the Armenia. There are things which are right and there are things which are wrong, but to me, he's the only one from the leadership of Armenia, at least the ones I know, who did this effort to explain his ideas, learn his lessons, and try to explain to the population this is the way forward. And not obviously, of course, all the people will jump to the new ideas, but there's a sort of process which he's trying to stimulate.
Thank you, David. This gentleman had a question, yes.
Good morning or good afternoon, Slavomir Horak, Charles University in Prague. Actually, I have also the question to Mr. Akopian. Thanks a lot for the presentation, and I have just a question not on internal acceptance of neutrality, but on external acceptance. Because if you want to be neutral, you have to be accepted somehow. Switzerland is accepted for some historical reasons. You spoke about Finland, you spoke about Austria also somehow externally accepted neutrality. However, did you also consider, let's say, not so successful concepts of neutrality, like in case of the very Ukraine, which also to some extent proclaim the neutrality or being in between blocks. I come from Czech Republic, so my Czechoslovakian history experience also put some kind of layer on that because we also positioned ourselves as kind of bridge between the West and East, which failed. So that's the question whether you've also considered this kind of unsuccessful issues. Yeah? And probably just very brief question to maybe both speakers on TRIPP corridor, Zangezur corridor, however we can call it. Probably what strategy do you consider for Armenia to, let's say, somehow deal with those challenges this Turkey-Azerbaijan strategy posed on Armenia?
David, about 1 minute, 2 minute response.
I think these, let's say, what I'm suggesting comes from the geography we're currently in and circumstances we just historically happen to get there. And to me, it is more like the Finland case. They got defeated. They had their own reasons to start, or the Russians started, or Soviet Union had the war with them, then they joined the Germany at some point, etc. So the history led to the point where they were defeated and ready, a huge Soviet army to destroy them. And they have to come with something which allows them to continue existence and to develop. And then this combination of, let's say, Western values, democracy, whatever, plus good relations with Soviet Union. And with Soviet Union, for Soviet Union, it was a special window to the Western economic reality. So many things from Finland were coming, or the Western things from Finland were. So they managed to sort of, it was almost lost case, but they managed to create something very special, and today Finland is probably one of the most successful countries in economy, education. At least they are the most happy people in the world, according to many ratings. So for Armenia, we are also on this like rupture threshold, East and West, we are in between, and we have to be very careful and sensitive. Just light move to the right, you hit from the left, and then the other way also around. That's why this balancing and trying to right position, to me, is the best way. Of course, there's no simple answer
on all possible challenges we are facing, that these are the simple solutions, but navigating, balancing, testing and experimenting and gradually finding the best niche, for me it is the way forward.
Thank you. For the second question, are there either Valrojan or Tigran that want to answer it?
I will take it. Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, Czech Republic and Armenia are too different to compare them, so the local experience is not going to be too useful for you. But still, your main question was that what are the strategies that should be implemented by Armenia to somehow counter the Azerbaijani-Turkish approach towards the corridor. So, of course, this is a very difficult question and needs not one person or four scholars, but rather institutions to work on. But one thing I would like to mention, and I think that this is one of the core problems that we are right now witnessing in Armenia, is that the conversations and discussions around this issue are very, very limited in sense that they tend, especially those which are promoted by the ruling team, they tend to be limited to conversation only on economics, connectivity, and prosperity, etc. Meanwhile, the threats, the real risks, and at least the questions that are still should be answered to be as a base for evidence-based politics, they are not being really delivered and answered for the public. And moreover, we see in a way an attempt to marginalize those who are talking about, let's say, unpleasant sides of this issue. So talking about the threats and then the possible risks that are coming with this. So what I think is that the basis of any strategy is the objective assessment of reality and the knowledge which is based on the evidence and not just wishful thinking, which somehow becoming part of populist politics. So that is why the step zero of the strategy is the knowledge and raising awareness, and I hope that the conference is also one of the tools to do that. Thank you.
For Mr. Geghamian, you mentioned the pan-Turkism ideology. So I want to get your thoughts on it seems to me pan-Turkism is like 19th century, 20th century idea. I don't deny that it may be still a factor in Turkish decision-making. But I've heard the idea that to counter Israel, Turkey is now looking into building alliances with Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and maybe Egypt to become a force against Israel and U.S. Let's say front. Or so, what you think about that? And also for Mr. Hakopian, I want to reflect or second the gentleman from Czechia that it's good that we wanted neutrality and create a safe haven and this paradise of good food and nice people. But empires don't give up their rights that or their whatever their rights or territory, their privileges that easily. You know, they're not in it for the good of the humanity. They're in it for power. Power has its own logic. So what makes you think that Russia will agree to our, maybe it's a wishful thinking schema we have, that we create this safe haven and people can come and go ski in our mountains instead of skiing in Swiss Alps. Thanks.
Should I start with the negative things and then to the positive? So basically, I try to avoid the usage of the term pan-Turkism, though currently in scholarship there is a trend to use neo-pan-Turkism, the term to describe Turkish ambitions in Central Asia and Caucasus. Again, me personally, I try to somehow avoid that, though, of course, neglecting the existence of this type of approach in Turkish political thinking would be, at least again, wishful thinking. So what I suggest as a conceptual framework to analyze what Turkey really tries to do here in the region and wider in Central Asia is to use the concept of the zone of influence. So the zone of influence better explains what Turkey tries to do as a pragmatic, realist actor of international politics. So when we in Armenia talk about pan-Turkism, we usually go back to the end of 19th century and the beginning of 20th century. It is very emotionally charged, and sometimes it lacks the pragmatic side. So the Turks want to create pan-Turkism just because they want to do that. It's not an explanation. In other words, it also mis-explained the reality behind the ideology back in the beginning of 20th century, which was back then very pragmatic approach again, and then the ideology came after. And nowadays it also, I mean, if I say that, you know, Turks are pan-Turkism, it doesn't explain anything to us. So the proper way to talk about Turkish approach is that is the following three. Turkey has realist approach to international relations and to regional issues. So the dominant school of thinking is realist. Moreover, we can use Mearsheimer's concept of offensive realism. So not just, you know, realism, but making some efforts to create the dominance. Second, the approach is very securitized, especially in recent years, which brought Turkish foreign politics to the concept of militarization. So Turkish foreign politics right now is very militarized. And the third important thing is that for them, South Caucasus is not just a place of connectivity. It's just a backyard, which raises, first of all, issues of political essence and not just, you know, economy, roads, and infrastructural things. So these three approaches help Turkey to construct its politics towards the region. And the rest comes with the ideology, symbols, and many other things, which are important but not crucial and critical parts. As for the alliances, I think that it goes beyond the panel's main framework, but I would be happy to answer on the issues of Pakistan, etc., just after the panel. Thank you.
Before David answers, how many more questions can we take?
Let's say one or two more.
Okay, one or two more questions after. Go ahead, David. Yeah.
Just to answer, I think a couple of examples for me about this special sort of island or whatever heaven for Armenia. To me, Switzerland comes first, and during the Second World War, all Europe and beyond Europe, world was in flames, and Switzerland protected itself because they made the case, I guess, to Germans that Swiss banks are still functioning and they are very useful. There could be some meetings, even I know that, I mean, from the history, there were some meetings between Abwehr and KGB in Bern and elsewhere. And so many things were happening. So Germans needed, Soviets needed to have Germany the way it is. But on top of this, Switzerland has its own strong deterrence capacity. So harming Switzerland was quite painful for whoever who will try to do this. So lesson for us. Second example for me, like Dubai near Iran. Iran, as I said, Iran invested $50 billion, I mean, investment in different businesses in Dubai, at the same time $250+ billion in real estate. So all this money, Iranian money, was coming, and the US and the West was accepting, because, and Dubai was trying to play this middleman role pretty well up to some point. So if you become like useful to different parties, the same Russia in 2022, Armenia was quite helpful to them because there were not everything was immediately captured by all possible sanctions, and there was a huge gray zone. And many things from Armenia went to Russia, and many things from Russia through Armenia went to different markets without violating any sanctions, but being useful to Russia and some other parties also. So that's why Russia now, of course, I mean, we came to some tipping point, and we have to be mindful how we manage the current impasse. But I think it is one of the things the big thing for Russia, if Ukraine and also Georgia, they immediately declared with EU willingness to join NATO. And this became like immediate red line. So we have to manage security part from economic relations and regulations and administration, which is more the EU business. But again, this is not a simple and straightforward and easy solution, but at least a direction which we can think and try to move.
So one more question. I don't know who had their. Let's whoever walks up to the microphone can answer it, and then after the talk, feel free. Okay, and then afterwards, feel free to come up to the panelists and have a conversation.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mina Sanskehyan, university teacher. Dr. David, I think we lack three main ingredients to absorb or attract the people from Dubai to Yerevan, Armenia. The first ingredient is the weather, usually the winter time. The second ingredient is the sea. We don't have a sea, unfortunately. And the third ingredient is we are not a tax haven. Do you agree? You answer for this later on. Mr. Dikran, do you think TRIPP could be an alternative route for the middle road, which passes through Georgia? Why? Because I think there's a conflict between Europeans and the Americans, and I think, this is my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, I think each one is trying to take his part. Do you know what I mean? The middle path for the Europeans and the TRIPP for the Americans. Do you agree? Thank you.
Tigran first, and then we'll finish up with David.
I don't think there is a conflict. I mean, we should first start from the economic viability issue, because even if we are talking about that, you know, Azerbaijan-Georgia road, as I've said during my presentation, is not like used in full capacity. So a lot of things will depend actually how much volume passes through this whole area. Now, you know that the European Union now is investing a lot in improving the infrastructure in Central Asia and also in Azerbaijan to, you know, expedite the processes. From my conversations with diplomats, the idea is that, you know, there will be some sort of agreement with Azerbaijan as well to direct some of the flows from that middle road to the southern road as well. But still, this is very theoretical. But in this whole situation, of course, Georgia is in a very precarious situation. I think they are looking and following this very precariously because they have this fear that they might be not excluded from the processes, but they will lose their monopolistic position that they are leveraging both against Azerbaijan but also against Armenia. That's why we see a lot of anxiety coming from Georgia when it comes to connectivity issues between Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, Turkey especially.
Yes, I think, I mean, the tax holidays or tax incentives is one part of the package, but the way it happened and now I know Turkey, for example, is offering, because in Dubai, businesses and people don't pay income tax, and businesses, I think, also are exempted on many taxes. So part of the package, and Armenia, whether we want to invite just rich people to come and live here, whether we want to invite businesses who are like headquartered in Dubai to come and have headquarters here with regional proximity, or whether we want to invite banking capital into Armenian banks. For example, it's a known fact that after 2020 war, like Armenian banking capital, I think tripled or even quadrupled in just 4 or 5 years, and this is mostly money from Russia came and landed in and although our central bank was very scrutinizing anything coming from Russia to Armenia, they're cleaning, etc., but it happened. So a lot of things, whether we want to invite, I don't know, some skilled people from Iran, IT guys, or that, I don't know, artificial intelligence guys to come and find jobs here, etc. So there are many different layers to this, and Armenian, yes, government, for me, need to have a very proactive, because there's a huge competition. Economist article is saying there are 35 countries, like last week article, which are currently competing to bring people, capital, and businesses from Dubai to their own country. So, and we are part of this, should be part of this.
Thank you. I would like to thank the participants in this session and the moderator, Dr. Kopalian, for a quite interesting session. One can in particular see, among many other things, is TRIPP geopolitical or is it mostly geoeconomic? The extent to which it will bring billions to Armenia remains to be seen, as the Prime Minister mentioned, millions, billions, remains to be seen. I haven't seen any convincing hard data about the type of wealth that is going to generate. It remains to be seen also whether TRIPS becomes one element linked with the crossroad of peace or not, which will make a huge difference. So there are a lot of issues. The more we get closer to Central Asia, the more we'll be able also to address questions such as the idea of the Turkic world complementary to, competing with, or conflicting with, let's say, some Western American vision of order in that area. So there are a lot of exciting things. At any rate, I am really happy, and I would like to invite the speakers to lunch. We'll start at 2:35 instead of 2:30, so I gave a long break, you know, an hour and a half for lunch. Okay, we are going to start in a couple of minutes. I have always been a great optimist. I know that when something is not working properly, things can get even worse. Over the past 2 days, there were all kinds of unexpected problems, and now we have a participant missing. We don't know where he is. He's not at the hotel. Airplane, impossible to contact that person. So you see, things can get worse. Okay, never despair. That's my source of inspiration is Pascal, actually, who said, people get excited when they get rid of a tyrant. They just don't know that a worse one might replace him. So that shaped my way of thinking very early on in France, you know? Okay. This having been said, I will invite the speakers. I think, Nexus, you are part of the group, if I am not wrong. We don't know where Mr. Victor Kipiani is, despite all our efforts. So it will be a shorter session, which will allow us to take more questions from you. So you'll have really, it will be more relaxed, and you can ask any questions you might have in mind. So that's not a bad thing. And then we'll have to wait for the last session, which is Alexander Cooley, who will be speaking, if I am not wrong. The last session, he will be speaking from Columbia University via Zoom. Okay? Very broad topic about what's happening after the war in Iran and so on. Allow me also, since we have more time because of one person AWOL or MIA, missing in action, to let you know, those of you who live in Yerevan, that on June the 15th, starting at 2 p.m., the same institute, the Turpanjan Institute of Social Sciences, is organizing a small symposium. 4 to 5 people, 4 of them are already finalized. I will contact the 5th one. The theme of that symposium is reflections on the current debates about national identity in Armenia. Things like real Armenia, Ararat is over there, over here, and various other such themes. It's a purely academic conference. All of the participants are academics, and it's not a political event at all. For example, some of the questions that can be asked is it easy to change national identity? What is the role played by these pillars of identity, and so on, that type of issues. So if you are here, keep your eyes open, and you'll get the advertisements starting in about 7 or 8 days from now. Okay. This having been said, we have now our second session, the goal of which was to broaden a little bit the perspective. The first session was essentially about Armenia, broadly. Now we are zooming out, essentially, going further away, and that will be the trend throughout the conference, reaching Central Asia and very broad topics towards the end, with final speakers really dealing with very large topics. Alexander Kuli, Anatol Lieven, at the very end of this conference. I am very much pleased that Dr. Agopian agreed to moderate this session, and I will leave the floor to him.
Let me continue from here. So thank you, Stefan, and thank you all who survived the lunch and are back here with us. I think we had interesting session to me also, listening different perspectives, including my own, and I appreciate the attention and questions also. And it was, the first session was in South Caucasus, but especially Armenian perspective, and we tried to come more from Armenian perspective. And the second session here is now more the South Caucasian perspective in broader terms. So I was thinking and feeling sorry that we don't have anyone from Azerbaijan to present us the Azeri perspective of the story. And then we somehow unfortunately lost the Georgian one also. But hopefully, Dr. Rick Found, you will help us to see things from, because it's very important. One thing is when Armenians, we talk to each other and present each other, I don't know, South Caucasus or global perspectives. The other thing is people who are from a different world or from the other world give us a bit reality check and clarity in understanding where things stand. So one issue also, which I feel is worth reflecting while we talk, and I hope, Dr. Found, we will also go into this, how much South Caucasus looks like a region. Because we all, to me, and we were discussing, like Central Asia is more or less, and I spent some years, it is more a region than South Caucasus, culturally, economically, I don't know, geographically, etc., etc. Or the Baltic 3 states together, they form more organic region, etc. At the same time, we are faced, and because this is also the returning of the big game, it somehow, this return of the big game forces us to be together and to play some collective game, because in this collective game we are going to gain together more than individually. So, but for this we need to understand, and we need to put some efforts to form some South Caucasian perspective. So with the South Caucasian perspective, now we have Rick Found, whose connectivity, recasting the South Caucasus since 2020 and 2023. And then we have Dr. Nerses Kopalan, multi-alignment, diversification, strategic ambiguity, contours of Armenian new foreign policy doctrine, etc. So let Dr. Found, please, let's start with you.
Okay. Thank you. And you want me to speak from there?
I think it's easier if you...
Yeah.
Yes.
So, can I just test? Is that okay for everybody? Okay. I had thought about doing a presentation, and really because of the power of visuals, I decided not to. And let me just say, first, a couple of comments. The usual is to give thanks for being invited, and heartfelt, Dr. Asturian, thank you very, very much. And I really do think this is an extraordinary collection of people on a really, really important set of topics. So this is fantastic in itself, quite apart from being a tiny part of it. And then also you're hearing a Canadian voice of somebody based in the UK, and in fact specifically in the Scottish part of the UK, although this panel is entitled South Caucasus Perspectives. And if we were going on a national basis, sometimes I get asked to give a Scotland or a UK or Canada perspective on things, and I honestly say I don't know what a Scotland or a UK or a Canadian perspective would be. But seeing that we had the title that we do, and a Georgian speaker on Georgia and an Armenian speaker, I was slightly wondering if I was, at least by inference, taking the Azerbaijani. And really, to give you the running order of what I want to speak about, a deep breath, please. There are 6 things. The first would be concerning Azerbaijan. So something as an outsider of a perspective there. The second would be presumptuous too, and I would have said that I defer to Victor as our Georgian expert, but it would be a couple of comments on Georgia. The third, another deep breath, matters Turkic, and in quotation marks, Zangezur. Fourth, north-south, north-south. And by that I don't mean in the global picture. And in fact, what I do mean is a kind of warning, if we can use the term, a warning to Westerners, because I think there are north-south dimensions underway here that are often not seen from a, call it, Western perspective. A fifth would be on the European Union, and if we are thinking about different perspectives, and we have so many different countries represented here, I think it's well worth giving some attention to the EU. And then the sixth would be, I'd perhaps call it networking Armenia. I was very much interested, especially in our chair's comments on neutrality, and also I would listen with great interest as to foreign policy conceptions for Armenia in this panel. So I'd like to make some efforts at a contribution under the guise of talking networks. And just one final background idea, and this does need a deep breath. I had the opportunity to see parts of Karabakh after 2020. And it absolutely struck me that Azerbaijan, with Turkish help, was very, very keen already then to start massive infrastructural redevelopment. And with that thought in mind, and then knowing also, perhaps oddly, that both the Biden administration and the first Trump administration actually had funds earmarked for international infrastructural development, and the G7 were talking about doing that, and, yes, another and the Belt and Road. The Belt and Road steaming, I think, steaming westwards. I know 3 main branches, but particularly, I think, across Central Asia into the Caucasus. And with a US colleague, retired from the State Department, having done, though, a lot of work on Europe, Eurasia, particularly Turkey, and Iran, we started really thinking about what we then published as a policy paper. And what we were thinking about was an on-ramp, very American term, a Western on-ramp onto the Belt and Road Initiative. And whatever we think of the Belt and Road, and I'm sure we all have our views, even I think the most neutral take on the Belt and Road is that it is transformative. It can't be something neutral, because the whole essence of it is to redefine not just connectivity, but production and reintegrating economies in a different way. So the impact, we thought, was really quite enormous, and largely the West was sleepwalking while this was going on. So our thought was, with transformational effects already in the South Caucasus, that there was opportunity to think about, as we cast it, this on-ramp idea. And one of the specifics in that was about the Anaklia port. I'll come back to that, but the port on the Georgian Black Sea. And the idea that we should harness this money, and it's a funny thought now that there could be any coincidence between the first Trump administration and the Biden administration on this, but also that there was this Western interest, this capacity, both politically and financially, to do something. So we were thinking very, very much in those terms. And that moves me then to the first topic, and that is, again, for the 4th time, I think, a deep breath on Azerbaijan. And one of our speakers this morning really made the appeal that we have to think. We have to understand what the interlocutors do and think, in these cases specifically Turkey and Azerbaijan. So it's perhaps a little nod in that direction. I'm not speaking for them, but I've already highlighted that to me, we do need to recognize, even before, and I'm sure it's extremely painful, even before 2023, that the Azerbaijani, and in conjunction, in construction, literally, with Turkey, there were very, very big ambitions. And those have been galvanized even more after 2023. So there is something of a new reality. And one has to, I think, address that. I'm going to speak about things Turkic a little later along, but on this, I would just say, as much as I could, I have tried to alert Azerbaijanis, this may sound presumptuous, of things on the Armenian side. I mean, to auditoriums of Azerbaijanis in the UK, showing some of my own pictures, my own experiences of the Armenian side. In publications in Azerbaijan, I've said after the recent events, not to do things on a Turkic basis, on an exclusivist basis. Do things, be it culinary or sporting or otherwise, that are going to be inclusive. So I hope to give some sense of where I'm standing on this, but also to signal that I very much agree, and we have to take it into practical terms, that we need to know what Turkey and Azerbaijan are doing. Let me just say that I really do think that the Azerbaijani ambitions are absolutely enormous. I think they're extremely well funded. I think there's enormous other energies, intellectual, publicity, and so on, that are being put into this. So to ignore it or to minimize them is disadvantageous, seriously disadvantageous. What is important, and I hope some of the points that follow will help to that, what is important is to work with every possibility of the bridge building, of finding common ground, of building mutual self-supporting interests, of which I think there are. And I have to say to that, I was extremely pleased. I mean, real big hats off to Armenia in hosting the European political community, and of course the EU-Armenia summit after. But I would underline in this context the European political community. I think that was extremely important. And I have to say, when it started up, of course it was a French initiative, I was slightly concerned as a North American that this would cut out Canada and the United States. So I was actually doubly pleased that the Canadian Prime Minister was invited and participated in the European political community, and particularly in Armenia, but also that President Aliyev addressed the EPC. Of course, Azerbaijan is a member. We know that Ukraine is a member. That's how Prime Minister Pashinyan rightly said that the Ukrainian president, of course, could come because Ukraine is a member of that. And President Aliyev, I would say, atypically actually read from cards. He wanted his speech, I think, pre-prepared speech, to be verbatim. This is somebody, I can attest to it, this is somebody who can speak off the cuff, ad lib, that is without notes, on substantive topics for hours. He had those cards, and I think his words were therefore meaningful. And I think this is one of those cases where we can hold words, statements made, to future use. This was, I think, a supportive statement to the peace process, a supportive statement to the EPC, and a supportive statement to the European Commission. President Aliyev was dismissive of other parts, and of course, the European community is multiple institutions. And the Parliament, one of the institutions he attacked, is full of prima donnas, of course, but the Commission, he was supportive of. And I think that's an important point for us. I will come back to it. Second, Georgia. And I feel even more silly speaking about Georgia without our, not to draw attention to it, without our Georgian colleague here. Georgia was the first South Caucasus country to which I came, now a very long time ago. And I was enamored with it, as I am with with Armenia. I say to everyone, including Azerbaijanis, that among the most beautiful places I've ever seen include Garni and Geghard. Right? I think Georgia risks being a serious loser in what is happening. And while on one hand we have lots of talk of multi-vector possibilities, lots of talk of multiple pipelines, this is something we heard in the early 1990s, we tend to hear that, I think, from those who are in the more risky situation after the new connectivity is being built since 2020, 2023. Georgia's first and foremost there. To the Georgians, I would say, by all means, keep going with the BTC. We all know how transformational that was a generation ago. The electricity cable, that's Azerbaijan, Georgia, across the Black Sea, Romania, Hungary, absolutely do those. But when we get to, in quotation marks, Zangezur, the aims, the ambitions, the possible capacities will, I think, risk relegating Georgia. And I'm not convinced that there is enough recognition of that, and I'm not convinced that there's enough initiative to try to counteract that. And I also think that we have two Georgias, and it makes the situation more tragic. In a very few words, we have a government on these topics that simply does not care, and we have a population that does, but an increasingly unempowered population. I mean, credit to them. Protests go on a year and a half since those elections and other crackdowns. But in terms of Georgia, this is a country that risks, I think, being sidelined. And if we have this aching question about the South Caucasus as a region, this is one of the reasons that I don't think that we have a region here. There is too much disparity in outlook and activity by those in power. But I'm very, very happy to discuss that. And I think a really illustrative point of these changes are the Anaklia port. And when we had some discussion about 2008, I found that very, very interesting contrasts between how Armenia can deal with loss of territory, homeland, heartlands, and how Georgia has done so. The Georgian Dream government, I would just say on that point, has adopted strategies over time. Let's remember the Georgian Dream effectively, de facto, came in 2011, 2012, and has since been in power. One of my immediate takes, if you look at Georgian embassy web pages, how it presents itself across the world, the conflict used to be a lead item on its web page, lead item. The law on occupied territories, one of the formalized responses, lead item on the ministry's front page, on its embassy's front page. I didn't check today. That's gone. Okay, so that's a bit of my reply, that actually Georgian Dream is managing these issues in a rather different way. And it's certainly different from the Saakashvili government up until 2011. Okay, so how Georgia deals with territorial loss might be a separate issue in this, but I think Georgia as a whole risks being a very, very significant loser. And that's not good for others, except for, and I know you don't think in these terms, except for Armenia. I'll elaborate. Third point, another deep breath. So this is now things Turkic and to do with Zangezur. So among other things, I had the privilege to address the TRT World Forum. I would have shown you some of the excellent images that one of the presentations did in the earlier session, maps from TRT, obviously the broadcaster in Turkey, maps that show plans for rail lines that run to the west of Armenia, not into Armenia, but from Zangezur into Turkey. I mean, it's an extremely, it's one of the reasons I didn't want to put up an image perhaps like that. You know, it's very illustrative that we don't have inclusivity. We don't have region building, even though we have greater prospects for it. A couple of other things that I drew. So this is a big event that is opened by President Erdogan himself. Most of his ministers, finance minister, foreign minister, and so on, all make addresses. Particularly the foreign and finance ministers drew attention. This is their world forum. Drew great attention to Zangezur. It's on their radar. And there were graphs of world trade, the transport of world trade, ocean versus land, land over land versus Zangezur, the amount of time and cost saved. This was a big statement, I think, from the core of the Turkish government saying about how this strip of land is transformational. Yes, and I think one of our speakers is going to speak to the fact that capacity here is limited. But let's remember, and with my US colleague, it was a point we were trying to make, you know, the BTC, the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline itself was transformational. We didn't have that previously. It was a brainchild in the mid-1990s, put physically into play in succeeding years, that has made an enormous change. I think we're at that kind of moment. We don't have the capacity now, but it's the thinking. It's the transformational thinking. It's what this means over coming years and what it means for future generations. And I make these illustrative points because I really do think that Turkey and Azerbaijan, again, are thinking very, very seriously about this. And they put the emphasis on the middle corridor. We might want to talk terms, but we're essentially all talking the same thing. The EU has come up with its own terminology, but it's meaning the middle corridor. The middle corridor doesn't need to be and is not one single line, just to avoid any confusion there. But it is this middle between the northern, which is out because of Russia, and the southern, right? So the focus is really on those. And if there's a real takeaway from this, it is to think about how the countries in the region can maximize the potentiality for this interest. And I hope I can say a couple of helpful things on that. But before leaving that, I would just make a contrast. We mentioned the Organization of Turkic States. That is a new-ish format. We haven't as yet mentioned the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. Audience participation. Does anybody remember that? Black Sea Economic Cooperation, launched in 1992, headquartered in Istanbul. It was supposed to be at the core a Greek-Turkish initiative. The Greeks were to do the investment bank. Members of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, you don't have to give me all of them, but what were the ends of the Black Sea? We all know the Black Sea, the littoral states, the countries around it, Bulgaria, Romania, Georgia. Who all was in the Black Sea Economic Cooperation? Russia was in it, Ukraine was in it, I mean the literal states of the Black Sea, but it went as far as, maybe crazy, as far as Albania and as far as Armenia, Azerbaijan. It was Adriatic to Caspian. And it was everybody. It wasn't Turkic. It really was everybody. And having visited their secretariat, I got to see the small room in which the 12 foreign ministers would meet. Let's keep in mind that after 2008, 3 pairs of those countries did not even have diplomatic relations. And yet they were meeting together around that table. That's absolutely inclusiveness in international relations. And the fact that, maybe I'm stepping on your toes, the fact that nobody started screaming, yeah, I remember Black Sea Economic Cooperation, is a testament. That is what we've gone from, I think, in this wider region. That is what we've gone from as drivers in especially Ankara's priorities. Highly inclusive to Turkically defined. Organization of Turkic states. And yes, the importance of the OTS, I think, depends on the members. It seems to me we have fantastic Central Asianists, if I may say that, who will know far, far more than me. I was out in Central Asia in 4 of the countries just a couple of weeks ago. The sense I get is that it doesn't have the same importance across the region. It matters greatly to Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan actually wants a military dimension to OTS. There's even talk of it being a regional NATO. So on one hand, I realize that it's not an even interest, but on the other, there are some who want to move this to higher levels. And again, it's on an exclusivist basis. I mean, just as a cross-regional comparison, I was in what is called now the biggest tea house in Central Asia. It was actually recently completed, 2014. It's in Dushanbe. Have you been there? Some heads nodding. Is it? Pardon? Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so it's this gigantic edifice. I'd really like to draw on people to help give the sense, the experience to others. It's an extraordinary building. You can have your own experiences of it. But what was highlighted throughout that enormous building was Shanghai Cooperation. There was a meeting of Shanghai Cooperation there, hosted by Tajikistan. Playing that up, even though that was years ago, I was constantly reminded that a certain Vladimir Vladimirovich was here in the building, for those meetings. That's Tajikistan talking region. Tajikistan is not Turkic, right? And it's not in the OTS. So I give that as a kind of corollary, that the non-Turkic Central Asian state, to me, at least anecdotally, was really emphasizing another form of regional cooperation, while the OTS is building. So I do think we do have a lot of Turkic activism, and we need to think what that means. Fourth, what I called this north-south, and again, I don't mean that in global terms, perhaps I should, but one of the things I find striking in this region is how despite so many foreign policy challenges, even catastrophes, how much the north-south dimension matters to Georgia, to Armenia, to Azerbaijan. And again, to me, it may sound presumptuous, but a lot of the Westerners looking in on the region, I think, miss this dimension. So Crossroads for Peace, I think in the circumstances, a fantastic initiative. I had the privilege of being in the meeting in London when the Armenian foreign minister brought Crossroads for Peace, as well as other meetings. I think it's a real initiative. And I think also when Prime Minister Pashinyan at Yerevan Dialogues last year gave a very spirited presentation of it to this international audience. You know, he was on stage, he was walking, he was speaking. It was almost rock star style, I thought, with the fantastic graphics of showing Crossroads for Peace at work. You know, a train running through, right? I'm going to speak to TRIPP later, but I think this is, and Crossroads for Peace literally shows this on the map. It's east-west, it's north-south. Azerbaijan, Russia, very fractious relationship. I mean, I couldn't understand how, when a country downs a civilian airliner, it doesn't admit that and doesn't apologize immediately, right? Just that issue alone. The Azerbaijan Airlines plane, I have to admit, I didn't know that Baku-Grozny flights were available, but that was the itinerary for this plane. You know, a situation like that in bilateral relations. It's just one of very, very many. Azerbaijan getting Russians out, and before the 5 years ended, it's a remarkable achievement. If Russia wants to feel it's losing influence, it's with Azerbaijan. Consider that with what happened in February of 2022. February 2022, of course, is the full-scale Russian invasion. The last day before that invasion, Aliyev was in Moscow. He was the last foreign leader to see Putin. And they had signed a bilateral agreement. We're talking regions, we're talking about regional cooperation structures. Of course, Azerbaijan never came into the Eurasian Economic Union, not into the CSTO, but this was a bilateral treaty, when I read it, which gave each country a veto on foreign policy, on security, on energy policy. Quite astonishing. That's the kind of leverage I think Russia wanted on Azerbaijan, which is otherwise quite a dynamic foreign policy actor. That said, keep Russia in mind, let's turn to Iran. And just as a footnote, we all know, and we're told by the White House, that the Iranian leadership has been destroyed over and over and over. Let's remember that the president, okay, he doesn't matter as much as the theocrats, I know, the president is still there. And that president is a Turkic Iranian. He's an Azerbaijani Iranian who speaks Turkish. And I actually asked President Aliyev the prospects of relations in view of a Turkic Iranian president. And I was expecting two responses which came. They're in the archives, it was on television. The one was, yes, we are actually having higher level meetings. This holds great prospect for us. Things could happen. And quite a lot of talk about north-south connectivity. So Russia, Iran, despite all these things, very much in President Aliyev's response, north-south. But also, and that was the second part I was expecting, lots about Iranian terrorism, including the attack on the Azerbaijani embassy in Tehran, which really sticks with Azerbaijanis. So you have those kinds of situations, betrayals, deaths, downing of planes, terrorist attacks, and yet north-south. So on that fourth point, I'm just signaling, and perhaps to many outside the region, that there is a lot of north-south thinking here. And really on Georgia, on that point, you know, Georgian Dream is looking to work with Moscow. Many in Georgia quite literally call it a Moscow government, a Putin government. I've got loads of pictures from protests showing that. But at a minimum, it's certainly thinking northwards as well. Fifth, European Union. Yeah, I'm in a Brexit country. It's almost 10 years since the vote. I think the European Union is actually quite a powerful actor. And I think it's a very, very right actor for here. Maybe those speaking on Central Asia will speak to this, and they can certainly do it better than I. But when I was at a conference, a big conference, which was the lead up to the EU Central Asia Summit last year, you know, the figures that we had, you know, a doubling of foreign investment in the past years of EU, that's EU aggregate, in Central Asia. The EU as a major trading partner, you know, far more significant than Russia, right? That level, right? The EU recognition of the need for hydrocarbons, Caspian and Central Asian. The memo of understanding with Azerbaijan in 2022 made, of course, in the light of the Russian full-scale invasion, the non-use, or at least in name, the non-use of Russian energy. This is longer term, I know, and it's about capacity, but it is about thinking and doing longer term. The irony that we have now is that the EU, according to Azerbaijan, the EU is not delivering enough. The aim there is to make that capacity for both Caspian and Central Asian money. That, hydrocarbons get the money to do so. That's going to have an enormous impact here, and I think much more than the BTC was in the 90s, early 2000s. Next, the European Union, I think, is a power because, I don't know about you, in my engagements with Russia, official Russians, Russian commentators, the EU, this is one of the places where you see the EU actually as a very powerful entity. Russians are constantly now talking about the EU as being a disruptive force, the EU pushing Russia out of the South Caucasus. These are laudatory terms for something that we tended to think of as, at best, a soft power, and one that was interested in things like the color of fire extinguishers or the shapes of bananas. So I think the influence is actually very, very considerable. And then another note on that, which is in some ways a tragic one, but also one of great benefit. Georgia unquestionably was the darling for the EU, for the West generally, in this neighborhood. The Georgian government, not the population, the Georgian government has lost that. The EU wants, I think, forgive the words, a new darling. Armenia fits the bill. And when we were talking, it came belatedly in the early discussion, but about values. You know, this is one of the strengths that Armenia really has. Use those. And the EU, yes, it's many things, and it needs to have consensus. I know. I don't want to be too lighthearted about it functioning. But when it does, it is very powerful. It still has the money. It still has the need. So the opportunities, I think, for Armenia with the EU now are actually absolutely immense. And that's why, as a relative outsider, I was really interested to see both the EPC and that first ever EU summit. So the prospects here of another force in the neighborhood is really very much there. And that brings me, you may be relieved to hear, a final note. I would love to debate this idea of neutrality. I was very, very pleased to see that in the write-up that was coming. The idea of not so much necessarily neutrality itself, but Armenia embedding itself in networks. And we have a slight irony. You know, when we talk about neutrality, we have a country in the region that is officially a non-aligned country. Azerbaijan, that's its branding, right? And it joined the non-aligned movement several years ago, was the chair of it for a number of years, was asked to continue as a chair. So just as a contrast, that's actually one of the things that Azerbaijan has played. But I think Armenia has every prospect now of building a great set of networks. And that would be a way, less tangible than some things, but that would be a way of building security. The EU, and it is something of a security actor, take the EUMM in Armenia. But also, this may sound very, very odd, I would love the idea of Armenia doing more with the OSCE. The OSCE, you don't want to do it as a charity, but it needs help. And I certainly think we should not have a consensus idea in the OSCE with Russian and Belarusian behavior. If a country, for example, wants an OSCE mission or wants it again, let's find ways of doing it. If it's an extra budgetary activity, and there are lots of those, if it's on certain program levels so that it's not necessarily a full mission, although I think a mission would be a great idea, we should explore those. It's one of a whole number of ranges where I think we could more internationalize Armenia. It's a very, very ripe time to do that, and that will be different forms of embeddedness. And really a last note, I wasn't so much expecting, and perhaps a year ago, to talk about TRIPP in this context. Yes, there's much that we don't know about it. Yes, it is heavily private sector. Yes, it's associated with one administration, which means it may not have a life. But the more that's put into it, the better. I was very, very interested when the State Department released a 6-page document for the Armenian side in January, fleshing this out. And as one of the presentations said this morning, no, that was really speaking to sovereignty. I think it's doing that. It respects national sovereignty very, very much, while at the same time finding ways that a sovereign country can manage the connectivity in ways that give reassurance. So I think this is actually something potentially extremely important. And I was very, very relieved to see more of it developing, the vice presidential visit, the State Department visit in recent days. So that too as a leg to this idea of embedding. And the EPC itself in 47 countries, I think this is a set of international relations that we didn't see a few years ago? And I'll leave it as a question, a closing question. Would we have even imagined that a few years ago? So I think many positives to be taken from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Frankly, I was personally inspired. The way you presented this positive, larger scale picture, because for me, sometimes being inside, you get lost across the trees, missing the forest, the big picture. And when someone from outside gives you like the bigger picture, country, region, bigger region, the circles of many different things, it's really encouraging. So let's have now, nurses, your presentation, and then we'll have more discussion and Q&A also. Because there are many different directions, and I'm sure audience will have more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm also not doing a presentation. I guess being an academic gets so tired of doing these. You're like, after a while, you know, enough with presentation. Let's have a conversation. What I want to do to discuss today, as David noted in the introduction, is to explain how Armenia is navigating a new region, a new security environment, and a process of understanding that the South Caucasus doesn't exist in isolation, that there's a broader subcontinental Eurasian project at hand. So in that context, Armenia had to come up with a solution to what we had was 30 years of foreign policy failures. And failure isn't specifically defined by one issue, but the fact that Armenia pretty much had almost no international diplomatic capital, very little regional capital, and remained primarily isolated from most regional projects. Okay, so marginalization and dependency on a single security partner produced a development where Armenia pretty much was left out of extensive developments. By virtue of that, we also had to over-securitize the entirety of our foreign policy thinking. And of course, when you're over-securitized and you find yourself in a dependency structure, your ability to have economic, democratic, and societal growth is innately diminished. There's a reason why almost all countries that find themselves under Russia's authoritarian orbit are underdeveloped countries. There's simply no country that remains in Russia's sphere of influence that has the ability to develop. And so Armenia's chronic underdevelopment, which also was an underdevelopment in its foreign security thinking, was a byproduct of that. So 2018 happens. Armenia does not change its foreign policy orientation because it cannot. It is structurally caught in a securitized and foreign policy structural problem. And then 2020 happens, okay? The Nagorno-Karabakh war happens. Armenia is still not unable to sufficiently decouple from a toxic dependency structure and address its fundamental problems. And then the Ukraine war happens in 2022. And this gives Armenia the opportunity to both de-risk and decouple from Russia, which became the very famous Western pivot that we have been talking about. The Western pivot was institutionalized through a policy of diversification, which we were talking about in the earlier panel. But diversification is a policy, it is not a doctrine. And so my talk today is to explain how the policy of diversification fits into a broader foreign doctrine that is shaping Armenia's thinking, and how Armenia is using this to both address its previous shortcomings, while at the same time use a new model of both engaging multiplicity of partners while developing deterrence. And remember, deterrence isn't simply hard power capability. It is a multi-layered process of developing a new security architecture. But before we kind of jump into that, right, for the last 2 years, there's been a lot of confusion on what does Armenia's diversification policy entail. Is it limited? Is it performative? Is it a fake reorientation? Is Armenia actually pivoting or temporarily hedging? And was Yerevan or has Yerevan have been serious about altering the region's alliance and security system? Important to understand is that the security system of the South Caucasus for Russia was primarily hinged on Armenia because Armenia made up the southern flank of its security architecture. So Armenia freezing its membership, for example, in the CSTO, while might not seem like a big thing, it sent a structural shockwave to Russia's security architecture. And it also did something very interesting. It pretty much displayed to the world that the CSTO is a paper tiger, incapable of addressing regional security problems. And so all of these developments, right, led to a thinking of, okay, what is our policy of diversification going to look like? It can't simply be an abstraction, right? How is it going to be implemented? And what doctrine do we fit this in? Now, many of you are probably asking, what is the difference between policy and doctrine? Okay? And generally speaking, right, policy entails a specific rules and guidelines that govern preferred actions and outcomes of the state. So policies tend to be, generally speaking, detailed, specific, and operationalizable. Doctrines are broader and more comprehensive. They're like a set of principles and fundamental beliefs, right, that determine decision making. Okay? And so in that context, we have an idea of what diversification entails. You just diversify things. All right? In theory, it makes sense. But what does that look like in practice? And so in this context, right, my presentation, as was noted in the agenda, basically makes the point of Armenia's foreign policy doctrine being defined by multi-alignment. And that's why we speak of partnerships and not alliances. Most have not been paying attention to this nuance. Armenia no longer forms alliances. What Armenia does is it forms and develops multiplicity of strategic partnerships. And that's how we engage in diversification. And so what informs, right, our policy of diversification is the doctrine of multi-alignment. And when we look at sort of these developments, right, now we then pose the question, why alignment and not alliances? Okay, this is very, very important to understand. Alignment is a value-neutral concept. Alignment does not infer any preset content on interstate relations. Alliance, however, the concept of alliances by definition have a security dimension to it and an interdependency component to it. You cannot be allied to two competing forces. So alliance could negate diversification. But you can have partnerships with a multitude of competing forces. This is why we proceeded with the multi-alignment doctrine. And so what multi-alignment does, right, it allowed Armenia to actually implement its policy of diversification. Russia struggled with this because they cannot understand how its vassal can decouple and proceed with the direction that it did. For Armenia's perspective, it was not engaging in an anti-Russian move. It was basically and simply de-risking. And so geopolitical de-risking is a big part of the multi-alignment model that we have been using. Because what we have seen in the region under Russian dominance has been fracture, authoritarian conflict management, and high propensity for risk. Well, small states always struggle to deal with those kinds of problems. So you have to come up with a solution. Therein lies my conversation of how we proceeded. And so what Armenia did is that we used the multi-alignment doctrine to de-risk singular dependency by developing plurality of partnerships. And it's very, very simple. The more partners you have, the more other countries are vested in you. The more other countries are vested in you, the more important you are. The more important you are, the more layers of deterrence that you have. Because you're not talking about engaging with one or two countries, but you're talking about basically developing a large number of relationships. Why is this fundamental? It kind of brings me to what thing David and I were talking about earlier. It allows for some strategic use of neutrality. Because again, strategic partnerships do not have a security component. They may, but the strategic partnerships that Armenia engage in, right, are relatively fluid, and they're designed to address limitations or resource scarcity needs for Armenia. So this is very, very important to understand. Now, some of you might be like, hold on though. Alliances are important because you get security guarantees and so on and so forth. Latest research shows that that paradigm has shifted. Nobody offers security guarantees anymore. So if you're in NATO, you're in NATO. If you're not in NATO, you're not going to get a new security, a guarantee model. That thinking doesn't work. So when Armenia, for example, froze its membership in the CSTO, it was a strategic move because you can no longer rely on an outdated multilateral defense alliance. This was not an anti-Russian move. It was just a rational understanding that a failed model no longer works. And so when we proceed from this thinking then, right, look at the strategic partnerships, for example, Armenia has signed. These are by design, okay? We had signed one with the United States, which we recently elevated to a comprehensive strategic partnership agenda. Then Armenia has signed numerous strategic partnerships with the European states. But then we turned around and also signed one with China. Does this constitute a contradiction in foreign policy? No, it doesn't. It's just simply methodical implementation of the multi-alignment doctrine. We're going to be signing one, for example, with Poland down the line. And then an enhancement with India, for example, right? And then South Korea. And there's Sub-Saharan Africa, okay? So what strategic partnerships do is they allow us to have strategic flexibility, which is very, very important to neutrality. So when we proceed from that thinking, right, now we start understanding what Armenia is doing. But I do want to make a very, very important point. There is a taxonomy and a priority list when it comes to strategic partnerships, meaning all strategic partnerships are not the same, okay? So when we look at the wide range of bilateral alignments that Armenia has put together, right, Armenia gives France, for example, priority in Europe. But even giving priority to Europe, the strategic partnership with France is not as important as the one with the United States. So there is a hierarchy of relevance to the strategic partnerships that the US produces. And this is where the flexibility and the multi-alignment becomes important. So in the confluence of a diversified matrix of bilateral agreements and strategic partnerships, Armenia is able to engage with different partners at different levels with different scope and different magnitude. We have never had the ability to do that because our foreign policy model was defined by Russian reliance, but we masqueraded as having multi-vectorism. Armenia did not engage in multi-vectorism. Armenia engaged in basically unidimensional bandwagoning. Okay, and bandwagoning is a term we use in international relations. I don't want to get, this is not important to get into, but we understand what we're getting at. Okay? Now, why strategic partnerships? Okay, so research shows there are 4 types of general alignments that countries engage in. The first one, as we noted, is alliances, right? This is the most prominent one. NATO is a perfect example. Armenia is never joining NATO, will never be part of NATO. That's not a serious conversation, all right? And as we understood, our alliance with Russia was a failure, so we're over that. Second is the concept of a coalition. Okay, coalition is sort of like a grouping of like-minded states that agree to join on an ad hoc basis to address a certain issue. Okay, like the U.S. thing, a war on terror, for example. A bunch of countries joined this coalition. Armenia can at times join, but very likely we won't. The third are what are known as broad communities or supranational systems. European Union, ASEAN, these are some examples. Armenia has demonstrated some interest as we speak of the European trajectory. How serious is that? That's a different subject of conversation. And of course, it brings us to the fourth type, which are strategic partnerships. And a lot of the cutting-edge research on international relations is actually making the point that strategic partnerships are the most effective and tangible way of accruing dividends and an ability to advance your interests. So, to kind of wrap it up, okay, what is Armenia doing, or what are the main principles of its strategic partnership approach, and why is this beneficial? First, we see that strategic partnerships are organized around a mutually accepted set of principles, not specific tasks. And these are interest-defined that are based on certain values. So if you and I have come to an agreement, we form a strategic partnership that has nothing to do with the other relationships that I have. Also, strategic partnerships are objective-driven rather than threat-driven arrangements. So your strategic partnership does not threaten other partners. Third, we see that there's a low commitment cost to strategic partnerships as opposed to alliances. With alliances, you're stuck, and that could be detrimental to your capacity for flexibility or neutrality. But with strategic partnerships, you have a degree of autonomy. We see a lot of talk about strategic autonomy. That's one aspect of what we're doing. And fourth, very important for Armenia, most strategic partnerships are based on an economic genesis. Okay? Generally, the roots of strategic partnerships are economic, and then you build on that with cultural, educational, whatever it may be, scientific, security, weapons, etc., etc. So what this does is, right, it completely alters the game. It is for this reason, then, we're seeing that Armenia is able to proceed in a, as was initially discussed by the previous speaker, in a complex region, in a complex subcontinent with more flexibility. It doesn't mean Armenia has been able to, or will be able to address all of its problems, but its toolkit and its capacity at the diplomatic and security level increases. Not because overnight you became a powerful country. No, because you started using a model that actually works. And this is kind of what we're looking at with the regional dynamic and how diversification and multi-alignment are proceeding. I think I'll stop here. I'll take questions.
Thank you, both. Thank you, Nexus. And in fact, I have one question for both of you, which you from different angles somehow addressed. To me, it is about our capacity to deal with complexity. When you are like a smaller subordinate states under the type of Russian authority, you have easy life. You just follow the orders and there are no complexity. You have to just simply implement what you are told to do. And then we come like we open up ourselves and we become like we have to navigate a very stormy, huge waves ocean, and we have to constantly find the right way to do this. And both you, Rick, and also you, Nurses, spoke about this. Let's say we get into this complex, first you said regional, like South Caucasus, then we have like Iran, Turkey, Russia, then we have a different, bigger world. I said, so circle after the circle, complexity of relations, and we have to find a way to navigate. And Nurses, what you said is about, again, like 200 countries in the world, and then diversifying means that we build strategic partnership with all of them, and each strategic partnership implies many layers of relations. So someone need to manage all these things. And I was talking to our ambassador, Armenian ambassador in Brussels, Tigran, and he said even with European Union, we need to have some central ministry point or central governmental point which manage the complexity of relations with 27 countries, each of them with 25 different ministries. And so far, we don't have this institutional. So it is first institutional, second, the capacity issue. So what will be your way, how we move forward on this? Maybe first Rick, and then after Nurses.
Yeah, well, a fabulous set of questions, I think. I'd kind of like to default to the quality of human capacity. in this. But yeah, I mean, I have the easy job because I can just say things. I have lots of friends who work in ministries and can talk about the overload of information and activity and so on. So I'm sure for dare we say, a smaller country, engaging on that basis, and this is partly why I would worry about setting up so many bilateral setups that need management. So my answer has to be, I don't have an immediately good answer for that, but I think multilateral platforms are one way around that. I mean, I understand, maybe the EU is particularly bad that way because it's enormous itself and it really engages with every aspect of public administration and all its members as well as things societal. But if there can be a kind of division of labor where there are multilateral engagements dealing, especially sectoral, I think it's fewer people. But I mean, it's a human capacity question. And I mean, just as a curious thing, maybe it's a cop-out, but for the 30th anniversary of the independence of the Czech Republic, the main foreign policy magazine asked a few outsiders to speak about foreign policy there. And I mean, there I came back to human capacity as well. And when we had discussions this morning, about, call it niches for Armenia, the first thing that came to my mind, now there are a lot of factors that go into this, of course, but what came to my mind was E-Estonia, that is E as in things digital, Estonia, right? This very, very small country, inarguably an out-of-the-way place that really accelerated things digital. And actually, I spent quite a bit of time in Estonia about a year after the Russian-Georgian War because there were so many Baltic connections to Georgia, right? And I was there as coming from Britain, and I was just astonished how technologically backward Britain was compared to small Estonia. So it is to say that there are these niches that small countries can most certainly do. So it doesn't have to be a disadvantage. And there can be fantastic coherence, frankly, in smaller populations. And I think also in the case of Armenia, you have the tremendous blessing, I would think, of an enormous and multi-placed diaspora. Right? And I think that has made significant impacts for many of the countries that have made successful transitions. I would go out on a limb and say that part of the Baltic transition was because of that. That they had overseas diasporas, and you think about it, there was an Estonian president, a Latvian president, who were North American born, and they were bringing all this experience. So I think that's something that Armenia can draw on, and not all countries have that. So forgive me, I'll say it again. I think it's something of a cop-out to the very, very good question that you're answering, but I think a combination of that human capacity, maximizing the attributes that one has, and then ideally, as I say to somebody who knows multilateral institutions better than I will ever, picking those where it makes sense in division of labor and trying to minimize the work costs in doing things where there can be a wider approach.
Thank you, Rick. And indeed, to me also, we don't have the luxury for 5-10 years build the capacity and start dealing. We are dealing with multiple crises at the same time, and this type of learning, adapting, experimenting, etc., is probably the way forward. But Nerses, what do you think? How we approach
it's definitely an issue of institutional underdevelopment. Even if you had the human capacity, Armenia's foreign ministry and our institutions have never been part of the decision-making process in the past. They are now. And so institutional development automatically creates problems of implementation and the capacity to proceed with these things. It's because of that Armenia is doing three things. One, as I noted, it's creating a hierarchy of priority. That's what applies more resources to certain strategic partnerships and less to others. That's one. Two, we take longer time to negotiate, okay? Generally speaking, right, most countries are able to develop the contours of their strategic partnership agenda relatively in 3 to 4 months. We take about 7 to 8 months, sometimes up to a year. But that's fine. We want to be methodical. We want to be tedious. But so we engage, sort of it takes us a little bit more of time. We're also not signing, 15 strategic partnership a year, right? We're doing about 3 to 4. And so those components are allowing it to be relatively manageable. The third component here is that not all strategic partnerships have the same level of complexity, And so what that does is it allows Armenia to, for example, Armenia's strategic partnership with Great Britain, with the UK, is not as complicated as the one that it just signed with the European Union, right? So it's about resource distribution and resource management at the institutional level. And some strategic partnerships are inverse. Like, for example, while we don't have one with Poland, but while Poland is extremely important for the transatlantic system, with Poland, Armenia began at the security and the technical level, and it would be working backwards towards the security dynamic, economic dynamic, whereas in most other cases it's the reverse. You begin at the economic, cultural, so on and so level, and then proceed to the security level. So it's about basically gauging what your top interest areas are with a given country, and then developing the agenda accordingly, and that makes it manageable. But I agree, if we went around and just basically signed a bunch of strategic agendas, right, with large number of countries, more than we could manage, they will remain stagnant, and that becomes performative.
Thank you both, and I think it's good time now to open the floor for the audience. Please, colleagues, and come close to the microphone, please.
Hello, yes. My name is Aldanis, I'm from Kazakhstan, and it's a bit pity that the major messages from Dr. Kopolan you addressed, it's actually the things which we are discussing in Kazakhstan for the last 35 years. And I'm really surprised that nobody really speaks about the multi-vector foreign policy of Central Asian states. In fact, I think Central Asian states might be closer to Armenia than European states, which we also have discussed this neutral format of, I don't know, Switzerland, Finland, or any other states. So in that sense, I don't think we might really speak about difference between multi-alignment and multi-vector foreign policy, because I think Dr. Fallon can also confirm there's a concept of a new English school and this storytelling effect of the multi-vector foreign policy of Kazakhstan. So we spoke about today a lot about organization of Turkic states. In fact, Kazakhstan is a member of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, of the OACO. Kazakhstan is a member of CSTO, of Eurasian Economic Union, of Islamic Cooperation Organization, and of Economic Partnership Organization, and also is a member of Belt and Road Initiative, is a member of Global Gateway, and of many other institutions which also help Kazakhstan to promote this type of multi-vector foreign policy. So I think, why not just really to draw some lessons from a Kazakh multi-vector foreign policy? Or overall, from Central Asia, there's a state like Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan was actually recognized as a neutral state. So it's not a member of any military bloc, and it's neighbor of which state, which might also possess some threat for its national security? Of Afghanistan. So in that sense, I think really within 35 years, we just lost maybe these connections between Armenia and Central Asia. And in this regard, I would like to ask maybe also Dr. Fallon, maybe if you see this similarities, maybe you could also say maybe 5 lessons for Armenia, or 3 lessons for Armenia from Central Asian experience of promoting multi-vector foreign policy. And another question is about, it might be a bit provocative, given this all engagements and trying to have peace in the Caucasus, but did multi-vector alignment help UAE to prevent recent attack or not?
So, I think the first question was directed at me. Very good question. The answer to your question, actually, there's a very prominent answer. The previous pre-Velvet administration actually copied and pasted the foreign policies of Central Asia, claimed it to be exercising multi-vectorism. It wasn't. So there has been an attempt at emulation. So there's multi-alignment, there's multi-vectorism, and then there's multilateralism. For a small state like Armenia, multilateralism is very limited because small states tend to be drowned out in multilateral engagement. So what Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan could do in a multilateral engagement, Kyrgyzstan cannot be able to do, for example. So while Armenia has been part of a lot of multilateral engagements, they're not able to punch above their weight, and they've been drowned out. So that's been one issue. The biggest problem with multi-vectorism, by the way, Azerbaijan has copied Central Asia and is using multi-vectorism. Multi-vectorism differs from multi-alignment on two main issues. One, countries that exercise multi-vectorism have natural resources. Therefore, they engage in transactional engagement. Armenia does not have natural resources, so it limits their ability to do that. Multi-alignment allows for value sharing. Multi-vectorism doesn't care about values as much and tends to be driven by resource capacity. Two, countries that exercise multi-alignment tend to be shifting more democratic, while countries that traditionally exercise multi-vectorism are either petro-autocracies like Azerbaijan or illiberal democracies. And so the structuration of Armenia isn't commensurate with multi-vectorism, therefore it proceeds with multi-alignment. Multilateralism is very, very important, but we're not saying you abdicate one with the other. What you do is you create a lot of deep bilateral relations while also maintaining and engaging with multilateral responsibilities, which Armenia has done. But in cases where multilateralism has not addressed its issues, like its security crisis, it had to proceed with deeper strategic partnerships.
Okay, thank you on that. I think there are so many things wrapped up in that question, and the starting point probably would be to say those from Central Asia, those who intensively study Central Asia, should be asked as well, and we should draw on their experience. I think the second thing I'd say is possibly slightly more on the academic side, and that is to make a case for case study comparison. I mean, I'm all in favor of this, but we want to think systematically about the different variables that affect this, be it resource capacity versus not, I mean, geographic locations and so on. But probably the third thing I would say is that we really want to think about the quality of the relationships. And I'm always very hesitant about using similes and metaphors, but international relations is a lot like relationships. You surely want a few that really matter and deliver a lot. You might have a big, expansive, wider network of friends or even acquaintances. So on one hand, the multi-vector, and especially when you're landlocked or double landlocked, and you've had a tough geopolitical history, you may want to bring in as many as possible. The Mongolians talk about their third neighbor. We immediately know who the two neighbors are, but the third neighbor is sometimes the United States, but often it's international organizations. Right? They want those others. So one can understand that completely. But I would muddy this discussion a little bit and say we really want to ask, what is it that we want and what do we need and where are we? Where are we as a people? And in that way, I think values actually matter for a great deal, right? So we all know that they're internationally recognized countries, about 193, right, in the UN. And think about all the nodes, that creates thousands of bilateral recognitions in that, right? That's an awful lot of stuff to manage. But, a lot of those bilateral relationships are minuscule in content, in meaning, right? To me, the priority would be, what is it that really delivers for you? And in that way, I think, Armenia should maximize possibilities, but Armenia should also think, what are we? In terms of values as well as interests, and who are most like us, and what does that do collectively? Right? It's not necessarily to the exclusion of others. Right? And I tried actually, I don't know if in the end they broadcast it, but on Azerbaijani news, I tried to say, don't make a big deal about the military parade, about the acquisitions here, and let's think numbers. I hate to say it, but Turkey, 90 million people, Azerbaijan, 10 million people. Is this really a threat? I can understand in circumstances like that we want to diversify, but you want to ask, what do we need? What do we most fundamentally need? And I think there's a values shift here. I also said that everybody in the South Caucasus wants good relations with their big northern neighbor. I think that's part of it. But I think the crux, the core of the answer to this is, who genuinely gives the most in this? Right? And I'd like to think that this is clearer now. And that is what should be pursued, the core pursuit. It's not necessarily to the exclusion of everything else. That could be actually quite reckless, but the concentration.
Thank you. I will just react also on this lesson, Kazakhstan, to learn. And I spent some years in Kazakhstan and Central Asia also. And for me, indeed, there are a lot of lessons to learn, but also there are a lot of differences in the context. And for me, the way Tokayev is managing his relations with Putin or with Chinese Xi, the chairman or the secretary general in China, and he speaks perfect Chinese and perfect Russian and perfect English and perfect French, etc. So I think he's one of the candidates for UN Secretary General, in fact. I think could be potentially. But yes, I mean, but at the same time, there's like South Caucasus and our relations between three of us, Central Asia, relations among five of them, and then Central Asia and the neighbors, and South Caucasus and our neighbors, and how we relate to each other also. So there are lessons, I guess, on both sides to learn, but there are also many outside lessons we both need to learn. Thank you. But let's continue more with questions also, please. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Armin Marsubian. I'm a Fulbright visiting scholar here at AUA this year. The question was originally addressed to Nerses, but you, in a sense, Dr. Fawn, had brought up the issue of values. And I was thinking, when should we not be pursuing strategic partnerships? I know that for economic reasons, there are many advantages to pursue these kinds of partnerships. But what Dr. Fawn brought up was the question of shared values, and sometimes those would preempt taking the economic steps in a partnership, especially when those partners are flaunting or negating the values that we hold, and may ultimately impact the value of the economic relationship. I know it's a sort of broad question, but when should we not pursue?
That's a very good. It's a very common question, I guess, with middle or superpowers in the West who espouse values but behave a certain way. I'll be very honest with you. Armenia does not have the luxury to engage in that kind of behavior. So in that context, the objective is to maximize and prioritize your interests. Values matter, but they cannot supersede your security dilemma or the financial or economic needs that you may be in. But to your point, it's not Armenia. So the diversification and multi-element doctrine is not based on an either or matter. It's based on an and matter, right? So the precepts are very, very different. Let's say, for example, hypothetically, Armenia forms a strategic partnership with a sub-Saharan African country because they have a lot of, hypothetically, critical or mineral resources that might be essential to Armenia's future IT capabilities, right? But that country happens to be very, very repressive and has human rights issues. Nowhere in that strategic partnership, in that agenda, will you say anything, for example, about democratic institutions or institutional development. It would be a highly specific agenda that is commensurate with interests. But when you sign one with the Dutch, right, there are important support you're going to be receiving from them to enhance and grow your institutional capacities, which are commensurate with your values. And so you do not, in the domain of international relations, you do not, especially for small states, operate off of the logic that values supersede strategic interests. I wish we could, but if you do that, you're fundamentally handicapping yourself. Second, you do not live in a region where that approach is feasible. So it's going to further put you at a disadvantage where you have at times predatory neighbors, or at times you have neighbors who would basically utilize relationships that are not based on values, while you deny yourself access based on values. And that creates a national security thing, a problem. So contextually, I think each strategic partnership is based on needs areas, and you proceed from that lens. Of course, there are countries that you would not do it. I don't see Armenia, hypothetically, right, signing a strategic partnership with the Taliban, okay? But with countries that are, with whom it's commensurate with Armenia's strategic interests, that would supersede whatever concerns we have with values. And I think that's very rational. You know, when we look down south, okay, Iran's a very, very important partner. We do not have the luxury of pontificating on values where you have vital need areas and immense issues, so on and so forth.
Yes, my name is Haritun Yagubian. I'm student of AA. So my first question will be, first question will be why people, civil society lost Georgia, and can this scenario happen in Armenia? And the kind of continuation of this question is, so can we play collective games with dictators, and can this multi-alignment approach in the international relations look like a series of concessions toward dictatorships like Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Russia, and very unpopular democratically inside of the Armenia?
Can I ask you, I'm sorry, I heard civil society in Georgia.
Yes.
Not all the questions. I think there was probably a word I missed. Yeah, civil society, Georgia.
How civil society lost Georgia as politically? So before it was pro-European Union, and now it's going back toward Russia. And can the same happen with Armenia? And might it be the tiredness of people that Georgia didn't go toward West fast enough, and it kind of backslash can be in Armenia as well?
So, okay, thank you. And that's probably several questions, and I feel a bit presumptuous because this is really asking questions about Georgia and Georgians. But that said, I don't look, civil society is still there. It's lost, let's call it formal power. But as I mentioned, and it's just an anecdote in all this, protests continue a year and a half on from what Western governments basically saw were fraudulent elections. Okay, so I think that says something about civil society. And all the polls, and there still is some free public opinion polling done in Georgia, 80 to 90% of the population want the EU accession process to continue. I mean, that's astonishing. Again, thinking 10-year anniversary of the Brexit vote in Britain, if there was that kind of support in a place like Britain, right, it'd be astonishing. So I wouldn't say that civil society has lost. They've lost their government, right? And while many Western governments didn't come out firm enough, I think, about the elections at the end of 2024, the standing back and the punishment, right? There's been a recoiling of NATO cooperation with Georgia, EU cooperation with Georgia, a lot of bilateral things that have been wound back. So, there's a fairly clear Western stand that Georgian dream is not legitimate. Those elections were not legitimate, and that civil society continues as it has, and very brutally. Let's not be mistaken. The Georgian dream government is a brutal regime. It brazenly beats people in public. It brazenly films attacks on the offices of legitimate political opposition figures, of editors and so on. Right? So that's the situation in which they're dealing with. So actually, from a civil society point of view, it's commendations to the Georgians in dealing with this. So I don't know if that's answering some of your question. I'd be very, very hesitant, even more hesitant, to then make a comparison to Armenia, because I think there are lots of people here from whom I would love to hear on that. I don't know if you want to come in, and then we take this question about the authoritarian cooperation, backlash, whatever.
Georgian civil society, and I'm going to be very honest, Europe made a very fatal mistake. They operate off of the logic that a vibrant civil society is enough to stop democratic backsliding. It's not. And they did not sufficiently invest in strengthening Georgia's institutions. And so you can have a very, very strong civil society, but if you don't implement institutional reforms, every political system in power reproduces power. And that reproduction of power makes it rational to suppress civil society. And that is exactly what Ivanishvili did. But if Georgia had developed the institutions necessary to develop guardrails against backsliding, then in conjunction with civil society would have been able to address the problem. Now, Armenia has a vibrant civil society. Are institutional reforms there where it needs to be? Absolutely not. Can the Georgia situation play out? Possibly 10 years from now if we have the same state of stasis, right? And so in that context, instead of investing and pressuring institutional reforms, the West thought, let's just pump money into civil society and it'll do the job for us. It created a moral hazard. And Ivanishvili knew how to play it, and he followed the Putin model. Because right after 2012, when Putin returned to power, he did the switcheroo with Medvedev, what was the first thing he did? He went after civil society. Because you can methodically chip away and manage and weaken civil society. But if you have strong institutional guardrails, that creates a different problem. So Armenia's going forward, the responsibility of Armenian civil society is not to become complacent like Georgia's and actually engage in and demand institutional reforms, or else that danger is always there. You cannot consolidate democracy without institutional development, and civil society is never enough to serve as a guardrail against that.
Thank you. More question, please?
Thank you for the opportunity. To continue the title, let me look at it from an economical perspective, if I may. Georgia did well or didn't. Whom should we blame? I don't know. Maybe we should blame the economy. Maybe we should blame the EU, because as they stated, Georgians, 70% of their economy was with Russia, and only 4% of their economy was with EU. And when they shifted to the West, this 4% didn't develop much. So how much could they wait? By the way, the same percentages, more or less, fits in Armenia as well. And Dr. You named that the Georgian elections were not very legal. So how about the Azeris elections? This guy was elected for the 10th time, or Erdogan, whatever it is. By the way, when we discuss peace with Azerbaijan, have you asked them, for example, when you saw the prosperity of the region, well-funded projects in the region by Azeris, have you asked them why they are annihilating the Armenian culture there? Was it done by the same budget, or another budget was allocated for that? Yeah, thank you.
It's a multi-layered question. I don't talk to Azerbaijanis, so I will make the point that Georgia's problem was systemic. It wasn't economic. Actually, I was talking to an Estonian diplomat. He told me something interesting about the 70% of Georgians wanting to join the European Union. He said something very interesting. He said 70% of Georgians want European money, but don't want to put in the work to join the European Union, which is a very, very interesting, sort of very Baltic perspective. But that is a very good point that's being made. If you don't have sufficient economic diversification and growth, that is going to create eventual problems. But Georgia's problem in of itself was not economic. It was a political system that became so entrenched and so confident in its ability to get away with things that it proceeded the way it did. Azerbaijan is not a democracy like Armenia or even to some extent Georgia. Azerbaijan has no European aspirations. So at the end of the day, Aliyev's policy is very different. He positions himself as a buffer against Iran, therefore being able to accrue diplomatic capital with certain Western actors, while at the same time doing something very interesting, claiming to be a source of energy security for Europe, which is a very multi-vector transactional approach. So his policy orientation is very, very different from Georgia and Armenia. Armenia espouses democracy as being an important part of its national strategy. Georgia, for the longest time, being the darling of Europe and the West, espoused democracy. Aliyev has never spoken about democracy. So the rules of the game are very different in how three of the states engage with European partners. But I'll defer the question of conversations with Azerbaijanis to you.
Merci. Georgia, again, first, and perhaps within that, a couple of words on the EU and region making. So I actually think the EU likes to make regions. Western Balkans, it's a term we didn't used to have. Now we have the Western Balkans. That's an EU conception. Notice we don't have an Eastern Balkans to go with that. You know, when the accession process started, the understanding was countries had to group together. That's how the EU wanted it. Then the EU changed the game, and it was going to be accession on a country-by-country basis. Those regional formations broke down. My Baltic friends, they like the Estonians, who are essentially Finns, right? They're Finno-Ugric, Latvians, Lithuanians, different language group, religious differences. So on one hand, yeah, it's a region. On the other hand, there's lots of different differences among them. So, you know, regions is a very elastic term, and the EU often places. I mean, I would say that the EU and the US, I'm waiting to hear from people like Nargis and Slavomir on this. You know, I think the EU and the US did quite a lot to put the C5 together in preceding years, and it's almost now a given. Right? So there's a region-making dimension. One region dimension that absolutely failed was, do we still remember the idea of the Eastern Partnership? Right? Eastern Partnership, 6 countries that just happen to share 2 things. One is they were post-Soviet republics, and 2, roughly speaking, they were between the EU and Russia. I mean, that was clear in the cases of Ukraine, Belarus, okay, Moldova, South Caucasus. You don't have the same geography, but that was the idea. And you all know that the 6 letters of those 6 very different countries together make bumaga, right? Paper in Russian. I mean, it's an odd package. Belarus, Europe's last dictatorship. You might want to contest that. There could be others. Belarus, Ukraine, which was flip-flopping all the way. Moldova, not the Moldova today, but a Moldova that looked pretty Moscow-focused. Georgia, very Western at that time. Armenia, Azerbaijan. And now this gets to Azerbaijan because when Eastern Partnership rolled along, there was a lot of governance in that. Democracy, human rights, rule of law, courts, media, and so on, right? And Azerbaijan said, no, right? We'll do the technocratic stuff. We'll do the hydrocarbon stuff, right? Now, Belarus didn't play along with this, right? So it was a terrible misconception by the EU. The EU can get a lot right, and it's very easy to attack it. But this idea that you had 6 common countries that could be treated literally in the same platform. Keep in mind that there were bilateral meetings set up, the 6 and the EU, year in, year out. You know, it was a bit of a misconception. So it is to say that a lot of EU policy can be cookie cutter, and it's a bit of the hubris of the EU. Our values are such that everybody wants them, right? And that's not the case. Now, getting to Georgia specifically, I think several things happened. One is Saakashvili, right? This is somebody in 2007. When I started seeing the images of people being beaten in Tbilisi, I thought it was from Belarus. But that was Saakashvili. You know, Colombia law added, but...
Same happened here in Armenia.
Okay, so 2007, 2008, in a very few words, I had the nice coincidence of getting, actually, of Armenian origin, but a Georgian as a postdoc, and we did a study of the narratives of the 2008 war across a number of languages. Now, I mean, Saakashvili should have been out at that point. I think basically what he wanted to do, being in an electoral situation, his reforms having done brilliance for the first couple of years, having tanked, lots of talk of high-level corruption while the daily stuff had been successfully, I think, wiped out. You know, he had to reintegrate. And he thought South Ossetia was easy. He called it that loose tooth, right? And we know the story. It didn't work that way. So in a normal situation, I think Saakashvili would have been out at the end of 2008. He actually lingered on. So that's the first component of this. Second, Ivanishvili, right? This is a guy who makes a monumental amount of money in Russia. This is a guy who knows how to navigate the Russian system. And doubtless, I mean, how do you do that? How do you make billions in that environment without A, knowing how to navigate a system like that, but B, racking up a lot of IOUs, a lot of debts, right? So the second thing is Ivanishvili with an inordinate amount of money. You know, it's often been said that his personal wealth was the equivalent of the state budget of Georgia, that he was the bulk of the GDP, whatever it is. This is a monumental challenge in that small country. And this was somebody, lots of conspiracy theories, and I'm in no position to comment, but somebody either on a personal mission or perhaps somebody else's mission or combination to undo Saakashvili, who had pulled Georgia out of the orbit and made him the Euro-Atlantic darling with a disastrous war to boot. And remember that the Russians opened a second front in 2008, right? They attacked from Abkhazia, and they destroyed a great deal in Georgia. It wasn't just about South Ossetia. Right? This was very, very punishing against Georgia. Right? So we have the dynamic of the Ivanishvili juggernaut to change the situation, and a lot of dismay. And an EU that was having different priorities and so on in the course of the 20-teens. Right? Georgian Dream, very intent on building up its power, did this over time. And I mean, it's not perhaps the place to get into the details of it. I mean, there may have been more safeguard, actually, in Georgia. Whether there was or wasn't, Georgian Dream was very intent on undoing what there was. Right? And I don't think the EU understood the intensity of the threat either. Sorry, do you want me to move along? It was okay, so right. We can discuss more. Sorry.
Sure, maybe. There are two more people.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen, for the insightful discussion. Very encouraging to hear. The views that you are developing on. My question perhaps is mostly to Dr. Kopalian. As a caveat, I'm really glad on most points I think we have a good deal of confluence of thinking. But my question is rather more on leveraging those strategic partnerships. Leveraging, you have already given some points about that. But to elaborate further, there is in a way, I would respond to the, comments from the gentleman from Kazakhstan about multivectoralism. I think Armenia's foreign policy was multivectoral, all right. Only it was one big, beautiful vector, solid and long up north with multiple arrows in different directions, short ones, and often black-walled. And in short, Armenia's foreign policy was compelled to be one-dimensional and single issue. Now there is an opportunity. Why Kazakhstan can elaborate so beautifully on multivectoralism? I think the question is relevance. Kazakhstan has relevance on so many points, whether it is the hydrocarbons, the size, the geographic location, and they have been doing it pretty well. But they had the capacity for that. In our case, the challenge is relevance. And the opportunity that is opening up now is also related to relevance. You gave some indication of leveraging those partnerships. And I think you made the point about the centrality of economy, and we can expand economy, trade, and connectivity most importantly. This is where relevance becomes more tangible. And I think the American strategic partnership combined with TRIPP is that window of opportunity, but it takes time. And the leveraging of those strategic partnerships is also in the context of where we stand now. And where we stand now is still a reality. There was a point about Georgia's attempts and the realities. The reality is that we are still 80%, our connectivity is 80% up north. Trade is predominantly up north. The Eurasian Economic Union, I'm the least to support that, given my predicament on that. But it has created the framework for Armenia's trade and economy to be, vectored in that direction. So, in fact, when I make a point about strategic equidistance, it's about anything but neutrality. It is not about neutrality. It's about the strategic equidistance from the regional powers, which are Russia, Turkey, and Iran. We still have the reality of non-relationship or non-existence of relationship and non-existence of an open border with Turkey, while at the same time we are in the process, a compelling process of reformatting the relations with Russia, and it is a pressure. Now, leveraging strategic partnerships also in that context. How would you elaborate on that? Thank you.
Appreciate the question. Yeah, I had qualified equidistance with neutrality, as you noted, which you introduced the concept in the discourse here. So I didn't want to speak too much about leveraging when I did the presentation, but to the question that was posed by the gentleman from Kazakhstan, yeah, Armenia basically leveraged this deepening relations with the United States, and TRIPP became the preeminent deterrence mechanism against an Azerbaijani invasion. So in that context, there are important leveraging capacities that strategic partnerships produce. But because all strategic partnerships are not made the same, the leveraging capacity shifts according to the nature of the relationship. But we have two approaches here. One, mutual alignment of interest. The more your interests are mutually aligned with partner countries, the more vested they become in you. And that's the only way you could become relevant if you have vested interests. Values are never enough. We've seen that. So that is kind of the overarching approach. And real quickly, the third point that I'll make is that because our thinking for the longest time has been defined by securitized logic, the ability to have a multi-layered understanding of both expanding partnerships and being able to leverage, right, was purely through a hard power paradigm, and that proved to be very, very problematic. There's a whole school of thought out there on how small states could leverage with stronger partners. It's known as sort of like asymmetrical thing, bargaining. It doesn't work in our region, but leveraging strategic partnerships definitely works. So I think leveraging also that for institutional development and capacity development are fundamental. So it's not simply economic or geostrategic, but for Armenia to be a developed country, these partnerships have to be leveraged to also allow for domestic development and growth. So it's a multi-layered approach, and yeah, I fully agree with your conceptualization of it.
For just a moment, I'm going to step in for our chair and continue taking the question. So, Nargis, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Rick. And I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself in the morning. I'm Nargis Kasyanov from Davis Center, Harvard University. I have two short comments and one question. And my first comment is about a lesson from Kazakhstan. Yeah, Kazakhstan's practice of multi-vector foreign policy. Diversification requires investments, right? You do need to invest in that, and Kazakhstan has done a good amount, but now we see that not enough. And one example I would give is the Trans-Caspian transport system, so development of the kind of transportation system across the Caspian. In 2007, 2008, and 2009, there was an attempt to create the kind of to buy tankers and to develop that route because Russia didn't want to sign a new agreement on the expansion of the Caspian pipeline consortium pipeline, right? And Kazakhstan had more oil and it needed to get it to the markets, right? So the kind of Kazakhstan bought some tankers, but then the agreement was reached with Russia on the expansion, and again we sold the tankers. Now we are kind of doing it again, right? Now we definitely see the need of developing the Trans-Caspian route, and you kind of start again, and back then the decision was made based on the economics of it, right? Okay, it was cheaper to do it. It made more sense economically to send pretty much all the oil via Russia, right? Now we see that maybe we should have invested back then. So what I'm trying to say is that diversification requires certain redundancy. Okay, you do need to invest in more than one route, right? Okay, and that's something to keep in mind. The second comment I wanted to make is about about regional cooperation in Central Asia. Rick was absolutely right that the European Union played a very good role and constructive role in kind of framing the region as a region, the 5 countries of Central Asia as a region, and other actors did that too. And the first C5+1 format was actually initiated by Japan in 2005, I think. Something like that. But there was a push for regional cooperation in the region itself from the first years of independence, actually prior to the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the heads of 5 republics were getting together for consultative meetings. So in 1990, 1991, and then there was an attempt to create a union. So I would say it's not just externally constructed, but it's pushed for from inside the region. And my question is about C6. We know that now Azerbaijan joined the C5. What's your take on that development? Do you see it as the beginning of kind of more cooperation between the 2 regions, or sort of Azerbaijan is a little bit leaving the region and joining politically, kind of with Central Asia, because it feels more comfortable with Central Asian neighbors?
You've got the red light on. Does that mean? Oh no, it's just on, so I don't have to keep clicking.
Yeah. Well, had I done, you shouldn't draw attention to things that you're not doing, but had I done the show and tell, there would have been a picture of Central Asian leaders, and in different audiences I ask, who's the odd man out? Because there's the Central Asian leaders, and you could quickly recognize Mirziyoyev and Rahmon and so on. But there's a chap at the end, and it's Aliyev. And you quickly know what kind of audiences you have. If the focus is first on Aliyev, that's obvious, what's he doing there? Or if it's on the Central Asians, and then perhaps asking, who's that other person? So it's a great question. I think the first starting point to that is Azerbaijan is a great foreign policy opportunity taker and experimenter. And I put the non-aligned movement in that category. I mean, to me, it seems kind of counterintuitive. It's the only post-Soviet state that tried something like that, right? And it seemed to have excelled, right? And it changes these, if you want, faces or directions at times. And it's a bit like Kazakhstan. I saw a tiny bit of the Kazakhstan chairmanship of the OSCE in 2010. And it was quite a belated process because Kazakhstan had wanted it early along, and this was a case where the OSCE said, well, actually, if you want something like that, there's some things you have to do. And just at the end of the chairmanship in 2010, it's as if the OSCE hadn't, well, my take, it's as if the OSCE hadn't been, and you might gather already I'm at times a bit of a fan of the OSCE, so it hit me quite a lot. And the diplomats who are running the Kazakhstan chairmanship said, oh, well, we've got the Islamic conference next year. Right? There are elements like that. You change to different formats. So I think some countries absolutely do that. Whether Azerbaijan is, I love this, whether it's kind of like shifting regions or what, I think it's maximizing opportunities. I don't know if it's that Azerbaijan necessarily feels more comfortable there. I think there's a certain amount of confidence that would mitigate against that thinking. I think it is very much the Azerbaijani idea of really building what they call a regional hub. And by that they mean 2 things. One is the connectivity itself, but in a big way. And 2, the value added.
that it's not just stuff coming through there, but you do something with it. You know, the grain becomes bread or related products. And within that, the figure they use is a market of 130 million people. So you immediately know that all of the South Caucasus is not 130 million people, right? It's a small fraction of that. 130 million people means good chunk of Turkey, southern Russia, good chunk of Iran. That's the ambition, right? You can't do these things if you don't have the ambition to begin with. So I would just underline that. So I think when we see Aliyev coming to the C5 plus meetings there, it's in this thinking of hooking up with the hydrocarbons there. I mean, you know, Azerbaijan is going to be the winner of this if we expand the flow westwards, and that's what the West wants. I mean, I don't want to jump ahead, and Slavomir will know fantastically more about this than I do, but, you know, I was kind of stunned in the way that the EU for years talked about a pipeline from Turkmenistan running west, and then China came along, built the pipeline, and the energy flows east, right? And, you know, there's all this discussion about China not getting fuel out of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's true in a sense, and China is the biggest consumer of that. But the Strait of Hormuz flow of fuel is actually quite small for China, right? You know, that Turkmen pipeline is a big thing. So I think it's in the hydrocarbon thinking, in this Western push, you know, the memorandum of understanding, where Aliyev sees this opportunity now to expand the flow of the Central Asian hydrocarbons, especially Kazakhstan, westwards. Right? So, you know, it's this combination of take every opportunity, and actually that there's an infrastructural upping of the game now, right? Including of the eastern side of the Caspian board that will come the Azerbaijani way, and then through that corridor. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that would be something of my take, right? And, you know, credit to these foreign policy architects, you know, thinking about different forums all the time. You know, it's a great way of showcasing countries. And I think, you know, there are some countries, I think, that have enormous capacity to do that, you know, especially if they have major personalities around the world. You know, there are small countries that would give an enormous amount to have probably the most famous singer in France as one of their descendants, or one of their most famous singers, you know, in the United States, or right, you know, long lists like this. Right?
Thank you. I think we have last question, or the time is over. You tell us.
Yeah, it is a short question. Sir, after 2023, Armenia has done a lot of good strategic partnerships, multi-alignment partnerships for its security and strategy. Did you think that TRIPP corridor can help Armenia more to have more strategic partnerships with individual European countries as well as Central Asian countries? Because when we see middle corridor, according to World Bank report, by 2030, it will not have so much of infrastructure to transport that much of cargo. And TRIPP corridor is giving Armenia an opportunity to become more strategically located on middle corridor. What is your take on this, that it can help in future for more strategic autonomy within a region where it is, to me, facing enemies from everywhere? And secondly, in India we have a perception that we want to have connectivity with Armenia directly, north-south corridor connectivity directly with Armenia via western corridor to reach out to Europe. What is your take on TRIPP corridor and future of Armenia's geostrategic location within South Caucasus in this great game? Thank you.
That's all you.
We've only met today, but you were looking at me, so I'm presuming those for me. And these were big. How long do we have? Are we ending at 4:30? Yeah. So we continue with this. Well, I guess just to link back to what I was trying to say, I think in some regards, TRIPP is, well, I think the very first thing is basic but essential. We need the idea. You know, you don't have the idea, you can't do anything. And I think BTC, you know, if we want an historical precedent, BTC is very, very important that way. BTC was an idea, right? And we all know the region here, you know, so much of the hydrocarbons in the late imperial Russian period, the Soviet Union, going northward for refining, right? You know, the idea that this would actually flow westwards, fantastic idea. And I think BTC was a transformative thing, and it had a gigantic impact for a generation,
right? And it was constructed in such a way that it physically went around Armenia. You look at a map, it would have made much more sense for BTC to go straight across Armenia. That's why I also think that we're at that kind of inflection point now. We're at a new BTC writ large, right? And that's why I also said, I know we don't have the capacity yet, but that's why the idea matters. Because what we do in the next years is not so important for the next few years, it's for the next couple of generations, right? We're laying down a BTC in a big way for big time, okay? Now, I think TRIPP, just to reiterate, I think TRIPP is very important. I mean, I hesitate slightly, as I said, because it's so heavily a transactional thing, and I also worry that it might not be transferable from one US presidential administration to another. But that said, first, we need the idea. Second, as a kind of security guarantee, I mean, if it comes to fruition, it means that there are Americans on the ground, American people. It'll probably be, you know, I don't run these things, of course, but it'll probably be private American security companies, but nonetheless, you know, American interests. And that's risky to target, right? So it's a de facto security guarantee. Right? And it brings in the United States, at least in those ways. You know, we have this old debate from imperial times. Does flag follow trade? You know, does the state come in after the trade's established or vice versa? You know, this may be the trade coming in with the flag following. And certainly in terms of geopolitical interest, TRIPP also represents, and we see the reaction, it also is an affront to Moscow and to Tehran. And in that way, it makes TRIPP all the more important, potentially, to the United States, to the West more broadly, precisely because of that it's pushing a wedge into the region, you know, the kind of on-ramp that my colleague and I wanted. And we think, you know, TRIPP is that on-ramp, but also think of it as a wedge pushing Russia and Iran out of the region. So the potentiality of that is I think, very, very considerable. Right?
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, David, for moderating this session. We are going to have a coffee break. You know, you can go to the same place. I think there is coffee. There might be some sweets or something like that. We should be back by 5 to 5 because we have the last speaker, Dr. Alexander Cooley, who is scheduled to talk via Zoom at 5 o'clock. I have done it on purpose, and tomorrow we have Dr. Leven also, but he asks us to move forward, actually, his talk, you know, because I scheduled it so that they could speak around 9 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. Comfortably. So please be back and around 5 to 5. Thank you so much. We are going to start. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Alexander Cooley, who is a well-known scholar of international relations. His research examines Eurasian geopolitics, global authoritarianism, transnational kleptocracy, and the changing world order with particularly regional expertise in Central Asia and the Caucasus. He is the Claire Tao, or Tao, I don't know how to pronounce it, professor of political science at Barnard College, and previously served as the director of Columbia's Harriman Institute for the study of Russia, Eurasia, and Eastern Europe. He was also the Barnard's vice provost for research from 2022 to 25. He is the author or co-author of 8 books, including Dictators Without Borders, Yale University Press, Exit from Hegemony, Dictating the Agenda, Oxford University Press, and many other books. His commentaries appear also regularly in Foreign Affairs, if you are subscribed to that magazine. And he has testified before the United States Congress, Helsinki Commission, and other such places. It is a pleasure to have him today at this conference, even though his participation is virtual, and the topic couldn't be more timely: Eurasia after the Iran war, geopolitical reverberations. Dr. Cooley.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asturian. It's a true pleasure and a privilege to be able to be with you. I apologize that I'm appearing virtually and I can't join you in person in Yerevan. The program looks superb. What a time to have this convening. And I look forward to reconnecting with some of you and meeting you in the not too distant future. The topic for today concerns the interactions really between two regions and the way we sort of think about politics in regions, and that is the impact of the current US-Israel-Iran war on the Eurasian region in many different ways. But I would like to take just a step back, and because the title of the conference is, invokes the great game, it's a topic and a framework I've engaged with at length in my scholarship. And I would actually like to dial back and talk about how prior to the war, really over the last year, the geopolitical conditions towards breaking out of the great game, right, towards enhanced regional cooperation in Central Asia, in the South Caucasus, across these Eurasian corridors, was really the best it's been, certainly I would say, in the post-Cold War era. And so I think it's important to sort of flag two particular dimensions of this, right? What made conditions, so ripe. One was the resolution of a number of conflicts. And certainly you've probably talked at great length about current agreements between Azerbaijan and Armenia, the signing of the TRIPP corridor, certainly in the South Caucasus, right? The potential for normalization between Armenia and Turkey and so forth. But I would just also like to emphasize similar things are happening in Central Asia. And similar things are happening in a previously conflict-torn border. That is the Kyrgyz-Tajik border that had in 21-22 the border clashes that killed an estimated 150 to 200 people, displaced tens of thousands. This was a result of this very tangled Fergana Valley border that appeared to be irresolvable and just like a recipe for ethnic conflict. Also the use of drones in that war too. But indeed, the deal has been done between Presidents Japarov and Ramon earlier last year. And then we have an additional agreement involving Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, a trilateral agreement, right, signed at the junction point of their three borders in the Fergana Valley that really effectively closes out what had been the most volatile set of border disputes left over from the broader Soviet collapse. We also now have this consultative meeting framework. It's become a regional institution in Central Asia. We used to write about just the impossibility of cooperation, especially when we had two larger-than-life presidents in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan for much of the post-Cold War period. But now we see that these indeed are turning into substantive dialogues for cooperation, resolution, certainly of certain trade, regulatory issues, and the chairmanship rotates on a regular basis. This is organic regional cooperation. It's not being imposed from outside or above. It's not the Belt and Road. It's not the Eurasian Economic Union. It's not the US's, what were in prior times sort of the new Silk Road. And then just a final thing I would emphasize on the Central Asia front is the C5 and is only continuing to function as a more and more coherent and coordinated diplomatic bloc with every external power now. That this is not just a forum to be held on the sides of the UNGA in consultations with the US. We also see this forum being used with the European Union, the Gulf Cooperation Council. And so Central Asian states are discovering, I think, and exploring that, their bargaining power and leverage is increasing also with their unity, right? So again, this is a very big structural change compared with the border disputes the sort of regional rivalries, and the various kinds of sort of connectivity initiatives we've had before. So this prospect of conflict resolution and cooperation from the region is one. The second reason I would say that relations were poised to take a leap forward was, I think, a new tone set by the Trump administration. I think in international relations, especially when I'm at European Union-related conferences, talk is about conflict, misunderstanding, the sort of shifts in the transatlantic alliance, the future of NATO, regulatory disputes between the European Union and the US, possible annexation of Greenland, right? All these very kind of contentious topics. As you know better than me, and certainly the case in Central Asia, many of the Eurasian governments view the Trump administration as an opportunity. And relations with the Central Asian states have actually never been better. I would say there's three main reasons for this. One is an emphasis on business transactions, transactionalisms, investment in sectors ranging from energy to AI to critical minerals. Two, a downplaying of what was previously a standard part of US foreign policy, sort of checks and concerns about human rights, quality of governance, democracy, control of corruption, right? Human trafficking, these have become sort of core issues on the agenda. Media freedom, right? These are no longer part of so much the sort of high politics of the bilateral and regional agenda, so they appreciate that. And then the third, and this is in contrast to the first Trump administration, the sort of passing of the paradigm of great power competition, right? The White House's clear wanting to maintain good relations with both Beijing and Moscow also, I think, creates some space and breathing room for the Central Asian states, as well as, I would say, the states of the South Caucasus and other areas too, that they no longer feel this sort of tug of war from the US side. They feel the tug from other poles and great powers, but certainly that they have to choose, right? So just a quick example, Mike Pompeo, when he was Secretary of State in the first Trump administration, in his visit to Kazakhstan, sort of emphasized a kind of competitive message with China, that you have to sort of decrease your cooperation with China, which was very perplexing for countries like Kazakhstan that have a really long border with China. So we're not getting these messages either, right? There's more geopolitical breathing space, and certainly the kind of, the sanctions, the sort of support for Ukraine, that has also died down a bit. So I would say those two kinds of general contextual factors put us in a very interesting spot to be discussing connectivity, fundamental geopolitical reorientation, and I would say real possibilities in the region. And then, as always seems to happen in history, we get this exogenous shock, right? And this exogenous shock is current U.S. war with Iran and closure of the Straits of Hormuz, and much of this is early days in terms of my analysis, and so I'm very eager to hear your thoughts and your commentaries and criticisms and questions, because it's always sort of fraught when we try and make predictions from something that's ongoing. And the simple fact of the matter is we don't know really where the regions are going to land. But we do know that there is interaction between the regions in ways that I think most analysts and certainly foreign policy officials in Washington did not anticipate before, right? I think one of the downsides of conducting a transactional foreign policy is that the world becomes a set of bilateral types of negotiations. And in those sort of transactions, instead of deal makings, right, the sort of, it's difficult to predict exogenous shocks. It's difficult to predict how policies in one area affect another area in which you might have an interest in, right? And so I think some of these dynamics have caught both policymakers and observers off guard, which is, I think, even more reason why we should study them and analyze them and engaged in informed speculation. I would say, just to begin, this conflict is a real stress test domestically, right? For all the South Caucasus and Central Asia. Energy market volatility, right? The sort of skyrocketing costs of imported food, fertilizer, right? Inflation rates are surging again. We have a freight and insurance repricing and risk happening in terms of transit costs, trade corridor disruption, a pause in investments from the Gulf, right? This is something I think is going to be quite important, and revisions in terms of macroeconomic growth. And so, you know, these factors don't necessarily hit everyone the same, but if you are small, if you are landlocked, if you rely on trade for and sort of, you know, imports for foodstuffs and important needs and energy, it's going to hit you hard. And I think that's you know, the number one thing to think about here. Beyond that, I would say there's kind of three broad areas of geopolitical consequences that I'd like to hear your thoughts on and take you through, that I think this crisis is uncovering. And the first ripple effect would be to sort of underscore and really entrench closer Russia-Iran security and economic cooperation. We hear quite a bit of skepticism sometimes about the Iranian-Russian relationship. I think justifiably so. Russia likes to invoke strategic partnerships, but certainly many of its so-called partners around the world don't have ally status, right? They don't have the Russian Federation coming in and defending them, right? And this was sort of clear in Venezuela when Maduro was relatively easily picked off by U.S. Special Forces, and Moscow sort of shrugged its shoulders, even though it had enormous sunk costs into that regime. But I think it is important to think about some of the real-time stories we're getting about about Russian-Iranian cooperation, areas like intelligence sharing, targeting, right? Apparently Russian intelligence targeting was absolutely critical for Iranian targeting of U.S. Military bases in many of these Gulf states. The reverse drone supply that we're seeing. It used to be Iran supplied Russia with drones in the initial phases of the war. Now we're getting sort of reports that the flow is going in the other direction. And so the international north-south transport corridor is becoming increasingly important for both Iran and Russia in terms of sort of the Caspian's own kind of geopolitical positioning and its sort of functioning as a trade channel. I think this also perhaps recasts the 2025 strategic partnership that the two countries signed. I think, again, some of the analysis from the community here, the analytic community, I think was quite skeptical about the January 17, 2025 agreement. It was termed as sort of symbolic, more form than substance. But I think there are some operational kinds of outposts here that are pretty undeniable. So certainly the that aspect of it, I would say, is something to keep in mind. And then whether the Caspian becomes a more militarized space, right? Whether we have increased sort of naval coordination, right? Whether Kazakh and Turkmen authorities have to sort of recalibrate around a sea because of this intensifying strategic cooperation. These are all open questions. I don't have the answer to them. But we're talking now two sanctioned war-adjacent powers, in a distinct body of water and commerce and shipping route. The second area of ripple effects of the war concerns what I call new Gulf dynamics. And there's a lot to sort of unpack here. And that is, in the Arabian Persian Gulf, we have a number of sudden changes that affect all of the Eurasian states, and I'll try and break them down in different ways. First, I would say the Gulf as a third vector of a multi-vector foreign policy, right? Something I would say that countries in Eurasia were actively pursuing really over the 2020s is now severely being challenged, right? So GCC investment, just to give you a sense, into Central Asia itself had tripled from 2022 to 2025, $10 billion. And the kind of perception that the Gulf would provide an ideal, right, non-Russian, non-Chinese, sort of almost kind of structural pillar, all right, to engage in multi-vector foreign policy is something that regional leaders had alluded to and had explicitly also made a case for. And it's not that necessarily the sort of strategy is wrong. It's that, of course, we are going to have real volatility in the region unless we reach a comprehensive settlement, and anything's possible. There is going to be sort of a trepidation about, on the Gulf side and all these sort of sovereign wealth funds, about reinvesting in sort of Eurasia. So we'll probably see a mix of sort of strategic pauses. Some projects will carry on, but certainly the kind of unlimited potential economic optimism that we saw in areas like financing energy, renewables is a huge sector, construction and investment projects, all of these, I think, are being tempered at the moment. And again, part of this is a question of trade-offs for the GCC countries themselves. These sovereign wealth funds, do they have to pay more attention investing domestically? They have to replenish weapon systems, defense systems that have been exhausted. There are more pressing and urgent domestic priorities. And so where Eurasian investment stands on that concentric circle of priorities, I think, is an open question. But certainly we've seen pullback from other international commitments. So that's one aspect of the investment side. On the other hand, we've had this completely unexpected new Ukrainian, right, Gulf vector, right, that has opened up recently, that has caught many off guard, including US officials who expressed their surprise. And so we saw President Zelensky making kind of a public sort of appearance, talking about the importance of these agreements that are under security agreements that Zelensky has concluded with Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, also currently negotiating with the other adjacent and neighboring countries. And apparently these are the sharing of drone and counter-drone technologies, right? Interceptors that protect energy infrastructures, right? And these are being framed as part of Ukraine's transition, right? From being kind of a passive country that depends on aid and military assistance for its survival to now becoming a global security actor, right? That's the transformation. That's how Kiev understands itself now, right? And so creating long-term strategic partnerships outside of the region is particularly key for Ukraine at a time in which it perceives that it no longer has Washington support, that it has to rely on itself, and that it has to create new infrastructures of global security and political support, right? So the hope in Kiev that these can create long-term also sources of finance and even investment. And much of the Ukrainian coverage of these deals stresses that some agreements envisage co-production and investment in Ukraine itself. And I don't have confirmation of that, but if that is indeed the case, again, this would be quite significant. So we have some real material benefits, right, that are flooding to Kiev. There's also the possibility now that I think driving a wedge in Russian Gulf relations is probably too strong, but the strains I think are going to be there in a way that they weren't before. And just as a reminder here, the Gulf really became a hub after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 for a lot of Russian economic assistance, reflagging operations, businesses moving into the Gulf, wealthy individuals who are sanctioned moving themselves and their residencies and their yachts to the Gulf with few questions asked. And so this Ukraine's rapid strengthening of ties with the Gulf countries in the wake of the these attacks again is a sign potentially of a broader geopolitical shift. And so whether again sort of Ukraine's kind of unique experience here becomes a sustainable kind of basis for a real sort of strategic partnership, we'll have to wait and see. But clearly there's a natural kind of match there between Ukraine and how this affects potentially the standing of Russia in the Gulf is very much, I would say, an open question. And then, yeah, finally, just to emphasize this point, Ukraine is very much viewing itself as a global power that is engaged now on sort of a contractual basis in theaters that are outside of the immediate Eurasian region, right? And certainly this sort of new security role is something that it views absolutely urgently for its own diplomatic leverage, but also, right, as a way of sort of gaining additional leverage in its negotiations with Russia as well. So these dynamics are interesting. They're disruptive. We don't know exactly how far they're going to shake out, but both, I would say, on the Eurasian side, on the Ukrainian side, these ties, these pauses, these new types of connections are shaking up the interaction between the two regions. One final note that I think is quite significant, the UAE departure from OPEC, I think creates more uncertainty for Kazakhstan and Kazakh production. And Kazakh production has already been in the crosshairs of Ukrainian attacks, right, on CPC infrastructure. And so, again, we'll see what the coordination between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan and the remaining OPEC powers are. But this is an important issue. My time is winding down, but let me mention the third one, and that's the one I don't have talking about it, which is the acceleration of talk about the Middle Corridor. Certainly, I think the Middle Corridor is now getting fresh impetus from scholars, policymakers, presidential figures. The questions that have always surrounded these corridors remain live. And I think we can start to disentangle them a little bit, right? So it seems to me I'm now more, I would say, optimistic or convinced, right, that the sort of the TRIPP corridor, the Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkish part is far more feasible now, I think, than it was in the past. And we'll see discrete progress, or real progress rather, in part because I think, the Turkish side has such incentives now to make this work. I would differentiate that from the Caspian side, right? To me, sort of constraints on Caspian ferry capacity, right, to take cargo over are still there. It needs to increase by multiples. I'm not a logistic expert, but whether that's 3, 4, 5 times to make this truly a viable place. So I don't think the problem is necessarily in the South Caucasus side, it's on the Central Asia side. And customs integration is still a challenge, and that's where Central Asian cooperation becomes increasingly important. My previous research on sort of great game activities in all these plans for connectivity, whether the Chinese plan, the Russian plan, the American plan, they always dealt with the infrastructure, right? The hardware, the bridges, the tunnels, the pipelines, the ferries, the rails, the roads. And I was always fascinated why we weren't analyzing the software, right? The actual sort of governance arrangements and informal barriers to greater connectivity, which frankly, in this part of the world, were the highest formally, in terms of, time of trade, days in which sort of goods are kept at customs houses. All of these indicators way higher than any other region in the world, as well as the implication of several elites from many of these countries in corruption and kickback scandals involving the building of some of these biggest sort of connectivity projects, whether it's large oil pipelines going across Kazakhstan, whether it's thermal power plants, whether it's roads. Again, just the nature of infrastructure is such that it led to a lot of these collusions, regardless of the source of financing that was out there. So to me, the governance and the corruption side isn't just normative, it's very practical in terms of, can this be reduced to move the needle in a direction that these infrastructure upgrades that are still needed become viable. So let me just conclude and then hear from you. It seems to me that, just prior to March, the region was in a really interesting place where we're seeing real geopolitical changes in real time. I would say, Russia's withdrawal from the South Caucasus. I would not say the same about Central Asia. I think they're just re-networked in Central Asia, but certainly that shift, U.S. positive relations, the role played by the U.S. In Armenia, Azerbaijan, relations with the Central Asian states, this broader spirit of conflict resolution and cooperation. And then this shock happens, right? And so I think if we want to take the great game analogy even further, one of the interesting dimensions now is not only kind of that these countries have their own agency, they're playing their game, but it's not at all clear how stable some of the preferences and foreign policies of these external actors, right, the powerful imperial, quasi-imperial actors, are in all of this. And I think this has been one of the sort of sources of endless sort of speculation and frustration. What does the U.S. actually want, right, out of this agreement? Is it going to be stable? What kind of security architecture are we going to have in the Gulf? Is the U.S. going to withdraw from its sort of positions and its allies? On what terms? What becomes of leverage? Right? All of these very open questions. And so I think this is, frankly, the downside, again, to repeat myself, of transactionalism. Right? Deal making that relies on personal ties, but without the kind of overall strategic logic and framework risks, I would say, this kind of disruption, right? And risks something that's more immediately important coming over and taking sort of precedent. I'm going to use a really bad analogy that just sort of came to me. If anyone here plays the game Uno, right? So in Uno, you have strategy. And you see there's a red 6 playing, and you're like, okay, this is great. I have a lot of red cards, and I'm just going to sort of continue to play them. I'm in good shape. And then all of a sudden, someone gives you a +4, right? And sort of changes entirely, like, the framework which is happening. It throws you off. And I think going from sort of crisis to issue is inhibiting, I think, some of the real kinds of positive geopolitical gains that could otherwise be made. So that's it for me. Thank you for listening to this very long remote lecture, and look forward to getting your thoughts and questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cooley, for this insightful talk. We have a Q&A session, and I will ask whether some of our colleagues or members of the audience would like to ask some questions. Yes? Please tell me if you can hear these gentlemen, you know?
Yes. Perhaps you might have to repeat the question into the microphone. Sorry. Perfect. Thank you.
You mentioned the transactional nature of foreign policy that's been taken, but that's isn't that only the U.S.? Is China still doing? Have they switched to a transactional type of foreign policy, or Russia, or the big players? Also, you said that Turkey is now anxious for this TRIPP project to succeed. I believe you said that. But Turkey keeps saying that their decisions is up to Azerbaijan, and so how do you reconcile those two?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, certainly it's the U.S. that's become more transactional compared to where it used to be, right? Less strategic, and moving sort of from issue to issue, area to area, dealing with these things very defensively as they come up. That's true. China remains absolutely strategic, right? And I think China is one of the big benefiters from what's all this sort of chaos and instability that's happening. It is moving on with its connectivity projects. It tries to be low key about them. If it runs into roadblocks, it has a time horizon of years and decades as opposed to sort of months. And it sort of takes steps to sort of work them out. Just look what it's done with Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, right? A project that many of us thought would never actually sort of happen. China is sometimes, though, also perceived as providing too much, right? Or perhaps being the solution to everything. I think this is sort of the question and issue in Georgia, where China was sort of overblown in its interest and capacity sort of investments in Georgia, though there are some significant road construction and port projects there. Russia, I think, is a bit different. I think Russia has gone a little more the transactional route because it is clear that the war with Ukraine now is taking up really the priority of the Kremlin's foreign policy. And all the talk, you could have said, well, Moscow had a strategy. The strategy was to be the main revisionist power contra the US, to create these global partnerships and alliances, places like Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran, and Mali, all over the world, right? But what do you do when the US itself is no longer interested in that kind of liberal hegemony, right? When the US is sort of volatile and potentially bullying and potentially revisionist, right? Doesn't sit well with Moscow. So Moscow has fallen back now to looking at things, and this is just my take, very much through the lens of what's happening in Ukraine, right? This is the fall, but this is now the sort of priority. And what's more interesting now is that you're starting to get, criticism that, this kind of global, it's like an anti-globalism in Russia, right? That all this attention to sort of global Russia was a waste of money and has diverted attention from the actual sort of priority, which should be the war or the greater neighborhoods. So Russia's gone this way. I didn't mean to mischaracterize Turkey. Certainly, I don't think they're anxious to do this, but I think they're confident to do this. And yes, absolutely, they are going to maximize their leverage and ensure, right, that these agreements are signed, on perhaps what they consider to be, Azeri terms. But what I meant to say is that, to emphasize, is that Turkey has an incentive once that is done to invest in this project, right? And again, doesn't have to be tomorrow, but clearly there's an incentive there that wasn't there before. And I think the war in Iran has only sort of emphasized this and torpedoed it. But you're right for that qualification. The transactional foreign policy mostly refers to the U.S. and its role at this point.
Dr. Kuli, we have a question now from Mr. Eldaniz Guseinov from Kazakhstan.
Hello, Dr. Kuli. As I have already been introduced, my name is Eldaniz. I'm from Kazakhstan. And I have a question regarding from a connectivity perspective, what type of measures beyond logistics can be taken right now by Armenia and Azerbaijan to come closer to a long-standing peace? Maybe you see some projects in spheres of water, energy, or anything else what might really increase this interdependence between Armenia and Azerbaijan and really decrease fear of a new war. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think, having joint projects is certainly important, and joint projects on which there is sort of reliance, whether it's, power generators or dams that were common resources or sort of roads that span both places. But it's really the broader geopolitical relation that's important. That's what then presents these projects as positive and forward-looking. I think we've just run an experiment in thinking that economic integration in many parts of the world was going to produce more peaceful kind of outcomes, and just, unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. I think what's so unique about the situation now in Armenia and Azerbaijan is a kind of realization on both sides that settling this allows other kinds of connectivity to emerge, right? Other kinds of sort of links, other kinds of partnerships, the kind of destigmatization, right, of this area that somehow is hopelessly mired in conflict. So I think the projects themselves take on the greater kind of aura and the greater sort of spirit that's there, but certainly projects that address sort of the commons are important. And those would be, without getting into specifics, those would be the ones that I would recommend. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. And we have a question from Dr. Joseph Keshishian.
Thank you, Professor Kuli, for this very useful presentation. I was struck in your presentation and would like to take your thoughts on this, that the Ukrainian-Saudi relationship is moving in such a way that it could potentially create a wedge with Russia-Gulf relations. My impression, and I would like to hear your views on this, is that the Arab world itself, if not to say the Muslim world, but let's concentrate on the Arab world, has now two different agendas that are contradictory with each other. The Gulf states on the one hand, the conservative monarchies in the Gulf Cooperation Council, versus the rest of the Arab world that can only be described as the model of failure par excellence. Therefore, the Gulf states do not want to create, in my view, any kind of wedges with anyone. They want to have good relations with Russia. They want to have good relations with Ukraine, with China, with Iran, with the United States, with the European Union, etc. So my question to you is really this. To what end could the Gulf states separate themselves by creating these wedges? Or conversely, do you think, as the victims of this latest war, could they become closer to Central Asian powers, Caucasian powers, including Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, to get closer to Turkey perhaps, and others? So this is really an open-ended question, I realize that, but I'm very curious to hear your comments on it, please.
Well, thank you for that very insightful and expert framing of the issue. I mean, I think, the Saudi-Ukrainian deal indeed is a 10-year framework for defense and security cooperation. And, it does call for joint sort of defense industry and technological cooperation and investment. So I would say that seems to be a sort of tier one Saudi priority. At the same time, will we see the Saudi Public Investment Fund as interested in places like Uzbekistan and Uzbekistan sort of renewables as it was before? I just don't know, to be able to sort of make that characteristic. In terms of relations with Russia, this is where I think it gets really interesting and difficult to predict, because I think you're absolutely right that the model so far has been to have good relations with everyone, right? And to see actually sort of the sanctioning of one particular party as creating opportunity, right? As was in the case with Russia. And so this is where the sort of, the configuration of the new Gulf security architecture, is this going to be cooperative, right? Is it going to be sort of multilateral? Is it going to involve all the Gulf countries and Iran? What role for the U.S. in this, right? Will the U.S. withdraw from its facilities? These are all, I think, really important variables that potentially sort of, allow the kind of multi-vectorism of the Gulf to go on. On the other hand, if you're imagined to a reversion of actual conflict, of again, continued Iranian, Russian cooperation, right? The perception that, Moscow is being sort of decisive in targeting and destroying critical infrastructure and energy infrastructure, not to mention sort of civilian infrastructure in these states, then I think the calculation would change, frankly. But the conflict hasn't been protracted enough for that calculation to be made, but the calculation to hedge, right, is quite important. I was struck by how publicly upset President Trump was about the announcement of the Ukrainian-Saudi deal, to the point where Secretary of State Marco Rubio conveyed this. And this was just days before the US and Ukraine announced a drone cooperation deal, right? I think this really cut across and against the White House's narrative that Ukraine was a kind of an actor with little capacity and agency. But I think even more importantly, this idea that Gulf states were doing deals, right, in the area of security and military cooperation with other countries is something that really sort of took them by surprise. So all of this is a hedge on answering your actual question. I think resumption of hostilities in a protracted way changes the calculation, and then the scenario you were talking about maybe unfolds. I think, for the Gulf monarchies, Russia continues to be an attractive and important partner, a hedging partner in a multipolar world, clearly.
Thank you. We have a question now from Dr. David Agopian.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm David Agopian, Armenian, spent years in Middle East. So question is about the point you made of Ukraine versus GCC countries, transactional versus strategic cooperation or interaction. And for me, these were two separate wars for us. One is the Russia, Ukraine, Europe, and the other one is the Gulf countries, US, Israel, Iran, both of our concern, and somehow they got into interaction. So from Ukraine perspective and from GCC perspective, do you see this as some transactional move, or there is something strategic more behind, maybe from Kiev and from the Gulf? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I have more confidence because I read the Ukrainian press more than I do the Gulf press, although I think given our discussion today, I need to start reading the Gulf press more. For Kiev, it's clearly strategic. They see this as an opportunity to sort of broaden their constituencies, their base of support. They realize also that this is a real window to capitalize diplomatically on the perception that Ukraine is regaining the upper hand militarily and operationally. In Russia, I would take that with a grain of salt, but certainly they have slowed Russian advances to the point where they haven't been in at least sort of over 2 years, right? And 90% of all casualties are inflicted by that Russian troops suffer, which depending on estimates are 10 to 20,000 a month, are inflicted by Ukrainian drones, right? So the lethality of these is quite obvious, and the sort of ever updating technologies. So I think, yes, there's an operational side to this, but strategically, right, if Ukraine can't rely on Washington, right, certainly it obtained the $90 billion in EU funding with the change in government in Hungary, right? But it needs other vectors of support. And I think Ukrainian officials, when they're being honest, will probably say they were a bit slow to cultivate the quote unquote non-Western world post 2022. They thought that, somehow everyone would perceive this as a Russian invasion of Ukrainian sovereignty, and that this would sort of be a naturally appealing cause, and didn't turn out that way for all sorts of reasons, but mainly because of other developments in the international system. Gaza, perceptions that the US and the West were sort of hypocritical and so forth. And Russia, I think, very effectively sort of exploited a lot of those themes and a lot of those messages. So long term, to get them into actual production sharing would be, I would say, an important strategic move. For the Gulf states, it's hard for me to assert what their strategy is, discern coming out of this. Certainly the need to rebuild back home, to focus priorities is one. On the other hand, when your soft power has become such a basis of your nation branding, of your outsized geopolitical importance, how much can you cut of these sort of external commitments before that actually sort of affects perceptions of where you are? So again, I think this depends on, is there a round 2 coming up, or is this going to be it and we'll see sort of the stable arrangements? But I think from the Ukrainian perspective, they would like this to be strategic, and they are, I think, doing their best to send as many advisors and conclude agreements to sort of lock this in for a decade.
Thank you again. Another question from Dr. Mabin from China.
Nice to meet you, Professor. And I have one question about the grid game. And yeah, I have one question about the grid games. And 13 years ago, you have a book about the new grid game. And compared with the 13 years ago, what do you think about the biggest change of the situation in the new grid game about today's topic? This is the first question. And the second one is about the C5+1. Seems like the C5+1 became one of the new regionalization in Central Asia. Not only the great powers like US, China, and the European Union had the C5+1 with Central Asia, and also some middle powers like Turkey, like South Korea have these mechanisms with Central Asia. So do you think this kind of regionalization will be the new motivation of this region for development? So I hope to hear about your views. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to meet you again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for that question. I would say, the biggest change since I wrote the book is the withdrawal of the United States militarily from the region. When we sort of look at the post 9/11 world, and also the immediate post 9/11 world, this is where we had, the U.S. leading a coalition, and Beijing and Moscow accepting the American military and security and political presence. In fact, I remember when President Putin was at George W. Bush's ranch, and he was asked about, aren't you concerned about U.S. military forces in Tajikistan projecting influence? He says, I'm more concerned about the radicals in Dagestan than I am the U.S. And that changed, and it changes quite quickly in 18 months, where Russia starts perceiving, after major military operations, that the U.S. is there to stay, to project power. But China also, doesn't object to the U.S. presence and also sees its opportunity to heighten its own security cooperation, especially on Xinjiang, with a lot of the sort of Central Asian states. And it accelerates the build out of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization over that year into the summer of 2002, as you know well. But I would say this American vector is structural, right? It's bases, it's security arrangements, it's refueling arrangements, it's security assistance. And with that security cooperation also came scrutiny on the US about the kinds of political relationships that it had with people like Karimov, with people like President Bakiev in Kyrgyzstan, right? And questions about sort of how does the US balance its strategic commitment needs and its sort of, back then its kind of normative agenda. That was always the tension for the US. The US pulls out, that's a vector. That's a vector, right? Yes, there's still some counterterrorism cooperation going on, but it's not the same as having the US there. And so ever since you've seen an attempt and you've seen the intensification of Russian and Chinese instruments, Belt and Road, Eurasian Economic Union, and these other kinds of regional fora. So you've seen an attempt, okay, what's our third vector going to be, right? And all of what you described are potential candidates. Yeah, Korea, Japan, Turkey, the European Union. But certainly the Gulf appeared to be going in that way in the 1920s, right? I'm dating myself, the 2020s. That the Gulf was actually playing that distinct place. And remember, a lot of Central Asian elites, Eurasian elites also, were living in the Gulf, right? They had residences, they had investments in there too. So I think we had this sort of substitution effect, but I think the main difference is that the US is not engaged because of its Afghanistan commitment in the region. And so it's created a kind of a more fluid type of environment for the Eurasian states to engage with. How do they find alternatives to this neighborhood where you have two very powerful states, both militarily and economically, sort of in your distinct sort of neighborhood?
We have now a question from Dr. Vani from India, and then I have a quick question and we'll call it a day. So Dr. Vani, your turn.
Thank you, sir. Professor, I am very happy that I saw you virtually first time because I have read all of your work on Central Asia, especially the new great game. My question is related to today. Most of the academicians, writers write that new great game, we can say 3.0, is played in Central Asia and Eurasia. And there are different players with different perceptions. Like in second great game, then in new great game, Europe was much more stressing on human rights, democracy, and blah, blah, blah. But now they have given up. India is playing now with its soft policy and culture. They are using it as a tool. Turkey is using religion as a tool. And what are the tools in the hands of USA that can play in this new great game 3.0 to manage both Russia and Iran? What are the tools did you think they can use? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the question and your kind words. I think we talked about sort of, interests in certain critical investments and sectors, right? And I think those are there, but I think those were going to be there, regardless. The thing I think that has really shifted with the Trump administration is the kind of lack of judgment and the elevation of status of Armenia, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan in particular to countries that Washington confers high status to, right? So they've gone from being considered to be authoritarian, problematic, maybe corrupt a little bit. You know, at the bottom of a lot of these democracy, as you say, sort of in human rights rankings, right? Like that was valued before to now, they have all joined the Board of Peace, right? And I was at an event, current ambassador of Kyrgyzstan to the U.S., and he said this very sort of eloquently. Sort of go find this on YouTube at the Chicago Council on Foreign Affairs. To them, it's incredibly important, even as neighbors, to see that their neighbors are being elevated to this status by Washington, that they're being invited to the G20, right? That the reference is no longer, right, you're at the towards the bottom of a post-communist space, that you are global potential sort of partners, right? I think Azerbaijan in particular, the destigmatization of Azerbaijan, also domestic sort of politically, is something quite important that Baku is getting out of this this administration. So I think the kind of social part of this is quite important. Having said all that, right? How much is this trade and investment actually going to be worth in the region, right? I'm not really convinced in terms of sort of volumes it's going to exceed all of these neighbors. And in terms of, you know, also sort of, you know, defense agreements and procurements and so forth. Again, U.S. Has, you know, some potential sort of commercial contracts, and certainly you saw that in Central Asia with Boeing. But, you know, militarily, the CSTO countries are still reliant or still prefer to purchase from Russia or India in Armenia's case. And China is also an option as well, sort of some European suppliers. So I think the conditions are ripe for very good relations with the U.S. But again, what are sort of like the concrete economic interests? We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what commercially comes out of operating something like the TRIPP corridor, if that's actually sort of operating. But I think the atmosphere has changed significantly.
Thanks again. I have the final question. As you rightly stated, it is very difficult to predict how the Iran affair is going to end, and one should avoid that. But if we look at what has happened so far, and knowing that things might change, what would you say are the visible major consequences already of this war and the way it went, let's say, which wasn't the one predicted or expected by Israel or the US, apparently?
Yeah, so I think, you know, the trajectory of the war reflects, I think, a kind of series of operational successes that the U.S. had before, Venezuela being, I think, the most important one, as well as sort of the bombing in June that, you know, perhaps made the president overconfident in the potential military force to achieve sort of political outcomes. I think most regional experts would have predicted some of the major sort of Iranian moves. They would have predicted that U.S. military forces, as well as critical infrastructure in the Gulf states, would be targeted. They would have predicted the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. They would have predicted that you'd get a rally around the flag that the military, Iranian military, would have its control sort of strengthened, and that the sort of operational decentralization of these units would allow them to sort of fight back without sort of central coordination. But, you know, again, this gets to, I think, a broader sort of philosophical issue about sort of the changes taking place in U.S. foreign policy. What's the role of sort of experts in the community, regional specialists, as opposed to just this kind of wanting momentum to get things done. So we are where we are. I think the White House's inclination is to always declare victory, no matter what they've done, right? So they will want the optics and hope that there's not much scrutiny of the nature of the deal, especially if it involves sort of the unfreezing of Iranian assets or sort of the withdrawal of sort of the U.S. positions. Frankly, the United States is so polarized that no matter what the president says, most of his party will back him. But I think the question is, what does this do to the sort of U.S. commitment in the Middle East and the Gulf, right? If the U.S. is withdrawing, right, or eroding its commitment to Europe, if it's doing the same in the Gulf, right? What happens now in East Asia, right? So it's part of, I think, of a longer kind of narrative about the U.S.'s sort of changing role in the world. But my sense is that the deal, even if it's worse for the U.S. than the JCPOA will be declared a victory. It'll be spun so by sort of Trump and his political supporters, and they'll move on to the next thing. And I think the next thing is actually, frankly, Cuba.
Okay. Well, Dr. Cooley, I'm confident that the audience will join me in thanking you for taking the time to participate in this conference, and especially for your insights. Okay? Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much. You too.
Thank you. Well, it has been a long day. I counted the people who are in the room. I would like really to congratulate the 13 non-participants in this conference for surviving during the day. I believe most of them are diaspora Armenians, actually, which is heartwarming. Tomorrow we start at 9:45, a little bit earlier. It's an even longer day, actually. Thank you for coming. My thanks to all the speakers today and moderators, and have a good evening. Okay? Take care.